Section 1 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Nathaniel Hawthorne, 1804 to 1864, by Henry James. It is perhaps an advantage in writing of Nathaniel Hawthorne's work that his life offers little opportunity to the biographer. The record of it makes so few exactions that in a critical account of him, even as brief as this, the work may easily take most of the place. He was one of those happy men of letters in whose course the great milestones are simply those of his ideas that found successful form. Born at Salem, Massachusetts, on July 4, 1804, of established local Puritan and in a conspicuous degree sturdy seafaring stock, he was educated at his birthplace and at Bowdoin College, Maine, where H.W. Longfellow was one of his fellow students. Another was Franklin Pierce, who was to be elected President of the United States in 1852, and with whom Hawthorne formed relations that became an influence in his life. On leaving college in 1825, he returned to Salem to live, and in 1828 published in Boston a short romance called Fanshawe, of which the scene, in spite of its being a love story, is laid, but for a change of name, at Bowdoin, with professors and undergraduates for its male characters. The experiment was inevitably faint, but the author's beautiful touch had begun to feel its way. In 1837, after a dozen years spent in special solitude, as he later testified, at Salem, he collected as the first series of twice-told tales various more or less unremunerated contributions to the magazines and annuals of the day. In 1845 appeared the second series, and in 1851 the two volumes were, with a preface peculiarly graceful and touching, reissued together. He is in general never more graceful than when prefatory. In 1851 and 1854, respectively came to light The Snow Image and Mosses from an Old Manse, which form, with the previous double sheaf, his three main gatherings in of the shorter fiction. I Neglect for Brevity, and as addressed to children, Grandfather's Chair and The Wonder Book, 1851, as well as Tanglewood Tales, 1852. Of the other groups, some preceded, some followed the appearance in 1850 of his second novel, The Scarlet Letter. These things, the experiments in the shorter fiction, had sounded, with their rare felicity, from the very first the note that was to be Hawthorne's distinguished mark, that feeling for the latent romance of New England, which in summary form is the most final name to be given, I think, to his inspiration. This element, which is what at its best his genius most expresses, was far from obvious. It had to be looked for, and Hawthorne found it as he wandered and mused, in the secret play of the Puritan faith. The secret, I say particularly, because the direct and ostensible face-to-face with common tasks and small conditions, as I may call them without prejudice to their general grimness, arrived at forms of which the tender imagination could make little. It could make a great deal, on the other hand, of the spiritual contortions, the darkened outlook, of the ingrained sense of sin, of evil, and of responsibility. There had been other complications in the history of the community surrounding him. Savages from behind, soldiers from before, a cruel climate from every quarter, and a pecuniary remittance from none. But the great complication was the pressing moral anxiety, the restless individual conscience. These things were developed at the cost of so many others that there were almost no others left to help them to make a picture for the artist. The artist's imagination had to deck out the subject to work it up, as we nowadays say, and Hawthorne's was, on intensely chastened lines, indeed equal to the task. In that manner it came into exercise from the first, through the necessity of taking for granted on the part of the society about him a life of the spirit more complex than anything that met the mere eye of sense. It was a question of looking behind and beneath for the suggestive idea, the artistic motive, the effect of all of which was an invaluable training for the faculty that evokes and enhances. This ingenuity grew alert and irrepressive, as it maneuvered for the back view and turned up the underside of common aspects, the laws secretly broken, the impulses secretly felt, the hidden passions, the double lives, the dark corners, the closed rooms, the skeletons in the cupboard, and at the feast. It made, in short, and cherished, for fancy's sake, a mystery and a glamour where there were otherwise none very ready to its hand, so that it ended by living in a world of things symbolic and allegoric, a presentation of objects casting, in every sense, far behind them, a shadow more curious and more amusing than the apparent figure. Any figure, therefore, easily became with him an emblem, any story a parable, any appearance a cover, things with which his concern is, gently, indulgently, skillfully, with the lightest hand in the world, to pivot them round and show the odd little stamp or sign that gives them their value for the collector. The specimens he collected, as we may call them, are divisible into groups, but with the mark in common that they are all early products of the dry New England air. Some are myths and mysteries of old Massachusetts, charming ghostly passages of colonial history. Such are the Great Champion, the Maypole of Marymount, the Four Beautiful Legends of the Province House. Others, like Roger Malvin's Burial, Rappaccini's Daughter, Young Goodman Brown, are moralities without the moral, as it were. Small cold apologues, frosty and exquisite, occasionally gathered from beyond the sea. Then there were the chapters of the fanciful, all for fancy's sake, of the pure whimsical, and of observation merely amused and beguiled. Pages, many of them, of friendly, humorous reflections on what, in Salem or in Boston, a dreamer might meet in his walks. What Hawthorne encountered he instinctively embroidered, working it over with a fine, slow needle and with flowers, pale, rosy, or dusky, as the case might suggest. We have a handful of these in The Great Carbuncle, and The Great Stone Face, The Seven Vagabonds, The Threefold Destiny, The Village Uncle, The Toll-Gatherer's Day, A Rill from the Town Pump, and Chippings with a Chisel. The inequalities in his work are not, to my sense, great, and in specifying we take in leave with hesitation. The Scarlet Letter in 1850 brought him immediate distinction, and has probably kept its place not only as the most original of his novels, but as the most distinguished piece of prose fiction that was to spring from American soil. He had received in 1839 an appointment to a small place in the Boston Custom House, where his labors were sordid and sterile, and he had given it up in permissible weariness. He had spent in 1841 near Roxbury, Massachusetts, a few months in the cooperative community of Brook Farm, a short-lived socialistic experiment. He had married in the following year and gone to live at the Old Manse in Concord, where he remained till 1846, when, with a fresh fiscal engagement, he returned to his native town. It was in the intervals of his occupation at the Salem Custom House that The Scarlet Letter was written. The book has achieved the fortune of the small, supreme group of novels. It has hung an ineffaceable image in the portrait gallery, the reserved inner cabinet of literature. Hester Prynne is not one of those characters of fiction whom we use as a term of comparison for a character of fact. She is almost more than that. She decorates the museum in a way that seems to forbid us such a freedom. Hawthorne availed himself, for her history, of the most striking anecdote the early Puritan chronicle could give him in the manner set forth by the long, lazy prologue or introduction, an exquisite commemoration of the happy dullness of his term of service at the Custom House, where it is his fancy to pretend to have discovered in a box of old papers the faded relic and the musty documents, which suggested to him his title and his theme. It is the story as old as the custom of marriage, the story of the husband, the wife, and the lover, but bathed in a misty, moonshiny light, and completely neglecting the usual sources of emotion. The wife, with the charming child of her guilt, has stood under the stern inquisitorial law in the public pillory of the adulteress, while the lover, a saintly young minister, undetected and unbetrayed, has in an anguish of pusillanimity suffered her to pay the whole fine. The husband, an ancient scholar, a man of abstruse and profane learning, finds his revenge years after the wrong in making himself insidiously the intimate of the young minister and feeding secretly on the remorse, the inward torments, which he does everything to quicken, but pretends to have no ground for suspecting. The march of the drama lies almost wholly in the malignant pressure exercised in this manner by Chillingworth upon Dimmesdale, an influence that at last reaches its climax in the extraordinary penance of the subject who in the darkness, in the sleeping town, mounts himself upon the scaffold on which, years before, the partner of his guilt had undergone irrevocable anguish. And this situation he calls to him Hester Prynne and her child, who, belated in the course of the merciful ministrations to which Hester has now given herself up, pass among the shadows within sight of him. and they in response to his appeal ascend for a second time to the place of atonement, and stand there with him under the cover of night. The scene is not complete, of course, till Chillingworth arrives to enjoy the spectacle and his triumph. It has inevitably gained great praise, and no page of Hawthorne's shows more intensity of imagination. Yet the main achievement of the book is not what is principally its subject, the picture of the relation of the two men. They are too faintly, the husband in particular, though so fancifully figured. The Scarlet Letter lives, in spite of too many cold concetti, Hawthorne's general danger, by something noble and truthful in the image of the branded mother and the beautiful child. Strangely enough, this pair are almost wholly outside the action, yet they preserve and vivify the work. The House of the Seven Gables, written during a residence of 2 years at Lenox, Massachusetts, was published in 1851. If there are probably no 4 books of any author among which, for a favorite, readers hesitate longer than between Hawthorne's 4 longest stories, there are at any rate many for whom this remains distinctly his largest and fullest production. Suffused as it is with a pleasant autumnal haze, it yet brushes more closely than its companions the surface of American life, comes a trifle nearer to being a novel of manners. The manners it shows us, indeed, are all interfused with the author's special tone, seen in a slanting afternoon light. Its detail and illustration are sufficiently copious, and I am tempted for my own part to pronounce the book, taking subject and treatment together, and in spite of the position as a more concentrated classic enjoyed by the Scarlet Letter, the closest approach we are likely to have to the great work of fiction so often called for, that is to do us nationally most honor and most good. The subject reduced to its essence, indeed, accounts not quite altogether for all that there is in the picture. What there is besides is an extraordinary charm of expression, of sensibility, of humor, of touch. The question is that of the moral shrinkage of a family once uplifted, the last spasm of their starved gentility and flicker of their slow extinction. In the haunted world of Hawthorne's imagination, the old Pyncheon house, under its elm in the Salem by-street, is the place where the ghosts are most at home. Ghostly even are its actual tenants, the ancient Virgin Hepzibah, with her turban, her scowl, her creaking joints, and her map of the great territory to the eastward belonging to her family, reduced in these dignities to selling profitless pennyworths over a counter, and the bewildered bachelor Clifford released, like some blinking and noble deterre of the old Bastille, from 20 years of wrongful imprisonment. We meet at every turn with Hawthorne, his favorite fancy of communicated sorrows and inevitable atonements. Life is an experience in which we expiate the sins of others in the intervals of expiating our own. The heaviest visitation of the blighted Pyncheons is the responsibility they have incurred through the misdeeds of a hard-hearted, witch-burning ancestor. This ancestor has an effective return to life in the person of the one actually robust and successful representation of the race, a bland, hard, showy, shallow ornament of the bench, a massive hypocrite and sensualist, who at last, though indeed too late, pays the penalty and removes the curse. The idea of the story is at once perhaps a trifle thin and a trifle obvious. The idea that races and individuals may die of mere dignity and heredity, and that they need for refreshment and cleansing to be, from without, breathed upon like dull mirrors. But the art of the thing is exquisite, its charm irresistible, its distinction complete. The House of the Seven Gables, I may add, contains, in the rich portrait of Judge Pyncheon, a character more solidly suggested than, with the possible exception of the Zenobia of the Blithedale romance, any other figure in the author's list. Weary of Lenox, Hawthorne spent several months of 1852 at West Newton near Boston, where the Blithedale romance was brought forth. He made the most, for the food of fancy, of what came under his hand, happy in an appetite that could often find a feast in meager materials. The third of his novels is an echo, delightfully poetized, of his residence at Brook Farm. Transcendentalism was in those days in New England much in the air, and the most comprehensive account of the partakers of this quaint experiment appears to have been held to be that they were transcendentalists. More simply stated, they were young, candid radicals, reformers, philanthropists. The fact that it sprang, all irresponsibly indeed, from the observation of a known episode gives the Blithedale romance also a certain value as a picture of manners. The place portrayed, however, opens quickly enough into the pleasantest and idlest dream world. Hawthorne, we gather, dreamed there more than he worked. He has traced his attitude delightfully in that of the fitful and ironical Coverdale, as to whom we wonder why he chose to rub shoulders quite so much. We think of him as drowsing on a hillside with his hat pulled over his eyes and the neighboring hum of reform turning in his ears, to a refrain as vague as an old song. One thing is certain, that if he failed his companions as a laborer in the field, it was only that he might associate them with another sort of success. We feel, however, that he lets them off easily when we think of some of the queer figures and queer nostrums then abroad in the land, and which his mild satire, incurring none the less some mild reproach, fails to grind in its mill. The idea that he most tangibly presents is that of the unconscious way in which the search for the common good may cover 100 interested impulses and personal motives. The suggestion that such a company could only be bound together more by its delusions, its mutual suspicions and frictions, than by any successful surrender of self. The book contains two images of large and admirable intention, that of Hollingsworth, the heavy-handed radical, selfish and sincere, with no sense for jokes, for forms, or for shades, and that of Zenobia, the woman of sympathies, the passionate patroness of causes, who plays as it were with revolution and only encounters embarrassment. Zenobia is the most graceful of all portraits of the strong-minded of her sex, borrowing something of her grace, moreover, from the fate that was not to allow her to grow old and shrill, and not least touching from the air we attribute to her of looking with her fine imagination for adventures that were hardly, under the circumstances, to be met. We fill out the figure, perhaps, and even lend to the vision something more than Hawthorne intended. Zenobia was, like Coverdale himself, a subject of dreams that were not to find form at Roxbury. But Coverdale had other resources, while she had none but her final failure. Hawthorne indicates no more interesting aspect of the matter than her baffled effort to make a hero of Hollingsworth, who proves, to her misfortune, so much too inelastic for the part. All this, as we read it today, has a soft, shy glamour, a touch of the poetry of far-off things. Nothing of the author's is a happier expression of what I have called his sense of the romance of New England. In 1853, Franklin Pierce, then president, appointed him consul at Liverpool, which was the beginning of a residence of some 7 years in England and in Italy, the period to which we owe the Marble Faun and Our Old Home. The material for the latter of these was the first to be gathered, but the appearance of the Marble Faun began in Rome in 1858, and finished during a second stay in England, preceded that of its companion. This is his only long drama on a foreign stage. Drawn from his own air, however, are much of its inspiration and its character. Hawthorne took with him to Italy, as he had done to England, more of the old Puritan consciousness than he left behind. The book has been consecrated as a kind of manual of Roman sights and impressions, brought together indeed in the light of a sympathy, always detached and often withheld. And its value is not diminished by its constant reference to an order of things of which, at present, the yearning pilgrim, before a board for the most part swept bare, can only pick up the crumbs. The mystical, the mythical are in the Marble Faun more than ever at hide-and-seek with the real. The author's fancy for freakish correspondences has its way, with Donatello's points of resemblance to the delightful statue in the Capitol. What he offers us is the history of a character, blissfully immature, awakening to manhood through the accidental, the almost unconscious commission of a crime. For the happy youth before his act, the first complete act of his life, there have been no unanswered questions. But after it he finds himself confronted with all the weary questions of the world. This act consists of his ridding of an obscure tormentor. The obscurity is rather a mistake. A woman whom he loves, and who is older, cleverer, and more acquainted with life than himself. The humanizing, the moralizing of the Faun is again an ingenious conceit, but it has had for result to have made the subject of the process, and the case is unique in Hawthorne's work, one of those creations of the storyteller who give us a name for a type. There is a kind of young man whom we have now only to call a Donatello, to feel that we sufficiently classify him. It is a part of the scheme of the story to extend a still another nature than his the same sad intuition. A young woman from across the Atlantic, a gentle copyist in Roman galleries of still gentler Guidos and Guercernos, happens to have caught a glimpse, at the critical moment, of the dismal secret that unites Donatello and Miriam. This for her is the tree of bitter knowledge, the taste of which sickens and saddens her. The burden is more than she can bear, and one of the most charming passages in the book describes how at last, at a summer's end, in sultry solitude, she stops at St. Peter's before a confessional, and Protestant and Puritan as she is, yields to the necessity of kneeling there and ridding herself of her obsession. Hawthorne's young women are exquisite. Hilda is a happy sister to the Phoebe of the House of the Seven Gables and the Priscilla of the Blithedale Romance. The drama in the Marble Faun, none the less, I think, is of an effect less complete than that of the almost larger element that I can only call the landscape and the spirit. Nothing is more striking than the awkward grace with which the author utters, without consenting to it, for he is full of half-amiable, half-angry protest and prejudice, the message, the mystery of the medium in which his actors move. Miriam and her muffled bandit have faded away, and we have our doubts and even our fears about Kenyon and his American statuary. But the breath of old Rome, the sense of old Italy, still meet us as we turn the page, and the book will long, on the great sentimental journey, continue to peep out of most pockets. He returned to America in 1860, settled once more at Concord, and died at Plymouth, New Hampshire, in the arms of Franklin Pierce in 1864. At home, with the aid of many memories and of the copious diaries ultimately published by his wife and children, he brought forth, one by one, the chapters eventually collected under the title of Our Old Home. The American notebooks of the English and the French and Italian were given to the world after his death, in 1868, 1870, and 1871, respectively. And if I add to these the small campaign Life of Franklin Pierce, 1852, two posthumous fragments, Septimus Felton and the Dolliver Romance, and those scraps and shreds of which his table drawers were still more exhaustively emptied, his literary catalogue, none of the longest, becomes complete. The important item in this remainder is the close, ripe cluster, the series presented by himself of his impressions of England. The admirable papers, with much of the same fascination, have something of the same uncomforted note with which he had surrendered himself to the charm of Italy. The mixture of sensibility and reluctance, of response and dissent, the strife between his sense of beauty and his sense of banishment. He came to the old world late in life, though after dabbling for years, indeed, in the fancied phenomena of time, and with inevitable reserves, mistrust, and antagonisms. The striking thing to my sense, however, is not what he missed, but what he so ingeniously and vividly made out. If he had been, imaginatively, rather old in his youth, he was youthful in his age, and when all is said, we owe him, as a contribution to the immemorial process of lively repartee between the motherland and the daughter, the only pages of the business that can be said to belong to literature. He was capable of writing the Marble Faun, and yet of declaring, in a letter from Rome, that he bitterly detested the place, and should rejoice to bid it farewell forever. Just so he was capable of drawing from English aspects a delight that they had yielded not even to Washington Irving, and yet of insisting, with a perversity that both smiled and frowned, that they rubbed him mainly all the wrong way. At home he had fingered the musty, but abroad he seemed to pine for freshness. In truth, for many persons his great, his most touching sign will have been his aloofness wherever he is. He is outside of everything, and an alien everywhere. He is an aesthetic solitary. His beautiful light imagination is the wing that on the autumn evening just brushes the dusky window. It was a faculty that gave him much more a terrible sense of human abysses than a desire rashly to sound them and rise to the surface with his report. On the surface of the soul, and the edge of the tragedy, he preferred to remain. He lingered to weave his web in a thin exterior air. This is the partial expression of his characteristic habit of diving just for sport, into the moral world without being in the least a moralist. He had none of the heat nor of the dogmatism of that character, none of the impertinence, as we feel he would almost have held it, of any intermeddling. He never intermeddled. He was divertedly and discreetly contemplative, pausing oftenest wherever, amid prosaic aspects, there seemed most of an appeal to a sense of subtleties. But of all cynics he was the brightest and kindest, and the subtleties he spun are more silken threads for stringing polished beads. His collection of moral mysteries is the cabinet of a dilettante. End of section 1. Section 2 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Selected excerpts from The Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne, Part 1. Salem and the Hawthornes. This old town of Salem, my native place, though I have dwelt much away from it, both in boyhood and maturer years, possesses or did possess a hold on my affections, the force of which I have never realized during my seasons of actual residence here. Indeed, so far as its physical aspect is concerned, with its flat, unvaried surface covered chiefly with wooden houses, few or none of which pretend to architectural beauty, its irregularity, which is neither picturesque nor quaint, but only tame, its long and lazy street lounging wearisomely through the whole extent of the peninsula, with Gallows Hill and New Guinea at one end, and a view of the almshouse at the other, such being the features of my native town, it would be quite as reasonable to form a sentimental attachment to a disarranged checkerboard. And yet, though invariably happiest elsewhere, there is within me a feeling for Old Salem which, in lack of a better phrase, I must be content to call affection. The sentiment is probably assignable to the deep and aged roots which my family has struck into the soil. It is now nearly 2 centuries and a quarter since the original Briton, the eldest emigrant of my name, made his appearance in the wild and forest-bordered settlement which has since become a city, and here his descendants have been born and died, and have mingled their earthly substance with the soil, until no small portion of it must necessarily be akin to the mortal frame wherewith for a little while I walk the streets. In part, therefore, the attachment which I speak of is the mere sensuous sympathy of dust for dust. Few of my countrymen can know what it is, nor, as frequent transplantation is perhaps better for the stock, need they consider it desirable to know. But the sentiment has likewise its moral quality. The figure of that first ancestor, invested by family tradition with a dim and dusky grandeur, was present to my boyish imagination as far back as I can remember. It still haunts me, and induces a sort of home feeling with the past, which I scarcely claim in reference to the present phase of the town. I seem to have a stronger claim to a residence here on account of this grave, bearded, sable-cloaked, and steeple-crowned progenitor, who came so early with his Bible and his sword, and trod the unworn street with such a stately port, and made so large a figure as a man of war and peace, a stronger claim than for myself, whose name is seldom heard, and my face hardly known. He was a soldier, legislator, judge. He was a ruler in the church. He had all the puritanic traits, both good and evil. He was likewise a bitter persecutor, as witness the Quakers, who have remembered him in their histories and relate an incident of his hard severity towards a woman of their sect, which will last longer, it is to be feared, than any record of his better deeds, although these were many. His son, too, inherited the persecuting spirit, and made himself so conspicuous in the martyrdom of the witches, that their blood may fairly be said to have left a stain upon him, so deep a stain indeed that his old dry bones in the Charter Street burial ground must still retain it, if they have not crumbled utterly to dust. I know not whether these ancestors of mine bethought themselves to repent and ask pardon of heaven for their cruelties, or whether they are now groaning under the heavy consequences of them in another state of being. At all events, I, the present writer, as their representative, hereby take shame upon myself for their sakes, and pray that any curse incurred by them, as I have heard, and as the dreary and unprosperous condition of the race for many a long year back would argue to exist, may be now and henceforth removed. Doubtless, however, either of these stern and black-browed Puritans would have thought it quite a sufficient retribution for his sins that, after so long a lapse of years, the old trunk of the family tree, with so much venerable moss upon it, should have borne as its topmost bough an idler like myself. No aim that I have ever cherished would they recognize as laudable. No success of mine, if my life, beyond its domestic scope, had ever been brightened by success, would they deem otherwise than worthless, if not positively disgraceful. What is he, murmurs one gray shadow of my forefathers to the other, a writer of storybooks? What kind of a business in life, what mode of glorifying God or being serviceable to mankind in his day and generation may that be? why, the degenerate fellow might as well have been a fiddler. Such are the compliments bandied between my great-grandsires and myself across the gulf of time. And yet, let them scorn me as they will, strong traits of their nature have intertwined themselves with mine. Planted deep in the town's earliest infancy and childhood by these two earnest and energetic men, the race has ever since subsisted here, always too in respectability, never so far as I have known disgraced by a single unworthy member, but seldom or never, on the other hand, after the first two generations, performing any memorable deed, or so much as putting forward a claim to public notice. Gradually they have sunk almost out of sight, as old houses here and there about the streets get covered halfway to the eaves by the accumulation of new soil. From father to son, for above 100 years, they followed the sea, a gray-headed shipmaster in each generation retiring from the quarterdeck to the homestead, while a boy of 14 took the hereditary place before the mast, confronting the salt spray and the gale, which had blustered against his sire and grandsire. The boy also in due time passed from the forecastle to the cabin, spent a tempestuous manhood, and returned from his world wanderings to grow old and die and mingle his dust with the natal earth. This long connection of a family with one spot, as its place of birth and burial, creates a kindred between the human being and the locality, quite independent of any charm in the scenery or moral circumstances that surround him. It is not love, but instinct. The new inhabitant, who came himself from a foreign land, or whose father or grandfather came, has little claim to be called a Salemite. He has no conception of the oyster-like tenacity with which an old settler, over whom his third century is creeping, clings to the spot where his successive generations have been embedded. It is no matter that the place is joyless for him, that he is weary of the old wooden houses, the mud and dust, the dead level of sight and sentiment, the chill east wind, and the chillest of social atmospheres. All these and whatever faults besides he may see or imagine are nothing to the purpose. The spell survives, and just as powerfully as if the natal spot were an earthly paradise. So has it been in my case. I felt it almost as a destiny to make Salem my home, so that the mold of features and cast of character, which had all along been familiar here, ever as one representative of the race lay down in his grave, another assuming, as it were, his sentry march along the main street, might still in my little day be seen and recognized in the old town. Nevertheless, this very sentiment is an evidence that the connection, which has become an unhealthy one, should at last be severed. Human nature will not flourish any more than a potato, if it be planted and replanted for too long a series of generations in the same worn-out soil. My children have had other birthplaces, and so far as their fortunes may be within my control, shall strike their roots into unaccustomed earth. The Minister's Vigil. Shortly afterwards, the light grisly sense of the humorous again stole in among the solemn phantoms of his thought. He felt his limbs growing stiff with the unaccustomed chilliness of the night, and doubted whether he should be able to descend the steps of the scaffold. Morning would break, and find him there. The neighborhood would begin to rouse itself. The earliest riser, coming forth in the dim twilight, would perceive a vaguely defined figure aloft on the place of shame, and half crazed betwixt alarm and curiosity, would go knocking from door to door, summoning all the people to behold the ghost, as he needs must think it, of some defunct transgressor. A dusky tumult would flap its wings from one house to another. Then the morning light still waxing stronger, old patriarchs would rise up in great haste, each in his flannel gown, and matronly dames, without pausing, to put off their night gear. The whole tribe of decorous personages, who had never heretofore been seen with a single hair of their heads awry, would start into public view with the disorder of a nightmare in their aspects. Old Governor Bellingham would come grimly forth with his King James ruff fastened askew, and Mistress Hibbins with some twigs of the forest clinging to her skirts, and looking sourer than ever, as having hardly got a wink of sleep after her night ride, and good Father Wilson, too, after spending half the night at a deathbed, and looking ill to be disturbed thus early out of his dreams about the glorified saints. Hither likewise will come the elders and deacons of Mr. Dimsdale's church, and the young virgins who so idolized their minister, and had made a shrine for him in their white bosoms. which now, by the by, in their hurry and confusion, they would scantily have given themselves time to cover with their kerchiefs. All people, in a word, would come stumbling over their thresholds, and turning up their amazed and horror-stricken visages around the scaffold. Whom would they discern there, with the red eastern light upon his brow? Whom but the Reverend Arthur Dimmesdale, half frozen to death, overwhelmed with shame, and standing where Hester Prynne had stood. Carried away by the grotesque horror of this picture, the minister, unawares, and to his own infinite alarm, burst into a great peal of laughter. It was immediately responded to by a light, airy, childish laugh, in which, with a thrill of the heart, but he knew not whether of exquisite pain or pleasure as acute, he recognized the tones of little Pearl. "Pearl, little Pearl," cried he after a moment's pause, then suppressing his voice. "Hester Prynne, are you there?" "Yes, it is Hester Prynne," she replied, in a tone of surprise, and the minister heard her footsteps approaching from the sidewalk along which she had been passing. "It is I and my little Pearl." "Whence come you, Hester?" asked the minister. "What sent you hither?" "I have been watching at a deathbed," answered Hester Prynne, "at Governor Winthrop's deathbed, and have taken his measure for a robe, and am now going homeward to my dwelling." "Come up hither, Hester, thou and little Pearl," said the Reverend Mr. Dimmesdale. "You have both been here before, but I was not with you. Come up hither once again, and we will stand all three together." She silently ascended the steps and stood on the platform, holding little Pearl by the hand. The minister felt for the child's other hand and took it. The moment that he did so, there came what seemed tumultuous rush of new life, other life than his own, pouring like a torrent into his heart and hurrying through all his veins, as if the mother and child were communicating their vital warmth to his half-torpid system. The three formed an electric chain. "Minister," whispered little Pearl. "What wouldst thou say, child?" asked Mr. Dimmesdale. "Wilt thou stand here with my mother and me tomorrow noontide?" inquired Pearl. "Nay, not so, my little Pearl," answered the minister. For with the new energy of the moment, all the dread of public exposure that had so long been the anguish of his life had returned upon him, and he was already trembling at the conjunction in which, with a strange joy none the less, he now found himself. "Not so, my child. I shall indeed stand with thy mother and thee one other day, but not tomorrow." Pearl laughed and attempted to pull away her hand, but the minister held it fast. "A moment longer, my child," said he. "But wilt thou promise," asked Pearl, "to take my hand and mother's hand tomorrow noontide?" "Not then, Pearl," said the minister, "but another time." "And what other time?" persisted the child. "At the great judgment day," whispered the minister. And strangely enough, the sense that he was a professional teacher of the truth impelled him to answer the child so. "Then and there, before the judgment seat, thy mother and thou and I must stand together. But the daylight of this world shall not see our meeting." Pearl laughed again. But before Mr. Dimmesdale had done speaking, a light gleamed far and wide over all the muffled sky. It was doubtless caused by one of those meteors which the night watcher may so often observe, burning out to waste in the vacant regions of the atmosphere. So powerful was its radiance that it thoroughly illuminated the dense medium of cloud betwixt the sky and earth. The great vault brightened, like the dome of an immense lamp. It showed the familiar scene of the street with the distinctness of midday, but also with the awfulness that is always imparted to familiar objects by an unaccustomed light. The wooden houses with their jutting stories and quaint gable peaks, the doorsteps and thresholds with the early grass springing up about them, the garden plots black with freshly turned earth, the wheel track little worn, and even in the marketplace margined with green on either side, all were visible, but with a singularity of aspect that seemed to give another moral interpretation to the things of this world than they had ever borne before. And there stood the minister with his hand over his heart, and Hester Prynne with the embroidered letter glittering on her bosom, and little Pearl, herself a symbol, and the connecting line between those two. They stood in the noon of that strange and solemn splendor, as if it were the light that is to reveal all secrets, and the daybreak that shall unite all who belong to one another. End of section 2. Section 3 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Selected excerpts from the Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne, Part 2. The Child at the Brookside. "Thou wilt love her dearly," repeated Hester Prynne, as she and the minister sat watching little Pearl. "Dost thou not think her beautiful? And see with what natural skill she has made those simple flowers adorn her. Had she gathered pearls and diamonds and rubies in the wood, they could not have become her better. She is a splendid child, but I know whose brow she has." "Dost thou know, Hester," said Arthur Dimmesdale with an unquiet smile, "that this dear child, tripping about always at thy side, hath caused me many an alarm. Methought, O Hester, what a thought is that, and how terrible to dread it, that my own features were partly repeated in her face, and so strikingly that the world might see them. But she is mostly thine." "No, no, not mostly," answered the mother with a tender smile. "A little longer, and thou needest not to be afraid to trace whose child she is. But how strangely beautiful she looks, with those wild flowers in her hair. It is as if one of the fairies whom we left in our dear old England had decked her out to meet us." It was with a feeling which neither of them had ever before experienced that they sat and watched Pearl's slow advance. In her was visible the tie that united them. She had been offered to the world, these 7 years past, as the living hieroglyphic in which was revealed the secret they so darkly sought to hide, all written in this symbol, all plainly manifest, had there been a prophet or magician skilled to read the character of flame. And Pearl was the oneness of their being. Be the foregone evil what it might, how could they doubt that their earthly lives and future destinies were conjoined when they beheld at once the material union and the spiritual idea, in whom they met and were to dwell immortally together? Thoughts like these, and perhaps other thoughts, which they did not acknowledge or define, threw an awe about the child as she came onward. "Let her see nothing strange, no passion nor eagerness, in thy way of accosting her," whispered Hester. "Our Pearl is a fitful and fantastic little elf sometimes. Especially she is seldom tolerant of emotion, when she does not fully comprehend the why and wherefore. But the child hath strong affections. She loves me and will love thee." "Thou canst not think," said the minister, glancing aside at Hester Prynne, "how my heart dreads this interview and yearns for it. But in truth, as I already told thee, children are not readily won to be familiar with me. They will not climb my knee, nor prattle in my ear, nor answer to my smile, but stand apart and eye me strangely. Even little babes, when I take them in my arms, weep bitterly. Yet Pearl, twice in her little lifetime, hath been kind to me. The first time thou knowest it well. The last was when thou ledst her with thee to the house of yonder stern old governor. And thou didst plead so bravely in her behalf and mine," answered the mother. "I remember it, and so shall little Pearl. Fear nothing, she may be strange and shy at first, but will soon learn to love thee." By this time Pearl had reached the margin of the brook, and stood on the farther side gazing silently at Hester and the clergyman, who still sat together on the mossy tree trunk waiting to receive her. Just where she had paused the brook chanced to form a pool so smooth and quiet that it reflected a perfect image of her little figure, with all the brilliant picturesqueness of her beauty, and its adornment of flowers and wreathed foliage, but more refined and spiritualized than the reality. This image, so nearly identical with the living Pearl, seemed to communicate somewhat of its own shadowy and intangible quality to the child herself. It was strange, the way in which Pearl stood looking so steadfastly at them through the dim medium of the forest gloom, herself meanwhile all glorified with a ray of sunshine that was attracted thitherward as by a certain sympathy. In the brook beneath stood another child, another in the same, with likewise its ray of golden light. Hester felt herself in some indistinct and tantalizing manner estranged from Pearl, as if the child, in her lonely ramble through the forest, had strayed out of the sphere in which she and her mother dwelt together, and was now vainly seeking to return to it. There was both truth and error in the impression. The child and mother were estranged, but through Hester's fault, not Pearl's. Since the latter rambled from her side, another inmate had been admitted within the circle of the mother's feelings, and so modified the aspect of them all, that Pearl, the returning wanderer, could not find her wonted place, and hardly knew where she was. "I have a strange fancy," observed the sensitive minister, "that this brook is the boundary between two worlds, and that thou canst never meet thy Pearl again. Or is she an elfish spirit, who, as the legends of our childhood taught us, is forbidden to cross a running stream? Pray hasten her, for this delay has already imparted a tremor to my nerves." "Come, dearest child," said Hester encouragingly, and stretching out both her arms. "How slow thou art! When hast thou been so sluggish before now? Here is a friend of mine, who must be thy friend also. Thou wilt have twice as much love henceforward as thy mother alone could give thee. Leap across the brook and come to us. Thou canst leap like a young deer." Pearl, without responding in any manner to these honey-sweet expressions, remained on the other side of the brook. Now she fixed her bright, wild eyes on her mother, now on the minister, and now included them both in the same glance, as if to detect and explain to herself the relation which they bore to one another. For some unaccountable reason, as Arthur Dimmesdale felt the child's eyes upon himself, his hand, with that gesture so habitual as to have become involuntary, stole over his heart. At length, assuming a singular air of authority, Pearl stretched out her hand, with the small forefinger extended and pointing evidently towards her mother's breast, and beneath, in the mirror of the brook, there was the flower-girdled and sunny image of little Pearl, pointing her small forefinger too. "Thou strange child, why dost thou not come to me?" exclaimed Hester. Pearl still pointed with her forefinger, and a frown gathered on her brow, the more impressive from the childish, the almost baby-like aspect of the features that conveyed it, as her mother still kept beckoning to her and arraying her face in a holiday suit of unaccustomed smiles. The child stamped her foot with a yet more imperious look and gesture. In the brook again was the fantastic beauty of the image, with its reflected frown, its pointed finger, and imperious gesture, giving emphasis to the aspect of little Pearl. "Hasten, Pearl, or I shall be angry with thee," cried Hester Prynne, who, however inured to such behavior on the elf child's part at other seasons, was naturally anxious for a more seemly deportment now. "Leap across the brook, naughty child, and run hither, else I must come to thee." But Pearl, not a whit startled at her mother's threats any more than mollified by her entreaties, now suddenly burst into a fit of passion, gesticulating violently and throwing her small figure into the most extravagant contortions. She accompanied this wild outbreak with piercing shrieks, which the woods reverberated on all sides, so that, alone as she was in her childish and unreasonable wrath, it seemed as if a hidden multitude were lending her their sympathy and encouragement. Seen in the brook once more was the shadowy wraith of Pearl's image, crowned and girdled with flowers, but stamping its foot, wildly gesticulating, and in the midst of all still pointing its small forefinger at Hester's bosom. "I see what ails the child," whispered Hester to the clergyman, and turning pale in spite of a strong effort to conceal her trouble and annoyance. "Children will not abide the slightest, change in the accustomed aspect of things that are daily before their eyes. Pearl misses something which she has always seen me wear." "I pray you," answered the minister, "if thou hast any means of pacifying the child, do it forthwith, save it were the cankered wrath of an old witch like Mistress Hibbins," added he, attempting to smile. "I know nothing that I would not sooner encounter than this passion in a child. In Pearl's young beauty, as in the wrinkled witch, it has a preternatural effect. Pacify her, if thou lovest me." Hester turned again towards Pearl with a crimson blush upon her cheek, a conscious glance aside at the clergyman, and then a heavy sigh, while even before she had time to speak, the blush yielded to a deadly pallor. "Pearl," said she sadly, "look down at thy feet, there before thee on the hither side of the brook." The child turned her eyes to the point indicated, and there lay the Scarlet Letter, so close upon the margin of the stream that the gold embroidery was reflected in it. "Bring it hither," said Hester. "Come thou and take it up," answered Pearl. "Was ever such a child?" observed Hester, aside to the minister. "Oh, I have much to tell thee about her, but in very truth she is right as regards this hateful token. I must bear its torture yet a little longer, only a few days longer, until we shall have left this region, and look back hither as to a land which we have dreamed of, The forest cannot hide it. The mid-ocean shall take it from my hand and swallow it up forever." With these words she advanced to the margin of the brook, took up the Scarlet Letter, and fastened it again into her bosom. Hopefully but a moment ago, as Hester had spoken of drowning it in the deep sea, there was a sense of inevitable doom upon her, as she thus received back this deadly symbol from the hand of fate. She had flung it into infinite space. She had drawn an hour's free breath, and here again was the scarlet misery glittering on the old spot. So it ever is, whether thus typified or no, that an evil deed invests itself with the character of doom. Hester next gathered up the heavy tresses of her hair, and confined them beneath her cap. As if there was a withering spell in the sad letter, her beauty, the warmth and richness of her womanhood departed like fading sunshine, and a gray shadow seemed to fall across her. When the dreary change was wrought, she extended her hand to Pearl. "Dost thou know thy mother now, child?" asked she reproachfully, but with a subdued tone. "Wilt thou come across the brook and own thy mother, now she has her shame upon her, now that she is sad?" "Yes, now I will," answered the child, bounding across the brook and clasping Hester in her arms. "Now thou art my mother indeed, and I am thy little Pearl." In a mood of tenderness that was not usual with her, she drew down her mother's head, and kissed her brow and both her cheeks. But then, by a kind of necessity that always impelled this child to alloy whatever comfort she might chance to give with a throb of anguish, Pearl put up her mouth and kissed the Scarlet Letter too. "That was not kind," said Hester. "When thou hast shown me a little love, thou mockest me." "Why doth the minister sit yonder?" asked Pearl. "He waits to welcome thee," replied her mother. "Come thou and entreat his blessing. He loves thee, my little Pearl, and loves thy mother too. Wilt thou not love him? Come, he longs to greet thee." "Doth he love us?" said Pearl, looking up with acute intelligence into her mother's face. "Will he go back with us, hand in hand, we three together, into the town?" "Not now, my dear child," answered Hester, "but in days to come he will walk hand in hand with us. We will have a home and fireside of our own, and thou shalt sit upon his knee, and he will teach thee many things and love thee dearly. Thou wilt love him, wilt thou not?" "And will he always keep his hand over his heart?" inquired Pearl. "Foolish child, what question is that?" exclaimed her mother. "Come and ask his blessing." But whether influenced by the jealousy that seems instinctive with every petted child towards a dangerous rival, or from whatever caprice of her freakish nature, Pearl would show no favor to the clergyman. It was only by an exertion of force that her mother brought her up to him, hanging back and manifesting her reluctance by odd grimaces, of which, ever since her babyhood, she had possessed a singular variety, and could transform her mobile physiognomy into a series of different aspects, with a new mischief in them, each and all. The minister, painfully embarrassed, but hoping that a kiss might prove a talisman to admit him into the child's kindlier regards, bent forward and impressed one on her brow. Hereupon Pearl broke away from her mother, and running to the brook, stooped over it and bathed her forehead until the unwelcome kiss was quite washed off and diffused through a long lapse of the gliding water. She then remained apart, silently watching Hester and the clergyman, while they talked together and made such arrangements as were suggested by their new position, and the purposes soon to be fulfilled. And now this fateful interview had come to a close. The dale was to be left a solitude among its dark old trees, which, with their multitudinous tongues, would whisper long of what had passed there, and no mortal be the wiser, and the melancholy brook would add this other tale to the mystery with which its little heart was already overburdened, and whereof it still kept up a murmuring babble, with not a whit more cheerfulness of tone than for ages heretofore. The revelation of the Scarlet Letter. The eloquent voice, on which the souls of the listening audience had been borne aloft as on the swelling waves of the sea, at length came to a pause. There was a momentary silence, profound as what should follow the utterance of oracles. Then ensued a murmur and half-hushed tumult, as if the auditors, released from the high spell that had transported them into the region of another's mind, were returning into themselves, with all their awe and wonder still heavy on them. In a moment more the crowd began to gush forth from the doors of the church. Now that there was an end, they needed other breath, more fit to support the gross and earthly life into which they relapsed. than that atmosphere which the preacher had converted into words of flame and had burdened with the rich fragrance of his thought. In the open air their rapture broke into speech. The street and the marketplace absolutely babbled from side to side with applauses of the minister. His hearers could not rest until they had told one another of what each knew better than he could tell or hear. According to their united testimony, never had man spoken in so wise, so high, and so holy a spirit as he that spake this day, nor had inspiration ever breathed through mortal lips more evidently than it did through his. Its influence could be seen, as it were, descending upon him and possessing him, and continually lifting him out of the written discourse that lay before him, and filling him with ideas that must have been as marvelous to himself as to his audience. His subject, it appeared, had been the relation between the deity and the communities of mankind, with a special reference to the New England which they were here planting in the wilderness. And as he drew towards the close, a spirit as of prophecy had come upon him, constraining him to its purpose as mightily as the old prophets of Israel were constrained. Only with this difference, that whereas the Jewish seers had denounced judgments and ruin on their country, it was his mission to foretell a high and glorious destiny for the newly gathered people of the Lord. But throughout it all, and through the whole discourse, there had been a certain deep, sad undertone of pathos, which could not be interpreted otherwise than as the natural regret of one soon to pass away. Yes, their minister whom they so loved, and who so loved them all that he could not depart heavenward without a sigh, had the foreboding of untimely death upon him, and would soon leave them in their tears. This idea of his transitory stay on earth gave the last emphasis to the effect which the preacher had produced. It was as if an angel in his passage to the skies had shaken his bright wings over the people for an instant, at once a shadow and a splendor, and had shed down a shower of golden truths upon them. Thus there had come to the Reverend Mr. Dimmesdale, as to most men in their various spheres, though seldom recognized until they see it far behind them, an epoch of life more brilliant and full of triumph than any previous one, or than any which could hereafter be. He stood at this moment on the very proudest eminence of superiority to which the gifts of intellect, rich lore, prevailing eloquence, and a reputation of widest sanctity could exalt a clergyman in New England's earliest days, when the professional character was of itself a lofty pedestal. Such was the position which the minister occupied as he bowed his head forward on the cushions of the pulpit at the close of his election sermon. Meanwhile, Hester Prynne was standing beside the scaffold of the pillory, with the Scarlet Letter still burning on her breast. Now was heard again the clangor of the music, and the measured tramp of the military escort issuing from the church door. The procession was to be marshaled thence to the town hall, where a solemn banquet would complete the ceremonies of the day. Once more, therefore, the train of venerable and majestic fathers was seen moving through a broad pathway of the people, who drew back reverently on either side, as the governor and magistrates, the old and wise men, the holy ministers, and all that were eminent and renowned, advanced into the midst of them. When they were fairly in the marketplace, their presence was greeted by a shout. This, though doubtless it might acquire additional force and volume from the childlike loyalty which the age awarded to its rulers, was felt to be an irrepressible outburst of enthusiasm, kindled in the auditors by that high strain of eloquence which was yet reverberating in their ears. Each felt the impulse in himself, and in the same breath caught it from his neighbor. Within the church it had hardly been kept down. Beneath the sky it pealed upward to its zenith. There were human beings enough, and enough of highly wrought and symphonious feeling, to produce that more impressive sound than the organ tones of the blast, or the thunder, or the roar of the sea. Even that mighty swell of many voices, blended into one great voice by the universal impulse which makes likewise one vast heart out of the many. Never from the soil of New England had gone up such a shout. Never on New England soil had stood the man so honored by his mortal brethren as the preacher. How fared it with him then? Were there not the brilliant particles of a halo in the air about his head? So etherealized by spirit as he was, and so apotheosized by worshipping admirers, did his footsteps in the procession really tread upon the dust of earth. As the ranks of military men and civil fathers moved onward, all eyes were turned towards the point where the minister was seen to approach among them. The shout died into a murmur. as one portion of the crowd after another obtained a glimpse of him. How feeble and pale he looked, amid all his triumph. The energy, or say rather the inspiration, which had held him up until he should have delivered the sacred message that brought its own strength along with it from heaven, was withdrawn now that it had so faithfully performed its office. The glow which they had just before beheld burning on his cheek was extinguished, like a flame that sinks down hopelessly among the late decaying embers. It seemed hardly the face of a man alive, with such a death-like hue. It was hardly a man with life in him, that tottered on his path so nervelessly, yet tottered and did not fall. One of his clerical brethren, it was the venerable John Wilson, observed the state in which Mr. Dimmesdale was left by the retiring wave of intellect and sensibility, stepped forward hastily to offer his support. The minister tremulously, but decidedly, repelled the old man's arm. He still walked onward, if that movement could be so described, which rather resembled the wavering effort of an infant, with its mother's arms in view outstretched to tempt him forward. And now, almost imperceptible as were the latter steps of his progress, he had come opposite the well-remembered and weather-darkened scaffold, where long since, with all that dreary lapse of time between, Hester Prynne had encountered the world's ignominious stare. There stood Hester, holding little Pearl by the hand, and there was the Scarlet Letter on her breast. The minister there made a pause, although the music still played the stately and rejoicing march to which the procession moved. It summoned him onward to the festival. But here he made a pause. Bellingham, for the last few moments, had kept an anxious eye upon him. He now left his own place in the procession and advanced to give assistance, judging from Mr. Dimmesdale's aspect that he must otherwise inevitably fall. But there was something in the latter's expression that warned back the magistrate, although a man not readily obeying the vague intimations that pass from one spirit to another. The crowd meanwhile looked on with awe and wonder. This earthly faintness was in their view only another phase of the minister's celestial strength. Nor would it have seemed a miracle too high to be wrought for one so holy, had he ascended before their eyes, waxing dimmer and brighter, and fading at last into the light of heaven. He turned towards the scaffold and stretched forth his arms. "Hester," said he, "come hither. Come, my little Pearl." It was a ghastly look with which he regarded them, but there was something at once tender and strangely triumphant in it. The child, with the bird-like motion which was one of her characteristics, flew to him and clasped her arms about his knees. Hester Prynne, slowly, as if impelled by inevitable fate, and against her strongest will, likewise drew near, but paused before she reached him. At this instant old Roger Chillingworth thrust himself through the crowd, or perhaps so dark, disturbed, and evil was his look, he rose up out of some nether region, to snatch back his victim from what he sought to do. Be that as it might, the old man rushed forward and caught the minister by the arm. "Madman, hold, what is your purpose?" whispered he. "Wave back that woman, cast off this child. All shall be well. Do not blacken your fame and perish in dishonor. I can yet save you. Would you bring infamy on your sacred profession?" "Ha, tempter, methinks thou art too late," answered the minister, encountering his eye fearfully but firmly. "Thy power is not what it was. With God's help I shall escape thee now." He again extended his hand to the woman of the Scarlet Letter. "Hester Prynne," cried he with a piercing earnestness, "in the name of him so terrible and so merciful, who gives me grace at this last moment to do what, for my own heavy sin and miserable agony, I withheld myself from doing 7 years ago, come hither now and twine thy strength about me. Thy strength, Hester, and let it be guided by the will which God hath granted me. This wretched and wronged old man is opposing it with all his might, with all his own might, and the fiend's. Come, Hester, come, support me up yonder scaffold." The crowd was in a tumult. The men of rank and dignity who stood more immediately around the clergyman were so taken by surprise and so perplexed as to the purport of what they saw, unable to receive the explanation which most readily presented itself, or to imagine any other, that they remained silent and inactive spectators of the judgment which Providence seemed about to work. They beheld the minister, leaning on Hester's shoulder and supported by her arm around him, approach the scaffold and ascend its steps, while still the little hand of the sin-born child was clasped in his, Old Roger Chillingworth followed, as one intimately connected with the drama of guilt and sorrow in which they had all been actors, and well entitled, therefore, to be present at its closing scene. "Hast thou sought the whole earth over?" said he, looking darkly at the clergyman. "There was no one place so secret, no high place nor lowly place, where thou couldst have escaped me, save on this very scaffold. Thanks be to him who hath led me hither," answered the minister. Yet he trembled, and turned to Hester with an expression of doubt and anxiety in his eyes, not the less evidently betrayed that there was a feeble smile upon his lips. "Is not this better," murmured he, "than what we dreamed of in the forest?" I know not, she hurriedly replied. "Better? Yea, so we may both die, and little Pearl die with us." "For thee and Pearl be it as God shall order," said the minister, "and God is merciful. Let me now do the will which he hath made plain before my sight. For, Hester, I am a dying man, so let me make haste to take my shame upon me." Partly supported by Hester Prynne, and holding one hand of little Pearl's, the Reverend Mr. Dimmesdale turned to the dignified and venerable rulers, to the holy ministers who were his brethren, to the people whose great heart was thoroughly appalled, yet overflowing with tearful sympathy, as knowing that some deep life matter, which, if full of sin, was full of anguish and repentance likewise, was now to be laid open to them. The sun, but little past its meridian, shone down upon the clergyman and gave a distinctness to his figure as he stood out from all the earth to put in his plea of guilty at the bar of eternal justice. "People of New England," cried he, with a voice that rose over them high, solemn, and majestic, yet had always a tremor through it, and sometimes a shriek, struggling up out of a fathomless depth of remorse and woe. "Ye that have loved me, ye that have deemed me holy, behold me here, the one sinner of the world. At last, I stand upon the spot where 7 years since I should have stood, here with this woman, whose arm, more than the little strength wherewith I have crept hitherward, sustains me at this dreadful moment from grovelling down upon my face. Lo, the scarlet letter which Hester wears. Ye have all shuddered at it. Wherever her walk hath been, wherever, so miserably burdened, she may have hoped to find repose, it hath cast a lurid gleam of awe and horrible repugnance round about her. But there stood one in the midst of you, at whose brand of sin and infamy ye have not shuddered." It seemed at this moment as if the minister must leave the remainder of his secret undisclosed, but he fought back the bodily weakness, and still more the faintness of heart, that was striving for the mastery with him. He threw off all assistance, and stepped passionately forward a pace before the woman and the child. "It was on him," he continued with a kind of fierceness, so determined was he to speak out the whole. "God's eye beheld it. The angels were forever pointing at it. The devil knew it well, and fretted it continually with the touch of his burning finger. But he hid it cunningly from men, and walked among you with the mien of a spirit mournful, because so pure in a sinful world, and sad because he missed his heavenly kindred. Now at the death hour he stands up before you. He bids you look again at Hester's scarlet letter. He tells you that with all its mysterious horror, it is but the shadow of what he bears on his own breast, and that even this, his own red stigma, is no more than the type of what has seared his inmost heart. Stand any here that question God's judgment on a sinner. Behold a dreadful witness of it." With a convulsive motion he tore away the ministerial band from before his breast. It was revealed, but it were irreverent to describe that revelation. For an instant the gaze of the horror-stricken multitude was concentrated on the ghastly miracle, while the minister stood with a flush of triumph in his face, as one who in the crisis of acutest pain had won a victory. Then he sank upon the scaffold. Hester partly raised him, and supported his head against her bosom. Old Roger Chillingworth knelt down beside him with a blank, dull countenance, out of which the life seemed to have departed. "Thou hast escaped me," he repeated more than once. "Thou hast escaped me." "May God forgive thee," said the minister. "Thou too hast deeply sinned." He withdrew his dying eyes from the old man and fixed them on the woman and the child. "My little Pearl," said he feebly, and there was a sweet and gentle smile over his face, as of a spirit sinking into deep repose. Nay, now that the burden was removed, it seemed almost as if he would be sportive with the child. "Dear little Pearl, wilt thou kiss me now? Thou wouldst not yonder in the forest, but now thou wilt. Pearl kissed his lips. A spell was broken. The great scene of grief in which the wild infant bore a part had developed all her sympathies. And as her tears fell upon her father's cheek, they were the pledge that she would grow up amid human joy and sorrow, nor forever do battle with the world, but be a woman in it. Toward her mother, too, Pearl's errand as a messenger of anguish was all fulfilled. "Hester," said the clergyman, "farewell." "Shall we not meet again?" whispered she, bending her face down close to his. "Shall we not spend our immortal life together? Surely, surely, we have ransomed one another with all this woe. Thou lookest far into eternity with those bright dying eyes. Then tell me what thou seest." "Hush, Hester, hush," said he, with tremulous solemnity. "The law we broke, the sin here so awfully revealed. Let these alone be in thy thoughts. I fear. It may be that when we forgot our God, when we violated our reverence each for the other's soul, it was thenceforth vain to hope that we could meet hereafter in an everlasting and pure reunion. God knows, and he is merciful. He hath proved his mercy most of all in my afflictions, by giving me this burning torture to bear upon my breast, by sending yonder dark and terrible old man to keep the torture always at red heat, by bringing me hither to die this death of triumphant ignominy before the people. Had either of these agonies been wanting, I had been lost forever. Praised be his name, his will be done. Farewell." That final word came forth with the minister's expiring breath. The multitude, silent till then, broke out in a strange, deep voice of awe and wonder, which could not as yet find utterance save in this murmur that rolled so heavily after the departed spirit. End of section 3. Section 4 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Hepzibah Pyncheon by Nathaniel Hawthorne. From the House of the Seven Gables. All this time, however, we are loitering faint-heartedly on the threshold of our story. In very truth, we have an invincible reluctance to disclose what Miss Hepzibah Pyncheon was about to do. It has already been observed that in the basement story of the gable fronting on the street, an unworthy ancestor nearly a century ago had fitted up a shop. Ever since the old gentleman retired from trade and fell asleep under his coffin lid, not only the shop door, but the inner arrangements had been suffered to remain unchanged, while the dust of ages gathered inch-deep over the shelves and counter, and partly filled an old pair of scales, as if it were of value enough to be weighed. It treasured itself up, too, in the half-open till, where there still lingered a base sixpence, worth neither more nor less than the hereditary pride, which had here been put to shame. Such had been the state and condition of the little shop in which old Hepzibah's childhood, when she and her brother used to play at hide-and-seek in its forsaken precincts. So it had remained until within a few days past. But now, though the shop window was still closely curtained from the public gaze, a remarkable change had taken place in its interior. The rich and heavy festoons of cobweb, which it had cost a long ancestral succession of spiders their life's labor to spin and weave, had been carefully brushed away from the ceiling. The counter, shelves, and floor had all been scoured, and the latter was overstrewn with fresh blue sand. The brown scales, too, had evidently undergone rigid discipline, in an unavailing effort to rub off the rust which, alas, had eaten through and through their substance. Neither was the little old shop any longer empty of merchantable goods. A curious eye, privileged to take an account and investigate behind the counter, would have discovered a barrel, yea, 2 or 3 barrels, and half ditto, one containing flour, another apples, and a third perhaps Indian meal. There was likewise a square box of pine wood full of soap and bars, also another the same size, in which were tallow candles 10 to the pound, a small stock of brown sugar, some white beans and split peas, and a few other commodities of low price, and such as are constantly in demand, made up the bulkier portion of the merchandise. It might have been taken for a ghostly or phantasmagoric reflection of the old shopkeeper Pyncheon's shabbily provided shelves, save that some of the articles were of a description and outward form which could hardly have been known in his day. For instance, there was a glass pickle jar filled with fragments of Gibraltar rock, not indeed splinters of the veritable stone foundation of the famous fortress, but bits of delectable candy, neatly done up in white paper. Jim Crow, moreover, was seen executing his world-renowned dance in gingerbread. A party of leaden dragoons was galloping along one of the shelves, in equipments and uniform of modern cut, and there were some sugar figures, with no strong resemblance to the humanity of any epoch, but less unsatisfactorily representing our own fashions than those of 100 years ago. Another phenomenon, still more strikingly modern, was a package of lucifer matches, which in old times would have been thought actually to borrow their instantaneous flame from the nether fires of Tophet. In short, to bring the matter at once to a point, it was incontrovertibly evident that somebody had taken the shop and fixtures of the long-retired and forgotten Mr. Pyncheon, and was about to renew the enterprise of that departed worthy with a different set of customers. Who could this bold adventurer be? And of all the places in the world, why had he chosen the House of the Seven Gables as the scene of his commercial speculations? We returned to the elderly maiden. She at length withdrew her eyes from the dark countenance of the colonel's portrait, heaved a sigh, indeed her breast was a very cave of Aeolus that morning, and stepped across the room on tiptoe, as is the customary gait of elderly women. Passing through an intervening passage, she opened a door that communicated with the shop, just now so elaborately described. Owing to the projection of the upper story, and still more to the thick shadow of the Pyncheon elm which stood almost directly in front of the gable, the twilight here was still as much akin to night as morning. Another heavy sigh from Miss Hepzibah. After a moment's pause on the threshold, peering towards the window with her nearsighted scowl, as if frowning down some bitter enemy, she suddenly projected herself into the shop. The haste, and as it were the galvanic impulse, of the movement was really quite startling. Nervously, in a sort of frenzy, we might almost say, she began to busy herself in arranging some children's playthings and other little wares on the shelves and at the shop window. In the aspect of this dark-arrayed, pale-faced, ladylike old figure, there was a deeply tragic character that contrasted irreconcilably with the ludicrous pettiness of her employment. It seemed a queer anomaly that so gaunt and dismal a personage should take a toy in hand. A miracle that the toy did not vanish in her grasp. A miserably absurd idea that she should go on perplexing her stiff and somber intellect with the question how to tempt little boys into her premises. Yet such is undoubtedly her object. Now she places a gingerbread elephant against the window, but with so tremulous a touch that it tumbles upon the floor, with the dismemberment of 3 legs and its trunk. It has ceased to be an elephant, and has become a few bits of musty gingerbread. There again she has upset a tumbler of marbles, all of which roll different ways, and each individual marble, devil-directed, into the most difficult obscurity that it can find. Heaven help our poor old Hepzibah, and forgive us for taking a ludicrous view of her position. As her rigid and rusty frame goes down upon its hands and knees in quest of the absconding marbles, we positively feel so much the more inclined to shed tears of sympathy, from the very fact that we must needs turn aside and laugh at her. For here, and if we fail to impress it suitably upon the reader, it is our own fault, not that of the theme. Here is one of the truest points of melancholy interest that occur in ordinary life. It was the final throe of what called itself old gentility, a lady who had fed herself from childhood with the shadowy food of aristocratic reminiscences, and whose religion it was that a lady's hand soils itself irredeemably by doing aught for bread. This born lady, after 60 years of narrowing means, is fain to step down from her pedestal of imaginary rank. Poverty, treading closely at her heels for a lifetime, has come up with her at last. She must earn her own food or starve. And we have stolen upon Miss Hepzibah Pyncheon too irreverently at the instant of time when the patrician lady is to be transformed into the plebeian woman. In this republican country, Amid the fluctuating waves of our social life, somebody is always at the drowning point. The tragedy is enacted with as continual a repetition as that of a popular drama on a holiday, and nevertheless is felt as deeply, perhaps, as when a hereditary noble sinks below his order. More deeply, since with us rank is the grosser substance of wealth and a splendid establishment, and has no spiritual existence after the death of these, but dies hopelessly along with them. And therefore, since we have been unfortunate enough to introduce our heroine at so inauspicious a juncture, we would entreat for a mood of due solemnity in the spectators of her fate. Let us behold in poor Hepzibah the immemorial lady, 200 years old on this side of the water, and thrice as many on the other, with her antique portraits, pedigrees, coats of arms, records, and traditions, and her claim as joint heiress to that princely territory at the eastward, no longer a wilderness, but a populous fertility, born to in Pyncheon Street, under the Pyncheon elm, and in the Pyncheon house, where she has spent all her days, reduced now in that very house to be the huckstress of a cent shop. This business of setting up a petty shop is almost the only resource of women in circumstances at all similar to those of our unfortunate recluse. With her near-sightedness and those tremulous fingers of hers, at once inflexible and delicate, she could not be a seamstress, although her sampler of 50 years gone by exhibited some of the most recondite specimens of ornamental needlework. A school for little children had been often in her thoughts, and at one time she had begun a review of her early studies in the New England Primer, with a view to prepare herself for the office of instructress. But the love of children had never been quickened in Hepzibah's heart, and was now torpid if not extinct. She watched the little people of the neighborhood from her chamber window, and doubted whether she could tolerate a more intimate acquaintance with them. Besides, in our day, the very ABC has become a science, greatly too abstruse to be any longer taught by pointing a pen from letter to letter. A modern child could teach old Hepzibah more than old Hepzibah could teach the child. So with many a cold, deep heartquake at the idea of at last coming into sordid contact with the world, from which she had been so long kept aloof, while every added day of seclusion had rolled another stone against the cavern door of her hermitage, the poor thing bethought herself of the ancient shop window, the rusty scales, and the dusty till. She might have held back a little longer, but another circumstance not yet hinted at had somewhat hastened her decision. Her humble preparations, therefore, were duly made, and the enterprise was now to be commenced. Nor was she entitled to complain of any remarkable singularity in her fate, for in the town of her nativity we might point to several little shops of a similar description, some of them in houses as ancient as that of the Seven Gables, and one or two, it may be, where a decayed gentlewoman stands behind the counter, as grim an image of family pride as Miss Hepzibah Pyncheon herself. It was overpoweringly ridiculous, we must honestly confess it, the deportment of the maiden lady, while setting her shop in order for the public eye. She stole on tiptoe to the window as cautiously as if she conceived some bloody-minded villain to be watching behind the elm tree with intent to take her life. Stretching out her long, lank arm, she put a paper of pearl buttons, a jew's harp, and whatever the small article might be, in its destined place, and straightway vanished back into the dusk, as if the world need never hope for another glimpse of her. It might have been fancied, indeed, that she expected to minister to the wants of the community unseen, like a disembodied divinity or enchantress holding forth her bargains to the reverential and awe-stricken purchaser in an invisible hand. But Hepzibah had no such flattering dream. She was well aware that she must ultimately come forward and stand revealed in her proper individuality, and like other sensitive persons, she could not bear to be observed in the gradual process, and chose rather to flash forth on the world's astonished gaze at once. The inevitable moment was not much longer to be delayed. The sunshine might now be seen stealing down the front of the opposite house, from the windows of which came a reflected gleam, struggling through the boughs of the elm tree, and enlightening the interior of the shop more distinctly than heretofore. The town appeared to be waking up. A baker's cart had already rattled through the street, chasing away the latest vestige of night's sanctity, with the jingle-jangle of its dissonant bells. A milkman was distributing the contents of his cans from door to door, and the harsh peal of a fisherman's conch shell was heard far off around the corner. None of these tokens escaped Hepzibah's notice. The moment had arrived. To delay longer would only be to lengthen out her misery. Nothing remained except to take down the bar from the shop door, leaving the entrance free. More than free, welcome, as if all were household friends to every passer-by whose eyes might be attracted by the commodities of the window. This last act Hepzibah now performed, letting the bar fall, with what smote upon her excited nerves as a most astounding clatter. Then, as if the only barrier betwixt herself and the world had been thrown down, and a flood of evil consequences would come tumbling through the gap, she fled into the inner parlor, threw herself into the ancestral elbow-chair, and wept. Our miserable old Hepzibah! It is a heavy annoyance to a writer who endeavors to represent nature, its various attitudes and circumstances, in a reasonably correct outline and true coloring, that so much of the mean and ludicrous should be hopelessly mixed up with the purest pathos which life anywhere supplies to him. What tragic dignity, for example, can be wrought into a scene like this? How can we elevate our history of retribution for the sin of long ago, when, as one of our most prominent figures, we are compelled to introduce, not as a young and lovely woman, nor even the stately remains of beauty, storm-shattered by affliction, but a gaunt, sallow, rusty-jointed maiden, in a long-waisted silk gown, and with the strange horror of a turban on her head. Her visage is not even ugly. It is redeemed from insignificance only by the contraction of her eyebrows into a near-sighted scowl. And finally, her great life trial seems to be that, after 60 years of idleness, she finds it convenient to earn comfortable bread by setting up a shop in a small way. Nevertheless, if we look through all the heroic fortunes of mankind, we shall find this same entanglement of something mean and trivial with whatever is noblest in joy or sorrow. Life is made up of marble and mud, and without all the deeper trust and a comprehensive sympathy above us, we might hence be led to suspect the insult of a sneer, as well as an immitigable frown, on the iron countenance of fate. What is called poetic insight is the gift of discerning, in this sphere of strangely mingled elements, the beauty and the majesty, which are compelled to assume a garb so sordid. End of section 4. Section 5 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. The Old Manse by Nathaniel Hawthorne. From Mosses from an Old Manse. Between two tall gate-posts of rough-hewn stone, the gate itself having fallen from its hinges at some unknown epoch, we beheld the gray front of the old parsonage terminating the vista of an avenue of black ash trees. It was now a 12-month since the funeral procession of the venerable clergyman, its last inhabitant, had turned from that gateway toward the village burying-ground. The wheel track leading to the door, as well as the whole breadth of the avenue, was almost overgrown with grass, affording dainty mouthfuls to 2 or 3 vagrant cows, and an old white horse who had his own living to pick up along the roadside. The glimmering shadows that lay half asleep between the door of the house and the public highway were a kind of spiritual medium, seen through which the edifice had not quite the aspect of belonging to the material world. Certainly it had little in common with those ordinary abodes, which stand so imminent upon the road that every passer-by can thrust his head, as it were, into the domestic circle. From these quiet windows the figures of passing travelers looked too remote and dim to disturb the sense of privacy. In its near retirement and accessible seclusion, it was the very spot for the residence of a clergyman, a man not estranged from human life, yet enveloped, in the midst of it, with a veil woven of intermingled gloom and brightness. It was worthy to have been one of the time-honored parsonages of England, in which through many generations a succession of holy occupants passed from youth to age, and bequeath each an inheritance of sanctity, to pervade the house and hover over it, as with an atmosphere. Nor in truth had the Old Manse ever been profaned by a lay occupant, until that memorable summer afternoon when I entered it as my house. A priest had built it, a priest had succeeded to it, other priestly men from time to time had dwelt in it, and children born in his chambers and grown up to assume the priestly character. It was awful to reflect how many sermons must have been written there. The latest inhabitant alone, he by whose translation to paradise the dwelling was left vacant, had penned nearly 3,000 discourses, besides the better if not the greater number that gushed living from his lips. How often, no doubt, had he paced to and fro along the avenue, attuning his meditations to the sighs and gentle murmurs and deep and solemn peals of the wind among the tops of the lofty trees. In that variety of natural utterances he could find something accordant with every passage of his sermon, were it of tenderness or reverential fear. The boughs over my head seemed shadowy with solemn thoughts, as well as with rustling leaves. I took shame to myself for having been so long a writer of idle stories, and ventured to hope that wisdom would descend upon me with the falling leaves of the avenue, and that I should light upon an intellectual treasure in the Old Manse, well worth those hoards of long-hidden gold which people seek for in moss-grown houses. Profound treatises of morality, a layman's unprofessional and therefore unprejudiced views of religion, histories such as Bancroft might have written had he taken up his abode here, as he once purposed, bright with picture, gleaming over a depth of philosophic thought. These were the works that might fitly have flowed from such a retirement. In the humblest event, I resolved at least to achieve a novel that should evolve some deep lesson, and should possess physical substance enough to stand alone. The study had 3 windows set with little old-fashioned panes of glass, each with a crack across it. The 2 of the western side looked, or rather peeped, between the willow branches down into the orchard, with glimpses of the river through the trees. The third, facing northward, commanded a broader view of the river at a spot where its hitherto obscure waters gleamed forth into the light of history. It was at this window that the clergyman who then dwelt in the manse stood watching the outbreak of a long and deadly struggle between 2 nations. He saw the irregular array of his parishioners on the farther side of the river and the glittering line of the British on the hither bank. He awaited in an agony of suspense the rattle of the musketry. It came, and there needed but a gentle wind to sweep the battle smoke around this quiet house. A youth in the service of the clergyman happened to be chopping wood that April morning at the back door of the manse, and when the noise of battle rang from side to side of the bridge, he hastened across the intervening field to see what might be going forward. It is rather strange, by the way, that this lad should have been so diligently at work when the whole population of town and country were startled out of their customary business by the advance of the British troops. Be that as it might, the tradition says that the lad had now left his task, and hurried to the battlefield with the axe still in his hand. The British had by this time retreated. The Americans were in pursuit, and the late scene of strife was thus deserted by both parties. 2 soldiers lay on the ground. One was a corpse. But as the young New Englander drew nigh, the other Briton raised himself painfully upon his hands and knees and gave a ghastly stare into his face. The boy, it must have been a nervous impulse without purpose, without thought, and betokening a sensitive and impressionable nature rather than a hardened one, the boy uplifted his axe and dealt the wounded soldier a fierce and fatal blow upon the head. I could wish that the grave might be opened, for I would fain know whether either of the skeleton soldiers has the mark of an axe on his skull. The story comes home to me like truth. Oftentimes, as an intellectual and moral exercise, I have sought to follow that poor youth through his subsequent career, and observe how his soul was tortured by the blood-stain, contracted as it had been, before the long custom of war had robbed human life of its sanctity, and while it still seemed murderous to slay a brother man. This one circumstance has borne more fruit for me than all that history tells us of the fight. When summer was dead and buried, the Old Manse became as lonely as a hermitage. Not that ever, in my time at least, it had been thronged with company. But at no rare intervals we welcomed some friend out of the dusty glare and tumult of the world, and rejoiced to share with him the transparent obscurity that was floating over us. In one respect our precincts were like the enchanted ground through which the pilgrim traveled on his way to the celestial city. The guests, each and all, felt a slumberous influence upon them. They fell asleep in chairs or took a more deliberate siesta on the sofa, and were seen stretched among the shadows of the orchard, looking up dreamily through the boughs. They could not have paid a more acceptable compliment to my abode, nor to my own qualities as a host. I held it as a proof that they left their cares behind them as they passed between the stone gate-posts at the entrance of our avenue, and that the so powerful opiate was the abundance of peace and quiet within and all around us. Others could give them pleasures and amusement or instruction. These could be picked up anywhere. But it was for me to give them rest in a life of trouble. What better could be done for those weary and world-worn spirits? For him whose career of perpetual action was impeded and harassed by the rarest of his powers and the richest of his acquirements. For another who had thrown his ardent heart from earliest youth into the strife of politics, and now, perchance, began to suspect that one lifetime is too brief for the accomplishment of any lofty aim. For her, on whose feminine nature had been imposed the heavy gift of intellectual power, such as a strong man might have staggered under, and with it the necessity to act upon the world. In a word, not to multiply instances, what better could be done for anybody who came within our magic circle than to throw the spell of a tranquil spirit over him? And when it had wrought its full effect, then we dismissed him with but misty reminiscences, as if he had been dreaming of us. These hobgoblins of flesh and blood were attracted thither by the wide-spreading influence of a great original thinker, who had his earthly abode at the opposite extremity of our village. His mind acted upon other minds of a certain constitution with wonderful magnetism, and drew many men upon long pilgrimages to speak with him face to face. Young visionaries to whom just so much of insight had been imparted as to make life all a labyrinth around them, came to seek the clue that could guide them out of their self-involved bewilderment. Gray-headed theorists, whose systems at first err and finally imprisoned them in an iron framework, traveled painfully to his door, not to ask deliverance, but to invite the free spirit into their own thraldom. People that had lighted on a new thought, or a thought they fancied new, came to Emerson, as the finder of a glistening gem hastens to a lapidary to ascertain its quality and value. Uncertain, troubled, earnest wanderers through the midnight of a moral world beheld its intellectual fire as a beacon burning on a hilltop, and climbing the difficult ascent, looked forth into the surrounding obscurity more hopefully than hitherto. The light revealed objects unseen before, mountains, gleaming lakes, glimpses of a creation among the chaos, but also, as was unavoidable, it attracted bats and owls and the whole host of night birds, who flapped their dusky wings against the gazer's eyes and sometimes were mistaken for fowls of angelic feather. Such delusions always hover nigh, whenever a beacon fire of truth is kindled. For myself, there have been epochs of my life when I, too, might have asked of this prophet the master word that should solve me the riddle of the universe. But now, being happy, I felt as if there were no question to be put, and therefore admired Emerson as a poet of deep beauty and austere tenderness, but sought nothing from him as a philosopher. It was good, nevertheless, to meet him in the wood paths, or sometimes in our avenue, with that pure intellectual gleam diffused about his presence, like the garment of a shining one. And he so quiet, so simple, so without pretension, encountering each man alike, as if expecting to receive more than he could impart. And in truth, the heart of many an ordinary man had, perchance, inscriptions which he could not read. But it was impossible to dwell in his vicinity without inhaling more or less the mountain atmosphere of his lofty thought, which in the brains of some people wrought a singular giddiness, new truth being as heady as new wine. Never was a poor little country village infested with such a variety of queer, strangely dressed, oddly behaved mortals, most of whom took upon themselves to be important agents of the world's destiny, yet were simply bores of a very intense water. Such, I imagine, is the invariable character of persons who crowd so closely about an original thinker as to draw in his unuttered breath, and thus to become imbued with a false originality. The triteness of novelty is enough to make any man of common sense blaspheme at all ideas of less than a century's standing, and pray that the world may be petrified and rendered immovable in precisely the worst moral and physical state that it ever yet arrived at, rather than be benefited by such schemes of such philosophers. Glancing back over what I have written, it seems but the scattered reminiscences of a single summer. In fairyland there is no measurement of time, and in a spot so sheltered from the turmoil of life's ocean, 3 years hasten away with a noiseless flight, as the breezy sunshine chases the cloud shadows across the depths of a still valley. Now came hints, growing more and more distinct, that the owner of the old house was pining for his native air. Carpenters next appeared, making a tremendous racket among the outbuildings, strewing the green grass with pine shavings and chips of chestnut joists, and vexing the whole antiquity of the place with their discordant renovations. Soon, moreover, they divested our abode of the veil of woodbine which had crept over a large portion of its southern face. All the aged mosses were cleared unsparingly away, and there were horrible whispers about brushing up the external walls with a coat of paint. A purpose as little to my taste as might be that of rouging the venerable cheeks of one's grandmother, but the hand that renovates is always more sacrilegious than that which destroys. In fine, we gathered up our household goods, drank a farewell cup of tea in our pleasant little breakfast room, delicately fragrant tea, an unpurchasable luxury, one of the many angel gifts that had fallen like dew upon us, and passed forth between the tall stone gateposts, as uncertain as the wondering Arabs, where our tent might next be pitched. Providence took me by the hand, and, an oddity of dispensation which I trust there is no irreverence in smiling at, has led me, as the newspapers announce, while I am writing from the Old Manse, into a custom-house. As a storyteller, I have often contrived strange vicissitudes for my imaginary personages, but none like this. End of section 5. Section 6 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. The Faun's Transformation by Nathaniel Hawthorne. From The Marble Faun. The door of the courtyard swung slowly and closed itself of its own accord. Miriam and Donatello were now alone there. She clasped her hands and looked wildly at the young man, whose form seemed to have dilated, and whose eyes blazed with the fierce energy that had suddenly inspired him. It had kindled him into a man. It had developed within him an intelligence which was no native characteristic of the Donatello whom we have heretofore known, but that simple and joyous creature was gone forever. "What have you done?" said Miriam in a horror-stricken whisper. The glow of rage was still lurid on Donatello's face, and now flashed out again from his eyes. "I did what ought to be done to a traitor," he replied. "I did what your eyes bade me do, when I asked them with mine, as I held the wretch over the precipice." These last words struck Miriam like a bullet. Could it be so? Had her eyes provoked or assented to this deed? She had not known it, but alas, looking back into the frenzy and turmoil of the scene just acted, she could not deny, she was not sure whether it might be so or no, that a wild joy had flamed up in her heart when she beheld her persecutor in his mortal peril. Was it horror or ecstasy, or both in one? Be the emotion what it might, it had blazed up more madly when Donatello flung his victim off the cliff, and more while his shriek went quivering downward. With the dead thump upon the stones below had come an unutterable horror. "And my eyes bade you do it," repeated she. They both leaned over the parapet and gazed downward as earnestly, as if some inestimable treasure had fallen over and were yet recoverable. On the pavement below was a dark mass lying in a heap, with little or nothing human in its appearance, except that the hands were stretched out, as if they might have clutched for a moment at the small square stones. But there was no motion in them now. Miriam watched the heap of mortality, while she could count 100, which she took pains to do. No stir, not a finger moved. "You have killed him, Donatello. He is quite dead," said she. "Stone dead. Would I were so too." "Did you not mean that he should die?" sternly asked Donatello, still in the glow of that intelligence which passion had developed in him. There was short time to weigh the matter, but he had his trial in that breath or two while I held him over the cliff, and his sentence in that one glance when your eyes responded to mine. Say that I have slain him against your will. Say that he died without your whole consent, and in another breath you shall see me lying beside him." "Oh, never!" cried Miriam. "My one own friend! Never, never, never!" She turned to him, the guilty, blood-stained, lonely woman. She turned to her fellow criminal, the youth so lately innocent, whom she had drawn into her doom. She pressed him close to her bosom, with a clinging embrace that brought their two hearts together, till the horror and agony of each was combined into one emotion, and that a kind of rapture. "Yes, Donatello, you speak the truth," said she. "My heart consented to what you did. We too slew yonder wretch. The deed knots us together for time and eternity like the coil of a serpent." They threw one other glance at the heap of death below to assure themselves that it was there, So like a dream was the whole thing. Then they turned from that fatal precipice and came out of the courtyard, arm in arm, heart in heart. Instinctively they were heedful not to sever themselves so much as a pace or two from one another, for fear of the terror and deadly chill that would thenceforth wait for them in solitude. Their deed, the crime which Donatello wrought, and Miriam accepted on the instant, had wreathed itself, as she said, like a serpent in inextricable links, about both their souls, and drew them into one by its terrible contractile power. It was closer than a marriage bond. So intimate in those first moments was the union, that it seemed as if their new sympathy annihilated all other ties, and that they were released from the chain of humanity. A new sphere, a special law, had been created for them alone. The world could not come near them. They were safe. When they reached the flight of stairs leading downward from the Capitol, there was a far-off noise of singing and laughter. Swift indeed had been the rush of the crisis that was come and gone. This was still the merriment of the party that had so recently been their companions. They recognized the voices which, a little while ago, had accorded and sung in cadence with their own. But they were familiar voices no more. They sounded strangely, and as it were out of the depths of space. So remote was all that pertained to the past life of these guilty ones, in the moral seclusion that had suddenly extended itself around them. But how close and ever closer did the breadth of the immeasurable waste that lay between them and all brotherhood or sisterhood now press them one within the other. "O friend," cried Miriam, so putting her soul into the word that it took a heavy richness of meaning and seemed never to have been spoken before. "O friend, are you conscious, as I am, of this companionship that knits our heartstrings together?" "I feel it, Miriam," said Donatello. "We draw one breath, we live one life." "Only yesterday," continued Miriam, "nay, only a short half-hour ago, I shivered in an icy solitude. No friendship, no sisterhood, could come near enough to keep the warmth within my heart. In an instant all is changed. There can be no more loneliness." "None, Miriam," said Donatello. "None, my beautiful one," responded Miriam, gazing in his face, which had taken a higher, almost an heroic aspect from the strength of passion. "None, my innocent one. Surely it is no crime that we have committed. One wretched and worthless life has been sacrificed to cement two other lives for evermore." "For evermore, Miriam," said Donatello, "cemented with his blood." The young man started at the word which he had himself spoken. It may be that it brought home to the simplicity of his imagination what he had not before dreamed of, the ever-increasing loathsomeness of a union that consists in guilt, cemented with blood, which would corrupt and grow more noisome for ever and for ever, but bind them none the less strictly for that. "Forget it. Cast it all behind you," said Miriam, detecting by her sympathy the pang that was in his heart. "The deed has done its office, and has no existence any more." They flung the past behind them, as she counseled, or else distilled from it a fiery intoxication which sufficed to carry them triumphantly through those first moments of their doom. For guilt has its moment of rapture, too. The foremost result of a broken law is ever an ecstatic sense of freedom. And thus there exhaled upward, out of their dark sympathy, at the base of which lay a human corpse, a bliss or an insanity, which the unhappy pair imagined to be well worth the sleepy innocence that was forever lost to them. As their spirits rose to the solemn madness of the occasion, they went onward, not stealthily, not fearfully, but with a stately gait and aspect. Passion lent them, as it does to meaner shapes, its brief nobility of carriage. They strode through the streets of Rome, as if they too were among the majestic and guilty shadows that from ages long gone by have haunted the blood-stained city, and at Miriam's suggestion they turned aside, for the sake of treading loftily past the old site of Pompey's Forum. "For there was a great deed done here," she said, "a deed of blood like ours. Who knows but we may meet the high and ever sad fraternity of Caesar's murderers, and exchange a salutation." "Are they our brethren now?" asked Donatello. "Yes, all of them," said Miriam, "and many another whom the world little dreams of, has been made our brother or our sister by what we have done within this hour." And at that thought she shivered. Where then was the seclusion, the remoteness, the strange, lonesome paradise, into which she and her one companion had been transported by their crime? Was there indeed no such refuge, but only a crowded thoroughfare and jostling throng of criminals? And was it true that, whatever hand had a blood stain on it, or had poured out poison, or strangled a babe at its birth, or clutched a grandsire's throat, he sleeping, and robbed him of his last few breaths, had now the right to offer itself in fellowship with their two hands? Too certainly that right existed. It is a terrible thought, that an individual wrongdoing melts into the great mass of human crime, and makes us, who dreamed only of our own little separate sin, makes us guilty of the whole. And thus Miriam and her lover were not an insulated pair, but members of an innumerable confraternity of guilty ones, all shuddering at each other. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Lincoln's Death and Fame, From Abraham Lincoln, A History, by John Hay. 1838 to unknown. Born in 1838 at Salem, Indiana, of Scotch ancestry, John Hay passed his early years, as does the average intelligent Western boy. When only 20, he was graduated from Brown University, where his work in English composition was thought to indicate literary ability. Studying law at Springfield, Illinois, he began practice there in 1861, but soon after accompanied President Lincoln to Washington as his assistant secretary, and acting as adjutant and aide also, grew into close intimacy with the statesman, whose biographer he became. Like most ardent young men of his time, he entered the Army, attaining the brevet rank of colonel and assistant adjutant general. His large opportunities for meeting men, his gift for making friends, and his tactful good sense especially qualified him for his later diplomatic career. Soon after the war, Colonel Hay went as Secretary of Legation to Paris, where his careful study of French political conditions appears in several of his poems, among them Sunrise in the Place de la Concorde, The Sphinx of the Tuileries, and A Triumph of Order. Sent afterwards to Vienna, he was presently transferred to Madrid as Chargé d'Affaires. Castilian Days reflects in delightful colors the pleasure he found in the history, the romance, and the beauty of Spain, a pleasure which shows an odd background of American practicality, and a democratic conviction that kings and nobles are as fallible as other men. He greatly admired Castellar, whose acquaintance he made, and translated for American readers his treatise upon the Republican movement in Europe. Returning to New York in 1871, Hay joined the staff of the New York Tribune. Pike County Ballads, his second publication, issued in 1871, celebrated in Western dialect the heroism of drinking pilots, swearing engineers, and godless settlers, and caught the fancy of the public by means of its vivid local color and dramatic quality. Some years later, these verses were republished in the same volume with his miscellaneous poems, his Wanderlieder, and his translations. His most important work is the comprehensive history of the life and times of Abraham Lincoln, written in collaboration with John George Nicolay, the great president's private secretary. Appearing first in the Century magazine, this was published in 10 large volumes which offer a careful historical survey of the whole period of the Civil War and of the conditions which made it inevitable. Thoroughly understanding the character and motives of Lincoln, and himself a spectator and an actor in the great drama he describes, Colonel Hay's pages are vividly written and often touched with personal emotion, valuable as this history may prove, however, to the serious reader. In Castilian Days lies the true obligation of the lover of literature to Colonel Hay. When it appeared, the general voice of criticism pronounced it the best book on Spain in the English language. wide knowledge of the great monarchy of the past, full sympathy with the new republic of the hour, the point of view of the man of letters, the poet, the curious student of social life, and the observer of politics rather than the politician. These the Western critic brought to the occasion. He saw everything. He weighed and measured customs, institutions, and men, and he wrote down his descriptions and conclusions in a style whose brilliancy would have degenerated into hardness had it not been saved by good-natured humor and a temper of unusual moderation. And if the Republican which the sound Republican so hopefully believed is long since swept away, his book remains no less faithful in interpretation of the Spanish character and no less possible a forecast of the future of the Spanish people. Lincoln's Death and Fame, from Abraham Lincoln, A History, copyright 1886 and 1890, by John G. Nicolay and John Hay, and reprinted by permission of Mr. Hay and the Century Company, publishes New York. In fact, it was among the common people of the entire civilized world that the most genuine and spontaneous manifestations of sorrow and appreciation were produced, and to this fact we attribute the sudden and solid foundation of Lincoln's fame. It requires years, perhaps centuries, to build the structure of a reputation, which rests upon the opinion of those distinguished for learning or intelligence. The progress of opinion from the few to the many is slow and painful, but in the case of Lincoln, the many imposed their opinion all at once. He was canonized as he lay on his bier by the irresistible decree of countless millions. The greater part of the aristocracy of England thought little of him, but the burst of grief from the English people silenced in an instant every discordant voice. It would have been as imprudent to speak slightingly of him in London as it was in New York. Especially among the dissenters was honor and reverence shown to his name. The humbler people instinctively felt that their order had lost its wisest champion. Not only among those of Saxon blood was this outburst of emotion seen. In France, a national manifestation took place, which the government disliked but did not think it wise to suppress. The students of Paris marched in a body to the American legation to express their sympathy. A 2-cent subscription was started to strike a massive gold medal. The money was soon raised, but the committee was forced to have the work done in Switzerland. A committee of French liberals brought the medal to the American minister to be sent to Mrs. Lincoln. "Tell her," said Eugenie Pelletan, "the heart of France is in that little box." The inscription had a double sense. While honoring the dead Republican, it struck at the empire. Lincoln, the honest man, abolished slavery, reestablished the Union, saved the Republic without veiling the Statue of Liberty. Everywhere on the continent, the same swift apotheosis of the people's hero was seen. An Austrian deputy said to the writer, "Among my people his memory has already assumed superhuman proportions. He has become a myth, a type of ideal democracy." Almost before the earth closed over him, he began to be the subject of fable. The Freemasons of Europe generally regard him as one of them. His portrait in Masonic garb is often displayed. Yet he was not one of that brotherhood. The spiritualists claim him as their most illustrious adept, but he was not a spiritualist. And there is hardly a sect in the Western world, from the Calvinist to the atheist, that affects to believe he was of their opinion. A collection of the expressions of sympathy and condolence which came to Washington from foreign governments, associations, and public bodies of all sorts was made by the State Department and afterwards published by order of Congress. It forms a large quarto of 1,000 pages and embraces the utterances of grief and regret from every country under the sun, in almost every language spoken by man. But admired and venerated as he was in Europe, he was best understood and appreciated at home. It is not to be denied that in his case, as in that of all heroic personages who occupy a great place in history, a certain element of legend mingles with his righteous fame. He was a man, in fact, especially liable to legend. We have been told by farmers in central Illinois that the brown thrush did not sing for a year after he died. He was gentle and merciful, and therefore he seems in a certain class of annals to have passed all his time in soothing misfortune and pardoning crime. He had more than his share of the shrewd native humor, and therefore the loose jest books of 2 centuries have been ransacked for anecdotes to be attributed to him. He was a great and powerful lover of mankind, especially of those not favored by fortune. One night he had a dream, which he repeated the next morning to the writer of these lines, which quaintly illustrates his unpretending and kindly democracy. He was in some great assembly. The people made a lane to let him pass. "He is a common-looking fellow," someone said. Lincoln in his dream turned to his critic and replied in his Quaker phrase, "Friend, the Lord prefers common-looking people. That is why he made so many of them. He that abases himself shall be exalted," because Lincoln kept himself in such constant sympathy with the common people, whom he respected too highly to flatter or mislead. He was rewarded by a reverence and a love hardly ever given to a human being. Among the humble working people of the South, whom he had made free, this veneration and affection easily passed into the supernatural. At a religious meeting among the Negroes of the Sea Islands, a young man expressed the wish that he might see Lincoln. A gray-headed Negro rebuked the rash aspiration. "No man see Lincoln. Lincoln walk as Jesus walk. No man see Lincoln." But leaving aside these fables, which are a natural enough expression of a popular awe and love, it seems to us that no more just estimate of Lincoln's relation to his time has ever been made, nor perhaps ever will be, than that uttered by one of the wisest and most American of thinkers, Ralph Waldo Emerson, a few days after the assassination. We cannot forbear quoting a few words of this remarkable discourse, which shows how Lincoln seemed to the greatest of his contemporaries. A plain man of the people, an extraordinary fortune attended him. Lord Bacon says, "Manifest virtues procure reputation, occult ones fortune." His occupying the chair of state was a triumph of the good sense of mankind and of the public conscience. He grew according to the need. His mind mastered the problem of the day, and as the problem grew, so did his comprehension of it. Rarely was a man so fitted to the event. It cannot be said that there is any exaggeration of his worth. If ever a man was fairly tested, he was. There was no lack of resistance, nor of slander, nor of ridicule. Then what an occasion was the whirlwind of the war! Here was no place for holiday magistrate, no fair weather sailor. The new pilot was hurried to the helm in a tornado. In 4 years of battle days, his endurance, his fertility of resources, his magnanimity, were sorely tried and never found wanting. There, by his courage, his justice, his even temper, his fertile counsel, his humanity, he stood a heroic figure in the center of a heroic epic. He is the true history of the American people in his time, the true representative of this continent, father of his country, the pulse of 20 millions throbbing in his heart, the thought of their minds articulated by his tongue. The quick instinct by which the world recognized him even at the moment of his death as one of its greatest men was not deceived. It has been confirmed by the sober thought of a quarter of a century. The writers of each nation compare him with their first popular hero. The French find points of resemblance in him to Henry IV. The Dutch liken him to William of Orange. The cruel stroke of murder and treason, by which all three perished in the height of their power, naturally suggests the comparison, which is strangely justified in both cases, though the two princes were so widely different in character. Lincoln had the wit, the bonhomie, the keen practical insight into affairs of the Baronese, and the tyrannous moral sense, the wide comprehension, the heroic patience of the Dutch patriot, whose motto might have served equally well for the American president, Salus tranquillus in unus. European historians speak of him in words reserved for the most illustrious names. Merle d'Auvergne says, "The name of Lincoln will remain one of the greatest that history has to inscribe on its annals." Henri Martin predicts nothing less than a universal apotheosis. This man will stand out in the traditions of his country and the world as an incarnation of the people and of modern democracy itself. Emilio Castelar, in an oration against slavery in the Spanish Cortes, called him humblest of the humble before his conscience, greatest of the great before history. In this country, where millions still live who were his contemporaries, and thousands who knew him personally, where the envies and jealousies which dog the footsteps of success still linger in the hearts of a few, where journals still exist that loaded his name for 4 years with daily calumny, and writers of memoirs vainly tried to make themselves important by belittling him, his fame has become as universal as the air, as deeply rooted as the hills. The faint discords are not heard in the wide chorus that hails him second to none and equaled by Washington alone. The eulogies of him form a special literature. Preachers, poets, soldiers, and statesmen employ the same phrases of unconditional love and reverence. Men speaking with the authority of fame use unqualified superlatives. Lowell, in An Immortal Ode, calls him new birth of our new soil, the first American. General Sherman says, "Of all the men I ever met, he seemed to possess more of the elements of greatness, combined with goodness, than any other." General Grant, after having met the rulers of almost every civilized country on earth, said Lincoln impressed him as the greatest intellectual force with which he had ever come in contact. He is spoken of with scarcely less of enthusiasm by the more generous and liberal spirits among those who revolted against his election and were vanquished by his power. General Longstreet calls him the greatest man of rebellion times, the one matchless among 40 millions for the peculiar difficulties of the period. An eminent Southern orator, referring to our mixed Northern and Southern ancestry, says, "From the union of those colonists, from the straightening of their purposes and the crossing of their blood, slowly perfecting through a century, came he who stands as the first typical American, the first who comprehended within himself all the strength and gentleness, all the majesty and grace of this republic, Abraham Lincoln." It is not difficult to perceive the basis of this sudden and worldwide fame, nor rash to predict its indefinite duration. There are two classes of men whose names are more enduring than any monument: the great writers and the men of great achievement, the founders of states, the conquerors. Lincoln has the singular fortune to belong to both these categories. Upon these broad and stable foundations, his renown is securely built. Nothing would have more amazed him while he lived than to hear himself called a man of letters. But this age has produced few greater writers. We are only recording here the judgment of his peers. Emerson ranks him with Aesop and Pilpay in his lighter moods and says, "The weight and penetration of many passages in his letters, messages, and speeches, hidden now by the very closeness of their application to the moment, are destined to a wide fame." What pregnant definitions, what unerring common sense, what foresight, and on great occasions what lofty, and more than national, what human tone. His brief speech at Gettysburg will not easily be surpassed by words on any recorded occasion. His style extorted the high praise of French academicians. Martel Lambert recommended it as a model for the imitation of princes. Many of his phrases form part of the common speech of mankind. It is true that in his writings, the range of subjects is not great. He is concerned chiefly with the political problems of the time and the moral considerations involved in them. But the range of treatment is remarkably wide. It runs from the wit, the gay humor, the florid eloquence of his stump speeches, to the marvelous sententiousness and brevity of the letter to Greeley and the address of Gettysburg, and the sustained and lofty grandeur of the second inaugural. The more his writings are studied in connection with the important transactions of his age, the higher will his reputation stand in the opinion of the lettered class. But the men of study and research are never numerous, and it is principally as a man of action that the world at large will regard him. It is the story of his subjective life that will forever touch and hold the heart of mankind. His birthright was privation and ignorance, not peculiar to his family, but the universal environment of his place and time. He burst through those enchaining conditions by the force of native genius and will. Vice had no temptation for him. His course was as naturally upward as the skylark's. He won, against all conceivable obstacles, a high place in an exacting profession and an honorable position in public and private life. He became the foremost representative of a party, founded on an uprising of the national conscience against a secular wrong, and thus came to the awful responsibilities of power in a time of terror and gloom. He met them with incomparable strength and virtue, caring for nothing but the public good, free from envy or jealous fears. He surrounded himself with the leading men of his party, his most formidable rivals in public esteem, and through 4 years of stupendous difficulties, he was head and shoulders above them all in the vital qualities of wisdom, foresight, knowledge of men, and thorough comprehension of measures. Personally opposed, as the radicals claim, by more than half of his own party in Congress, and bitterly denounced and maligned by his open adversaries, he yet bore himself with such extraordinary discretion and skill that he obtained for the government all the legislation it required, and so impressed himself upon the national mind that without personal effort or solicitation, he became the only possible candidate of his party for re-election, and was chosen by an almost unanimous vote of the electoral colleges. His qualities would have rendered his administration illustrious even in time of peace, but when we consider that in addition to the ordinary work of the executive office, he was forced to assume the duties of commander-in-chief of the national forces engaged in the most complex and difficult war of modern times, the greatness of spirit as well as the intellectual strength he evinced in that capacity is nothing short of prodigious. Aftertimes will wonder, not at the few and unimportant mistakes he may have committed, but at the intuitive knowledge of his business that he displayed. We would not presume to express a personal opinion in this matter. We use the testimony only of the most authoritative names. General W. T. Sherman has repeatedly expressed the admiration and surprise with which he has read Mr. Lincoln's correspondence with his generals, and his opinion of the remarkable correctness of his military views. General W. F. Smith says, "I have long held to the opinion that at the close of the war, Mr. Lincoln was the superior of his generals in his comprehension of the effective strategic movements and the proper method of following up victories to their legitimate conclusions." General J. H. Wilson holds the same opinion, and Colonel Robert N. Scott, in whose lamented death the Army lost one of its most vigorous and best trained intellects, frequently called Mr. Lincoln the ablest strategist of the war. To these qualifications of high literary excellence and easy practical mastery of affairs of transcendent importance, we must add, as an explanation of his immediate and worldwide fame, his possession of certain moral qualities rarely combined in such high degree in one individual. His heart was so tender that he would dismount from his horse in a forest to replace in their nest young birds which had fallen by the roadside. He could not sleep at night if he knew that a soldier boy was under sentence of death. He could not, even at the bidding of duty or policy, refuse the prayer of age or helplessness in distress. Children instinctively loved him. They never found his rugged features ugly. His sympathies were quick and seemingly unlimited. He was absolutely without prejudice of class or condition. Frederick Douglass says he was the only man of distinction he ever met who never reminded him, by word or manner, of his color. He was as just and generous to the rich and well-born as to the poor and humble, a thing rare among politicians. He was tolerant even of evil, though no man can ever have lived with the loftiest scorn of meanness and selfishness. He yet recognized their existence and counted with them. He said one day with a flash of cynical wisdom, worthy of a La Rochefoucauld, that honest statesmanship was the employment of individual meanness for the public good. He never asked perfection of anyone. He did not even insist for others upon the high standards he set up for himself. At a time before the word was invented, he was the first of opportunists. With the fire of a reformer and a martyr in his heart, he yet proceeded by the ways of cautious and practical statecraft. He always worked with things as they were, while never relinquishing the desire and effort to make them better. To a hope which saw the delectable mountains of absolute justice and peace in the future, to a faith that God in his own time would give to all men the things convenient to them, he added a charity which embraced in its deep bosom all the good and the bad, all the virtues and infirmities of men, and a patience like that of nature, which, in its vast and fruitful activity, knows neither haste nor rest. A character like this is among the precious heirlooms of the Republic, and by a special good fortune, every part of the country has an equal claim and pride in it. Lincoln's blood came from the veins of New England emigrants, of Middle State Quakers, of Virginia planters, of Kentucky pioneers. He himself was one of the men who grew up with the earliest growth of the Great West. Every jewel of his mind or his conduct sheds radiance on each portion of the nation. The marvelous symmetry and balance of his intellect and character may have owed something to this varied environment of his race, and they may fitly typify the variety and solidity of the Republic. It may not be unreasonable to hope that his name and his renown may be forever a bond of union to the country which he loved with an affection so impartial and served in life and in death with such entire devotion. End of section 7. Section 8 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Selected Poems by John Hay. These poems are copyrighted and are reprinted here by permission of Mr. Hay. When Phyllis Laughs. When Phyllis laughs in sweet surprise, my heart asks if my dazzling eyes, or if my ears take more delight in luscious sound or beauty bright. When Phyllis laughs. In crinkled eyelids hid love lies, in the soft curving lips I prize. Promise of raptures infinite, when Phyllis laughs. Far to the Orient fancy flies. I see beneath the Dalian skies, clad only in the golden light, common perfection's peerless might. The laughter-loving Venus rise, when Phyllis laughs. Night in Venice. Love, in this summer night, do you recall? Midnight in Venice and those skies of June, thick sown with stars, when filmed the still lagoon, we glided noiseless through the dim canal. A sense of some belated festival hung round us, and our hearts beat in tune. We passionate memories that the young moon lit up on dome and tower and palace wall. We dreamed where ghosts of vanished loves made part of that sweet light and trembling amorous air. I felt in those rich beams that kissed your hair, those breezes warm with bygone lovers' sighs, all the dead beauty of Venice in your eyes, all the old loves of Venice in my heart. These poems are copyrighted and are reprinted here by permission of Mr. Hay and of Houghton, Mifflin and Company, publishers, Boston. A Woman's Love. A sentinel angel sitting high in glory heard this shrill wail ring out from purgatory. Have mercy, mighty angel, hear my story. I loved, and blind with passionate love I fell. Love brought me down to earth and death to hell. For God is just, and death for sin is well. I do not rage against his high decree, nor for myself to ask that grace shall be, but for my love on earth who mourns for me. Great Spirit, let me see my love again, and comfort him 1 hour, and I were fain to pay 1,000 years of fire and pain. Then said the pitying angel, nay, repent, that wild vow, look the dial fingers bent, down to the last hour of my punishment. But still she wailed, I pray thee let me go, I cannot rise to peace and leave him so. Oh, let me soothe him in his bitter woe. The brazen gates ground sullenly ajar, and upward, joyous like a rising star, she rose and vanished in the ether far. But soon adown the dying sunset sailing, and like a wounded bird her pinions trailing, she fluttered back with broken-hearted wailing. She sobbed, I found him by the summer sea, reclined his head upon a maiden's knee. She curled his hair and kissed him, woe is me. She wept, now let my punishment begin. I have been fond and foolish, let me in, to expiate my sorrow and my sin. The angel answered, nay, sad soul, go higher. To be deceived in your true heart's desire was bitterer than 1,000 years of fire. Jim Bludso of the Prairie Belle. Well, no, I can't tell where he lives, because he don't live, you see. Leastways, he's got out of the habit of living like you and me. Where have you been for the last 3 year that you haven't heard folk tell how Jimmy Bludso passed in his checks the night of the Prairie Belle? He weren't no saint. Them engineers is all pretty much alike. One wife in Natchez under the hill, and another one here in Pike. A careless man in his talk was Jim, and an awkward hand in a row, but he never funked and he never lied. I reckon he never knowed how. And this was all the religion he had, to treat his engine well, never be passed on the river, to mind the pilot's bell, and if ever the Prairie Belle took fire, 1,000 times he swore he'd hold her nozzle agin the bank, till the last soul got ashore. All boats has their day on the Mississippi, and her day come at last. The Movastar was a better boat, but the Belle she wouldn't be passed, and so she come tearing along that night, the oldest craft on the line, with a nigger squat on her safety valve, and her furnace crammed, rosin and pine. The fire bust out as she cleared the bar, and burnt a hole in the night, and quick as a flash she turned and made for the Willer Bank on the right. There was running and cursing, but Jim yelled out, over all the infernal roar, I'll hold her nozzle agin the bank till the last galoot's ashore. Through the hot black breath of the burning boat, Jim Bludso's voice was heard, and they all had trust in his cussedness, and knowed he would keep his word. And sure you're born they all got off afore the smokestacks fell, and Bludso's ghost went up alone in the smoke of the Prairie Belle. He weren't no saint, but at judgment I'd run my chance with Jim, 'longside of some pious gentleman that wouldn't shook hands with him. He seen his duty a dead sure thing, and went for it thar and then, and Christ ain't a-goin' to be too hard on a man that died for men. End of section 8. Section 9 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Selected Poems by Paul Hamilton Hayne, 1830 to 1886. Revolutionary ancestry, and the only son of an officer in the United States Naval Service, Paul Hamilton Hayne was born in Charleston, South Carolina, January 1st, 1830. Few American poets have grown up with outward circumstances more kindly toward a literary career and its practical risks. A name of high local distinction, wealth, and associations with men of letters were part of Hayne's environment from the beginning. The literary gatherings in the Hayne household, in which William Gilmore Simms, John C. Calhoun, and Hugh S. Laguerre were prominent, drew all Charleston's intellectual life at the time to a common center. Hayne was a graduate in 1850 of the college of his native city. For a time he studied law. With the outbreak of the Civil War he took service and was on the staff of General Pickens. Broken health induced him unwillingly to resign. With the bombardment of Charleston and the advance of the Federal Army, he suffered severe losses. His costly house, his library, and pretty much all his belongings were swept away by fire or pillage. A ruined man pecuniarily, he betook himself to the Pine Barrens of Georgia. There he built himself a cottage at Copp's Hill. There he gardened, wrote verses, kept up his correspondence with the outer world, corrected his proofs, and it is said was perfectly happy during more than 15 years until his death in 1886. He was much of an invalid by constitution, and with his frail vitality, his accomplishing so much is a striking example of the will to live and to do what we wish to do. Mr. Hayne's early literary work was connected with the Southern Literary Messenger, to which so many of the South's poets were contributors at one time or another. Later he became editor of the Charleston Literary Gazette and held a post on the Charleston Evening News. In 1872 appeared his Legends and Lyrics, one collection of his poems. In 1873 his edition of the literary remains of his friend Tim Rod, with a sympathetic biography. In 1875 he published The Mountain of the Lovers, like The Wife of Burton, one of his long poems, and in later succession we have other titles, with his poems in a complete edition in 1882. Mr. Hayne's verse largely reflects aspects of nature in the southern United States. There is a strong influence of Wordsworth in much of his writing, and other descriptive poetry, and in that of a reflective or dramatic spirit, he won a measurable success, occasionally coming into obvious poetical touch with Robert Browning. His sonnets are a large element of his writing, a species of verse in which he delighted, his meditative humor finding it over and over again a vehicle at once suitable and congenial. All the citations following are from the poems of Paul Hamilton Hayne, copyright 1882 by D. Lothrop and Company, and are reprinted here by permission of the family of Mr. Hayne and of the publishers. Ode to Sleep. Beyond the sunset and the amber sea, to the lone depths of ether, cold and bare, thy influence, soul of all tranquility, hallows the earth and awes the reverent air. Yon laughing rivulet quells its silvery tune. The pines, like priestly watchers tall and grim, stand mute against the pensive twilight dim, breathless to hail the advent of the moon. From the white beach the ocean falls away, coyly and with a thrill. The seabirds dart, ghost-like from out of the distance, and depart, with a grey fleetness, moaning the dead day. The wings of silence, overfolding space, droop with dusk grandeur from the heavenly steep, and through the stillness gleams thy starry face, serenest angel, sleep. Come, woo me here, amid these flowery charms. Breathe on my eyelids, press thy odorous lips close to mine own, and wreathe me in thy arms, and cloud my spirit with thy sweet eclipse. No dreams, no dreams, keep back the motley throng, for such are girded round with ghastly might, and sing low burdens of despondent song, decked in the mockery of a lost delight. I ask oblivion's balsam, the mute peace, toned to still breathings and the gentlest sighs. Not music woven of rarest harmonies could yield me such elysium of release. The tones of earth a weariness, not only mid the loud mart and in the walks of trade, but where the mountain genius broodeth lonely, in the cool pulsing of the sylvan shade. Then bear me far into thy noiseless land, surround me with thy silence, deep on deep, until serene I stand, close by a duskier country and more grand, mysterious solitude than thine, O sleep. As he whose veins of feverish frenzy burns, whose lifeblood withers in the fiery drought, feebly and with a languid longing turns to the spring breezes gathering from the south. So, feebly and with languid longing, I turn to thy wished nepenthe, and implore the golden dimness, the purpureal gloom, which haunt thy poppied realm, and make the shore of thy dominion balmy with all bloom. In the clear gulfs of thy serene profound, worn passions sink to quiet sorrow's pause, suddenly fainting to still breathed rest. Thou own'st a magical atmosphere, which awes the memory seething in the turbulent breast, which, ruffling up the sharpness of all sound of mortal lamentation, solely bears the silvery minor toning of our woe, all mellowed to harmonious underflow. Soft as the sad farewells of dying years, lulling as sunset showers that veiled the west, and sweet as love's last tears, when overwhelming hearts do mutely weep. O griefs, O wailings, your tempestuous madness, merged in a regal quietude of sadness, wins a strange glory by the streams of sleep. Then woo me here, amid these flowery charms, breathe on my eyelids, press thy odorous lips close to my own, and fold me in thine arms, and cloud my spirit with thy sweet eclipse. And while from waning depth to depth I fall, down lapsing to the utmost depths of all, till wan forgetfulness obscurely stealing creeps like an incantation on the soul, and o'er the slow ebb of my conscious life dies the thin flush of the last conscious feeling, and like abortive thunder the dull roll of sudden passions ebbs far, far away. O angel, loose the cords which cling to strife, sever the gossamer bondage of my breath, and let me pass, gently as winds in May, from the dim realm which owns thy shadowy sway, to thy diviner sleep, O sacred death. Aspects of the pines. Tall, sombre, grim against the morning sky, they rise, scarce touched by melancholy airs, which stir the fadeless foliage dreamfully, as if from realms of mystical despairs. Tall, sombre, grim, they stand with dusky gleams, brightening to gold within the woodland's core, beneath the gracious noontide's tranquil beams, but the weird winds of morning sigh no more. A stillness strange, divine, ineffable, broods round and o'er them in the wind's surcease, and on each tinted copse and shimmering dell rests the mute rapture of deep-hearted peace. Last, sunset comes, the solemn joy and might, born from the west when cloudless day declines. Lo, flute-like breezes sweep the waves of light, and lifting dark green tresses of the pines, till every lock is luminous, gently float, fraught with hail odors of the heavens afar, to faint one twilight on her virginal throat wears for a gem the tremulous vesper star. Poverty. Once I beheld thee, a lithe mountain maid, embrowned by wholesome toils in lusty air, whose clear blood, nurtured by strong primitive cheer, through Amazonian veins flowed unafraid. Broad-breasted, pearly-teethed, thy pure breath strayed, sweet as deep-uttered kinds curled in the rare, bright spaces of thy lofty atmosphere, or some rude cottage in a fir-grown glade. Now, of each brave ideal virtue stripped, O poverty, I behold thee as thou art, a ruthless hag, the image of woeful dearth, a brute despair, gnawing its own starved heart. Thou ravening wretch, fierce-eyed and monster-lipped, my scourge forevermore guards beauteous earth. The hyacinth, here in this wrecked storm-wasted garden close, the grave of infinite generations fled, of flowers that now lie lustrousness and dead, as the grey dust of Eden's earliest rose. What bloom is this, whose classical beauty glows, radiantly chaste, with the mild splendor shed round a Greek virgin's poised and perfect head, by Phidias wrought, twixt rapture and repose? Mark the sweet lines whose matchless ovals curve above the fragile stem's half-shrinking grace, and say if this pure hyacinth doth not seem touched by enchantments of an antique dream, a flower no more, but the low drooping face of some love-laden fair Athenian girl. End of section 9. Section 10 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Of Persons One Would Wish to Have Seen, from Table Talk, by William Hazlitt, 1778 to 1830. The life of William Hazlitt, apart from his matrimonial infelicities, is uneventful. He was born the 10th of April, 1778, at Maidstone, England, where his father was a Unitarian minister, not a Presbyterian as the Encyclopedia Britannica has it. Of him, Hazlitt gives an interesting though pathetic picture. A learned and a kindly man, he spent 60 years of his life in petty squabbles over disputed texts of Scripture and in pleading the cause of civil and religious liberty. What dreams of philosophy and poetry, says his son, were stifled in the dreary tomes over which he sacrificed fancy and imagination. For ease, have play on words, and a supine monkish pleasantry, he says of his letters, I have never seen his equal. The boy was intended by his father for the Unitarian ministry, but though he went to a denominational college, he disliked the idea of preaching. He was about 20 when he heard the memorable sermon of Coleridge, which was said to have fixed his career. Coleridge was visiting a neighboring minister, and Hazlitt walked 12 miles through the mud before daylight to hear him. The sermon set him to thinking, not of theology, but of metaphysics. He gave up his studies, and having some talent for painting, devoted himself from this time forth to his two passions, art and metaphysics, and although he was destined to succeed in neither, yet to his knowledge of both, he owed his preeminence in the career which he entered only by accident. Nowhere, says one of his critics, is abstract thought so picturesquely bodied forth by concrete illustration. At the end of 7 years, having come to the conclusion that he would not be a Titian, he published his first book, an essay on the principles of human action, a book as dry as his favorite biscuit. Thenceforth, he wrote on any subject for any employer. From the first he seems to have been fairly paid, and to have gained a hearing. He was at least sufficiently interesting to provoke the implacable hostility of Blackwood and the Quarterly. For 18 years, he was a regular contributor to the Edinburgh Review, the London Review, and the New Monthly, while various daily and weekly papers constantly employed him. Hazlitt, like many persons of limited affections, had a capacity for sudden passions, but finally, after many love affairs, he married at the age of 30 a Miss Stoddard, with whom he lived for 14 unhappy years. He then met the somewhat mythical Sarah Walker, the daughter of a lodging-house keeper, for whom he resolved to leave his wife. As Mrs. Hazlitt was relieved to be rid of him, they easily obtained a Scotch divorce. When, however, the mature lover was free, Miss Walker had discreetly disappeared. 3 months afterwards, he married a Mrs. Bridgewater, who took him on a continental tour, but left him within the 12-month. Thackeray describes the journey abroad as that of a penniless student tramping on foot, and not made after the regular fashion of the critics of the day, by the side of a young nobleman in a post-chaise. But the fact is that the bride of this second matrimonial venture paid the bills. His other visit to the continent was aptly provided for by a commission to copy pictures in the Louvre. Hazlitt lived only 5 years after separating from his second wife. Pecuniary difficulties and the failure of his publishers hastened his death, which occurred in London September 18, 1830. Only his son and his beloved friend Charles Lamb were with him when he died. The father of Coventry Patmore gives an interesting picture of Hazlitt at 35, a pale anatomy of a man, sitting uneasily on half a chair, his anxious, highly intellectual face looking upon vacancy, emaciate, unstrung, inanimate. But the poor creature, as he used to call himself, was the launcher forth of the winged word that could shake the hearts of princes and potentates. The most unscrupulous biographer would hardly have dared to reveal Hazlitt, the most reserved of men, as he reveals himself to the reader. Every essay is autobiographical and reflects his likes and dislikes. In that strange book, The New Pygmalion, as in Liber Amoris, he invites the horrified British public to listen to his transports concerning the lodging-house keeper's daughter. He abuses the Duke of Wellington, idol of that public, as he abuses whoever may chance to disagree with him on personal or impersonal subjects. The brilliant iconoclast must have been the most uncomfortable of men to live with. No wonder that Lamb used to sigh pathetically. I wish he would not quarrel with everybody. For he fell out with the amiable Leigh Hunt, with the idol of his youth, Coleridge, whose poetry he began at once to undervalue, and with Wordsworth and Southey, because they took a moderate view of the French Revolution. He rated Shelley absurdly low, for no better reason than that he was a gentleman, and loaded Scott with bad names because he accepted a baronetcy. De Quincey declared that with Hazlitt, whatever is wrong, and quotes an admirer of the critic who professed to shudder whenever his hand went to his breast pocket, lest he should draw out a dagger. But his politics were, except to worship the genius of the French Revolution and abhor a something, which he called the hag of legitimacy, no one knew. His heroes were the first Napoleon and Rousseau. Hazlitt says, with his usual indifference, that when he began to write he left off reading. Much as he admired Waverley and the other Scotch novels, as they were called, he never got through more than half of any one, although it was his business to review them. He gave a series of lectures on the Elizabethan dramatists, and afterwards casually mentioned to Lamb that he had read only about a quarter of Beaumont and Fletcher, and though he prided himself on his metaphysics, he knew none of the metaphysicians but the French and English philosophers of the 18th century. Platonists tell us that he went to tailor the Platonist for his ideas. He pretended to pride himself that he cared for no new book, and declared that he neither corrected his own proof sheets nor read his work in print. Other beautiful, Introduction to the Elizabethan Poets. Mr. Sainsbury says, all Hazlitt's faults to be found in it are due not to prejudice or error of judgment, but to occasional deficiency of information. A bundle of inconsistencies, he had a sort of inexplicable constancy, holding the same ideas at the end of his life that he had at its beginning, while his egotism was as stupendous as that of Rousseau or Napoleon. He seemed to possess a double consciousness, with one breath he blesses and curses. What he says of Burke sounds like the ravings of a madman, yet he places Burke in his proper place as the greatest of English political writers. He hacks and hews the Lake School, while he discloses their choicest beauties. Were the author of Waverley to come into the room, I would kiss the hem of his garment, he said. But Scott the man is to him the greatest, wisest, meanest of mankind. His judgment of an author depended upon two circumstances, his private associations and his sympathy with the writer. Yet Hazlitt had something which is better than the capacity to criticize fairly, to be consistent or learned, or to exercise the cardinal virtues. He was an artist, and whatever he wrote is literature. His choice of subject is of small importance if the reader is armed against his prejudices. Some biographers rank him highest as a critic, others as an essayist, but it is not easy to classify his work. Essay or criticism, it is Hazlitt and the world that Hazlitt sees. His criticisms are scattered through the 7 volumes of his writings, edited by his son, but they are collected in the 3 volumes entitled The Characters of Shakespeare, Elizabethan Literature, and the English Poets and the English Comic Writers. His essays are classed in the volumes The Spirit of the Age, The Plain Dealer, The Round Table, and Sketches and Essays. In the essays we find the famous Going to a Fight, the beautiful and pathetic Farewell to Essay Writing, the Going on a Journey, my first acquaintance with poets, on Taste, on the Indian Jugglers, on Londoners and country people. These are named not because they are special efforts, for Hazlitt seldom tried himself in any direct flight, but as specimens of the range of his subjects. His style is as varied as his themes, gay, semi-sentimental, hitting hard like his own pugilists, judicious, gossipy, richly embroidered as medieval tapestry, grave and chaste. It has been already said that Hazlitt is a man of letters, and that all he touched became literature. It is fair to go further and suggest that a certain amount of literary temperament is necessary to enjoy him, and perhaps a certain maturity of taste. He is the essayist of the traveler who has reached the delectable mountains of middle age, from whose calm heights he takes a wide and reasonable view. The essayist for the drawn curtain and the winter fireside after the leisurely meal, when his pungent talk is the aftertaste of some rare cordial. Shakespeare's scholars agree that he knows nothing of Shakespeare but the text, and that he has added nothing to the explanation of difficult passages. But they, as well as the general reader, turn to him for noble enthusiasm and calm judgment. It is of Shakespeare's characters that he writes, not of his plays, and it is Timon, Othello, Antony, and Cleopatra, the doers, not the dreamers, who interest him, and whom he hates and loves. Strange to say, though he rated himself so highly as a metaphysician, Hamlet is one of his least successful portraitures. His artist's eye saw Shakespeare played, not written, and Kean, whom he first ridiculed and then praised, said that Hazlitt had taught him more than his stage manager. What he did for the Elizabethan dramatists was to rediscover their excellences and find them an audience. He shows Congreve's merits with a force not possible to a calmer judgment. How discriminating, on the contrary, is his praise of the sweetness of Dekker and of the beauties of the Beggar's Opera, and though personal in its vindictiveness, What a splendid assault he makes on Sidney's Arcadia. Hazlitt is accused of reversing the counsel of the proverb and speaking good only of the dead. He was certainly unlike the little members of the little mutual admiration societies who half a century later take themselves so seriously. It was his art which he found serious. Mr. Saintsbury makes the important point that his work molded the genius of his literary juniors. In The Spirit of the Age, there are distinct intimations of Carlyle. Where the devil did you get that style? Geoffrey asked Macaulay. It is easy to see where, when one reads Hazlitt's contributions to Geoffrey's own review. In another way, he furnished a model to Dickens and Thackeray, and no one who is familiar with the essay on Nicholas Poussin will fail to add Ruskin to his Fair Herd of Literary Children. It is almost incredible that with his spirit and temperament, Hazlitt's last words should have been, "I have had a happy life." But literature was to him the wife and children and friends of whom perhaps she robbed him, while becoming, as the poet promises, the solace reserved for him who loves her for herself alone. Of persons one would wish to have seen, from table talk, come like shadows, so depart. Lamb it was, I think, who suggested this subject, as well as the defense of Guy Fawkes, which I urged him to execute. As however he would undertake neither, I suppose I must do both, a task for which he would have been much fitter, no less from the temerity than the felicity of his pen. Never so sure our rapture to create as when it touched the brink of all we hate. Compared with him, I shall, I fear, make but a commonplace piece of business of it. But I should be loath the idea was entirely lost, and besides, I may avail myself of some hints of his in the progress of it. I am sometimes, I suspect, a better reporter of the ideas of other people than expounder of my own. I've reserved the one too far into paradox or mysticism. The others I am not bound to follow farther than I like, or than seems fair and reasonable. On the question being started, A said, I suppose the two first persons you would choose to see would be the two greatest names in English literature, Sir Isaac Newton and Mr. Locke. In this A, as usual, reckoned without his host. Everyone burst out a-laughing at the expression of Lamb's face, in which impatience was restrained by courtesy. Yes, the greatest names, he stammered out hastily, but they were not persons, not persons. Not persons, said A, looking wise and foolish at the same time, afraid his triumph might be premature. That is, rejoined Lamb, not characters, you know. By Mr. Locke and Sir Isaac Newton, you mean the essay on the human understanding and the Principia, which we have to this day. Beyond their contents, there is nothing personally interesting in the men, but what we want to see anyone bodily for is when there is something peculiar, striking in the individuals, more than we can learn from their writings and yet are curious to know. I dare say Locke and Newton were very like Kneller's portraits of them, but who could paint Shakespeare? I, retorted A. There it is. Then I suppose you would prefer seeing him and Milton instead? No, said Lamb, neither. I have seen so much of Shakespeare on the stage and on bookstalls, in frontispieces and on mantelpieces, that I am quite tired of the everlasting repetition. And as to Milton's face, the impressions that have come down to us of it, I do not like. It is too starched and puritanical, and I should be afraid of losing some of the manna of his poetry, in the leaven of his countenance, and the precision's band and gown. I shall guess no more, said A. Who is it, then, you would like to see, in his habit as he lived, if you had your choice of the whole range of English literature? Lamb then named Sir Thomas Browne and Fulke Greville, the friend of Sir Philip Sidney, as the two worthies whom he should feel the greatest pleasure to encounter on the door of his apartment in their nightgown and slippers, and to exchange friendly greeting with them. At this, A laughed outright, and conceived Lamb was jesting with him. But as no one followed his example, he thought there might be something in it, and waited for an explanation in a state of whimsical suspense. Lamb then, as well as I can remember a conversation the past 20 years ago, how time slips, went on as follows. The reason why I pitch upon those two authors is that their writings are riddles, and they themselves are most mysterious of personages. They resemble the soothsayers of old, who dealt in dark hints and doubtful oracles, and I should like to ask them the meaning of what no mortal but themselves, I should suppose, can fathom. There is Dr. Johnson. I have no curiosity, no strange uncertainty about him. He and Boswell together had pretty well let me into the secret of what passed through his mind. He and other writers like him are sufficiently explicit. My friends who repose I should be tempted to disturb, were it in my power, are implicit, inextricable, inscrutable. When I look at that obscure but gorgeous prose composition, The Urn Burial, I seem to myself to look into a deep abyss, at the bottom of which are hid pearls and rich treasure, or it is like a stately labyrinth of doubt and withering speculation, and I would invoke the spirit of the author to lead me through it. Besides, who would not be curious to see the lineaments of a man who, having himself been twice married, wished that mankind were propagated like trees? As to Fulke Greville, he is like nothing but one of his own prologues, spoken by the ghost of an old king of Ormuz, a truly formidable and inviting personage. His style is apocryphal, cabalistical, and not worthy of such an apparition to untie, and for the unraveling a passage or two, I would stand the brunt of an encounter with so portentous a commentator. I am afraid in that case, said A, that if the mystery were once cleared up, the merit might be lost, and turning to me, whispered a friendly apprehension that while Lamb continued to admire these old crabbed authors, he would never become a popular writer. Dr. Donne was mentioned as a writer of the same period, with a very interesting countenance, whose history was singular and whose meaning was often quite as uncompatible, without a personal citation from the dead, as that of any of his contemporaries. The volume was produced, and while someone was expatiating on the exquisite simplicity and beauty of the portrait prefixed to the old edition, A got hold of the poetry, and exclaiming, "What have we here?" read the following. Here lies a she-sun and a he-moon there. She gives the best light to his sphere, or each is both and all, and so they unto one another nothing owe. There was no resisting this till Lamb, seizing the volume, turned to the beautiful lines to his mistress, dissuading her from accompanying him abroad, and read them with suffused features and a faltering tongue. Someone then inquired of Lamb if we could not see from the window the temple walk-in which Chaucer used to take as exercise, and on his name being put to the vote, I was pleased to find that there was a general sensation in his favor in all but A, who said something about the ruggedness of the metre, and even objected to the quaintness of the orthography. I was vexed at this superficial gloss, pertinaciously reducing everything to its own trite level, and asked if he did not think it would be worthwhile to scan the eye that had first greeted the muse in that dim twilight and early dawn of English literature, to see the head round which the visions of fancy must have played like gleams of inspiration or a sudden glory, to watch those lips that lisped in numbers, for the numbers came, as by a miracle, or as if the dumb should speak. Nor was it alone that he had been the first to tune his native tongue. however imperfectly to modern ears. But he was himself a noble, manly character, standing before his age and striving to advance it, a pleasant humorist withal, who has not only handed down to us the living manners of his time, but had no doubt store of curious and quaint devices, and would make as hearty a companion as mine host of the tabard. His interview with Petrarch is fraught with interest, yet I would rather have seen Chaucer in company with the author of the Decameron, and have heard them exchange their best stories together. The Squire's Tale against the story of the Falcon, the Wife of Bath's prologue against the adventures of Friar Albert. How fine to see the high mysterious brow which learning then wore, relieved by the gay familiar tone of men of the world, by the courtesies of genius. Surely the thoughts and feelings which passed through the minds of these great revivers of learning, these Cadmuses who sowed the teeth of letters, must have stamped an expression on their features as different from the moderns as their books, and well worth the perusal. Dante, I continued, is as interesting a person as his own Ugolina, one whose lineaments curiosity would as eagerly devour in order to penetrate his spirit, and the only one of the Italian poets I should care much to see. There is a fine portrait of Ariosto by no less a hand than Titian's, light, Moorish, spirited, but not answering our idea. The same artist's large colossal profile of Peter Aretino is the only likeness of the kind that has the effect of conversing with the mighty dead, and this is truly spectral, ghastly, necromantic. Lamb put it to me if I should like to see Spenser as well as Chaucer, and I answered without hesitation, no, for his beauties were ideal, visionary, not palpable or personal, and therefore connected with less curiosity about the man. His poetry was the essence of romance, a very halo round the bright orb of fancy, and the bringing in the individual might dissolve the charm. No tones of voice could come up to the mellifluous cadence of his verse. No form but of a winged angel could vie with the airy shapes he has described. He was, to our apprehensions, rather a creature of the element that lived in the rainbow and played in the plighted clouds than an ordinary mortal, or if he did appear, I should wish it to be, as a mere vision, like one of his own pageants, and that it should pass by unquestioned, like a dream or sound. That was Arion crowned, so went he, playing on the watery plain. Captain Burney muttered something about Columbus, and Martin Burney hinted at the wandering Jew, but the last was set aside as spurious, and the first made over to the New World. I should like, says Mrs. Reynolds, to have seen Pope talking with Patty Blount, and I have seen Goldsmith. Everyone turned round to look at Mrs. Reynolds, as if by doing so they too could get a sight of Goldsmith. Where, asked a harsh, croaking voice, was Dr. Johnson in the years 1745-6? He did not write anything that we know of, nor is there any account of him in Boswell during those 2 years. Was he in Scotland with the Pretender? He seems to have passed through the scenes in the Highlands, in company with Boswell many years after, with lackluster eye, yet as if they were familiar to him, or associated in his mind with interests that he durst not explain. If so, it would be an additional reason for my liking him, and I would give something to have seen him seated in the tent, with the youthful majesty of Britain, and penning the proclamation to all true subjects and adherents of the legitimate government. I thought, said A, turning short round upon Lamb, that you at the Lake School did not like Pope. Not like Pope? My dear sir, you must be under a mistake. I can read him over and over forever. Why, certainly the Essay on Man must be allowed to be a masterpiece. It may be so, but I seldom look into it. Oh, then it's his satires you admire. No, not his satires, but his friendly epistles and his compliments. Compliments? I did not know he ever made any. The finest, said Lamb, that were ever paid by the wit of man. Each of them is worth an estate for life, nay, is an immortality. There is that superb one to Lord Cornbury. Despise low joys, low gains, disdain whatever Cornbury disdains. Be virtuous, and be happy for your pains. Was there ever more artful insinuation of idolatrous praise? And then that noble apotheosis of his friend Lord Mansfield, however little deserved. When speaking of the House of Lords, he adds, conspicuous seen, another yet is nigh, more silent far, where kings and poets lie, where Murray, long enough his country's pride, shall be no more than Tully, or than Hyde. And with what a fine turn of indignant flattery he addresses Lord Bolingbroke. Why, rail they then, if but one wreath of mine, O all accomplished St. John, deck thy shrine? Or turn, continued Lamb, with a slight hectic on his cheek, and his eye glistening, to his list of early friends. But why then publish? Granville the polite, and knowing Walsh, would tell me I could write, while natured Garth inflamed with early praise, and Congreve loved and Swift endured by lays. The courtly Talbot, Somers, Sheffield read, even mitred Rochester would nod the head, and St. John's self, great Dryden's friend before, received with open arms one poet more. Happy my studies, if by these approved, happier their author, if by these beloved. From these the world will judge of men and books, not from the Burnetts, old Mixons, and Cooks. Here his voice totally failed him, and throwing down the book, he said, do you think I would not wish to have made friends with such a man as this? Why say you to Dryden? He rather made a show of himself and courted popularity in that lowest temple of fame, a coffee house, so as in some measure to vulgarize one's idea of him. Pope, on the contrary, reached the very beau ideal of what a poet's life should be, and his fame while living seemed to be an emanation from that which was to circle his name after death. He was so far enviable, and one would feel proud to have witnessed the rare spectacle in him, that he was almost the only poet and man of genius who met with his reward on this side of the tomb, who realized in friends' fortune, the esteem of the world, the most sanguine hopes of a youthful ambition, and who found that sort of patronage from the great during his lifetime, which they would be thought anxious to bestow upon him after his death. Read Gray's verses to him on his supposed return from Greece, after his translation of Homer was finished, and say if you would not gladly join the bright procession that welcomed him home, or see it once more land at Whitehall stairs. Still, said Mrs. Reynolds, I would rather have seen him talking with Patty Blount, or riding by in a coronet coach with Lady Mary Wortley Montague. Erasmus Phillips, who was deep in a game of piquet at the other end of the room, whispered to Martin Burney to ask if Junius would not be a fit person to invoke from the dead. Yes, said Lamb, provided he would agree to lay aside his mask. We were now at a stand for a short time, when Fielding was mentioned as a candidate. Only one, however, seconded the proposition. Richardson? By all means, but only to look at him through the glass door of his back shop, hard at work upon one of his novels. The most extraordinary contrast that ever was presented between an author and his works. But not to let him come behind his counter, lest he should want you to turn customer, nor to go upstairs with him, lest he should offer to read the first manuscript of Sir Charles Grandison, which is originally written in 28 volumes octavo, or get out the letters of his female correspondents to prove that Joseph Andrews was low. There was but one statesman in the whole English history that anyone expressed the least desire to see, Oliver Cromwell, with his fine, frank, rough, pimply face and wily policy, and one enthusiast, John Bunyan, the immortal author of the Pilgrim's Progress. It seemed that if he came into the room, dreams would follow him, and that each person would nod under his golden cloud. Nigh sphered in heaven, a canopy as strange and stately as any in Homer. Of all persons near our own time, Garrick's name was received with the greatest enthusiasm, who was proposed by Baron Field. He presently superseded both Hogarth and Handel, who had been talked of, but then it was on condition that he should act in tragedy and comedy, in the play and farce Lear, and Wildair, and Abel Drugger. What a sight for sore eyes that would be! Who would not part with a year's income at least, almost with the year of his natural life, to be present at it? Besides, as he could not act alone, and recitations are unsatisfactory things, what a troupe he must bring with him! The silver-tongued Barry, and Quinn, and Shooter, and Weston, and Mrs. Clive, and Mrs. Pritchard, of whom I have heard my father speak as so great a favourite when he was young. This would indeed be a revival of the dead, the restoring of art, and so much the more desirable as such is the lurking skepticism mingled with our overstrained admiration of past excellence, though we have the speeches of Burke, the portraits of Reynolds, the writings of Goldsmith, and the conversation of Johnson, to show what people could do at that period, and to confirm the universal testimony to the merits of Garrick. Yet, as it was before our time, we have our misgivings, as if he was probably after a little better than a Bartholomew Fair actor, dressed out to play Macbeth in a scarlet coat and laced cocked hat. For one, I should like to have seen and heard with my own eyes and ears. Certainly, by all accounts, if any was ever moved by the true historic Estes, it was Garrick. When he followed the ghost in Hamlet, he did not drop the sword, as most actors do, behind the scenes, but kept the point raised the whole way round. So fully was he possessed with the idea, or so anxious not to lose sight of his part for a moment. Once at a splendid dinner party at Lord Hayes, they suddenly missed Garrick, and could not imagine what was become of him till they were drawn to the window by the convulsive screams and peals of laughter of a young Negro boy, who was rolling on the ground in an ecstasy of delight to see Garrick mimicking a turkey-cock in the courtyard, with his coat-tails stuck out behind, and in a seeming flutter of feathered rage and pride. Of our party, only 2 persons present had seen the British Roscius, and they seemed as willing as the rest to renew their acquaintance with their old favourite. We were interrupted in the heyday and mid-career of this fanciful speculation by a grumbler in a corner, who declared it was a shame to make all this rout about a mere player and farce writer, to the neglect and exclusion of the fine old dramatists, the contemporaries and rivals of Shakespeare. Lamb said he had anticipated this objection when he had named the author of Mustafa et Abraham, and out of caprice insisted upon keeping him to represent the set, in preference to the wild, harebrained enthusiast Kit Marlowe, to the sexton of St. Anne's, Webster, with his melancholy yew trees and death's heads, to Dekker, who is but a garrulous poser, to the voluminous Heywood, and even to Beaumont and Fletcher, whom we might offend by complimenting the wrong author on their joint productions. Lord Brooke, on the contrary, stood quite by himself, or in Cowley's words, was a vast species alone. Someone hinted at the circumstances of his being a lord, which rather startled Lamb, but he said a ghost would perhaps dispense with strict etiquette, or being regularly addressed by his title. Ben Jonson divided our suffrages pretty equally. Some were afraid he would begin to introduce Shakespeare, who was not present to defend himself. If he grows disagreeable, it was whispered aloud, there is Godwin can match him. At length his romantic visit to Drummond of Hawthornden was mentioned, and turned the scale in his favour. Lamb inquired if there was anyone that was hanged that I would choose to mention, and I answered Eugene Aram, the name of the Admirable Crichton was suddenly started as a splendid example of waste talents, so different from the generality of his countrymen. The choice was moderately approved by a North Briton present, who declared himself descended from that prodigy of learning and accomplishment, and said he had family plate in his possession as vouchers for the fact, with the initials A.C., Admirable Crichton. Hunt laughed, or rather roared, as heartily at this as I should think he had done for many years. The last-named mitochondria then wished to know whether there were any metaphysicians to whom one might be tempted to apply the wizard spell. I replied, there were only 6 in modern times deserving the name: Hobbes, Berkeley, Butler, Hartley, Hume, Leibniz, and perhaps Jonathan Edwards, a Massachusetts man. As to the French, who talk fluently of having created this science, there was not a tittle in any of their writings that was not to be found literally in the authors I had mentioned. Horn took, who might have a claim to come in under the head of grammar, was still living. None of these names seemed to excite much interest, and I did not plead for the reappearance of those who might be thought best fitted by the abstracted nature of their studies for their present spiritual and disembodied state, and even while on this living stage were nearly divested of common flesh and blood, as A, with an uneasy, fidgety face, was about to put some question about Mr. Locke and Dugald Stewart. He was prevented by Martin Burney, who observed, if J was here, he would undoubtedly be for having up those profound and redoubted scholiasts, Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus. I said this might be fair enough in him, who had read or fancied he had read the original works, but I did not see how we could have any right to call up those authors to give an account of themselves in person, till we had looked into their writings. By this time, it should seem that some rumor of our whimsical deliberation had got wind, and had disturbed the irritable genus in their shadowy abodes, for we received messages from several candidates that we had just been thinking of. Gray declined our invitation, though he had not yet been asked. Gay offered to come, and bring in his hand the Duchess of Bolton, the original Polly. Steele and Addison left their cards as Captain Sentry and Sir Roger de Coverley. Swift came in and sat down without speaking a word, and quitted the room as abruptly. Otway and Chatterton were seen lingering on the opposite side of the Styx, but could not muster enough between them to pay Charon his fare. Thompson fell asleep in the boat, and was rowed back again, and Burns sent a low fellow, one John Barleycorn, an old companion of his, who had conducted him to the other world, to say that he had during his lifetime been drawn out of his retirement, as a show, only to be made an exciseman of, and that he would rather remain where he was. He desired, however, to shake hands by his representative. The hand thus held out was in a burning fever, and shook prodigiously. The room was hung round with several portraits of eminent painters, while we were debating whether we should demand speech with these masters of mute eloquence, whose features were so familiar to us, it seemed that all at once they glided from their frames, and seated themselves at some little distance from us. There was Leonardo, with his majestic beard and watchful eye, having a bust of Archimedes before him. Next him was Raphael's graceful head turned round to the Faun arena, and on his other side was Lucretia Borgia, with calm golden locks. Michelangelo had placed the model of St. Peter's on the table before him. Correggio had an angel at his side. Titian was seated with his mistress between himself and Giorgione. Guido was accompanied by his own Aurora, who took a dice box from him. Claude held a mirror in his hand. Rubens patted a beautiful panther, led in by a satyr on the head. Van Dyck appeared as his own Paris, and Rembrandt was hid under furs, gold chains and jewels which Sir Joshua eyed closely, holding his hand so as to shade his forehead. Not a word was spoken, and as we rose to do them homage, they still presented the same surface to the view. Not being bona fide representations of living people, we got rid of the splendid apparitions by signs and dumb show. As soon as they had melted into thin air, there was a loud noise at the outer door, and we found it was Giotto, Cinnaboo, and Geraldeo, who had been raised from the dead by their earnest desire to see their illustrious successors, whose names on earth and fame's eternal records live for aye. Finding them gone, they had no ambition to be seen after them, and mournfully withdrew. "Egad," said Lamb, "those are the very fellows I should like to have had some talk with, to know how they could see to paint when all was dark around them." "But shall we have nothing to say?" interrogated J. to the legend of good women. Name, Mr. J., cried Hunt, in a boisterous tone of friendly exultation. "Name as many as you please, without reserve or fear of molestation." J. was perplexed between so many amiable recollections that the name of the lady of his choice expired in a pensive whiff of his pipe, and Lamb impatiently declared for the Duchess of Newcastle. Mrs. Hutchinson was no sooner mentioned than she carried the day from the Duchess. We were the less solicitous on this subject of filling up the posthumous list of good women, as there was already one in the room as good, as sensible, and in all respects as exemplary as the best of them could be for their lives. "I should like vastly to have seen Nina Delaclos," said that incomparable person. And this immediately put us in mind that we had neglected to pay honor due to our friends on the other side of the channel. Voltaire, the patriarch of levity, and Rousseau, the father of sentiment, Montaigne and Rabelais, great in wisdom and in wit, Molière, and that illustrious group that are collected around him, in the print of that subject, to hear him read his comedy of the Tartuffe at the house of Ninon, Racine, La Fontaine, Rochefoucauld, Saint Everard, etc. "There is one person," said a shrill, querulous voice, "I would rather see than all these, Don Quixote." "Come, come," said Hunt, "I thought we should have no heroes, real or fabulous. What say you, Mr. Lamb? Are you for eking out your shadowy list with such names as Alexander, Julius Caesar, Tamerlane, or Genghis Khan?" "Excuse me," said Lamb, "on the subject of characters in active life, plotters and disturbers of the world, I have a crochet of my own, which I beg leave to reserve." No, come, out with your worthies. What do you think of Guy Fawkes and Judas Iscariot?" Hunt turned an eye upon him like a wild Indian, but cordial and full of smothered glee. "Your most exquisite reason," was echoed on all sides, and A. thought that Lamb had now fairly entangled himself. "Why, I cannot but think," retorted he of the wistful countenance, "that Guy Fawkes, that poor fluttering annual scarecrow of straw and rags, is an ill-used gentleman. I would give something to see him sitting pale and emaciated, surrounded by his matches and his barrels of gunpowder, and expecting the moment that was to transport him to paradise for his heroic self-devotion. But if I say any more, there is that fellow Godwin. We'll make something of it. And as to Judas Iscariot, my reason is different. I would fain see the face of him who, having dipped his hand in the same dish with the Son of Man, could afterwards betray him. I have no conception of such a thing, nor have I ever seen any picture, not even Leonardo's very fine one, that gave me the least idea of it. You have said enough, Mr. Lamb, to justify your choice. Oh, ever right, Menenius, ever right. There is only one other person I can ever think of after this, continued Lamb, but without mentioning a name that once put on a semblance of mortality. If Shakespeare was to come into the room, we should all rise up to meet him, but if that person was to come into it, We should all fall down and try to kiss the hem of his garment. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Lafcadio Hearn, born 1850. Lafcadio Hearn is a painter with the pen. He has the rare gift of sympathetic observation, and the rarer gift of words to express what he sees and feels. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a great colorist, filling his canvas sometimes with glowing hues, again with mists of pearl or opaline lights, and always showing nature's esoteric as well as her physical charms. Although he is classed as an American author, Lafcadio Hearn was born in Santa Maura, Ionian Islands, the ancient Leucadia, June 27, 1850, the son of an Englishman and a native Greek. After receiving his education in England, he came to America and became engaged in journalism in Cincinnati and New Orleans. His first long story was Chita, A Memory of Last Island, 1889, a marvelous description of the destruction of L'Île Dernier, the fashionable watering place of the aristocratic families of Louisiana. The book is full of remarkable descriptive passages, as for example, "On the Gulf side of these islands you may observe that the trees, when there are any trees, all bend away from the sea, and even on bright hot days, when the wind sleeps, there is something grotesquely pathetic in their look of agonized terror." A group of oaks at Grand Isle I remember as especially suggestive. 5 stooping silhouettes in line against the horizon line, fleeing women with streaming garments and wind-blown hair, bowing grievously and thrusting out arms desperately northward, so as to save themselves from falling. And they are being pursued, indeed, for the sea is devouring the land. Mr. Hearn had published previously Stray Leaves from Strange Literatures, a collection of stories from various sources, including Egyptian, Indian, the Kalevala, and Talmud traditions. This was followed by Some Chinese Ghosts, which, like the Stray Leaves, consists of gems artistically cut and reset by a literary lapidary. In the preface, the author calls himself a humble traveler who, entering the pleasure grounds of Chinese fancy, culls a few of the marvelous flowers there growing, a self-luminous huawang, a black lily, a phosphoric rose or two, as souvenirs of his curious voyage. After 2 years in the West Indies and Yuma, a story of the fidelity of the Da, nurse or bonne, to her little white charge during the insurrection of Martinique, were published in 1890, Mr. Hearn went to Japan, where he has since lived. He has taught in various colleges and has traveled extensively in remote places, giving the results of his thought, study, and observation in Out of the East, 1894, Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, 1895, and Kokoro, 1896, the latter title meaning the heart in its most extended interpretation. In all of these books, Mr. Hearn shows his comprehension of and sympathy with Oriental philosophy and art, myth and tradition, and paints in tender and vivid fashion the scenes and landscapes of his adopted country. Of mixed race, a fact which by modern theory is conducive to rare gifts in the individual, one who has absorbed impressions from picturesque lands and civilizations, and looked as well beneath the surface to the deep sources of human action and feeling, and who is able to express the romantic and the mystic, the brilliantly exotic, with rare literary power. Mr. Hearn is a striking figure in the English literature of the late 19th century. Selection: The Storm by Lafcadio Hearn, from Chita, A Memory of Last Island, copyright 1889, by Harper & Brothers. 30 years ago, Last Island lay steeped in the enormous light of even such magical days. July was dying. For weeks no fleck of cloud had broken the heaven's blue dream of eternity. Winds held their breath. Slow wavelets caressed the bland brown beach with a sound as of kisses and whispers. To one who found himself alone beyond the limits of the village, and beyond the hearing of its voices, the vast silence, the vast light, seemed full of weirdness. And these hushes, these transparencies, do not always inspire a causeless apprehension. They are omens sometimes, omens of coming tempest. Nature, incomprehensible sphinx, before her mightiest bursts of rage ever puts forth her divinest witchery, makes more manifest her awful beauty. But in that forgotten summer the witchery lasted many long days, days born in rose light, buried in gold. It was the height of the season. The long myrtle-shadowed village was thronged with its summer population. The big hotel could hardly accommodate all its guests. The bathing houses were too few for the crowds who flocked to the water morning and evening. There were diversions for all: hunting and fishing parties, yachting excursions, rides, music, games, promenades. Carriage wheels whirled flickering along the beach, seaming its smoothness noiselessly as if muffled. Love wrote its dreams upon the sand. Then one great noon, when the blue abyss of day seemed to yawn over the world more deeply than ever before, a sudden change touched the quicksilver smoothness of the waters, the swaying shadow of a vast motion. First the whole sea circle appeared to rise up bodily at the sky. The horizon curve lifted to a straight line. The line darkened and approached. A monstrous wrinkle, an immeasurable fold of green water, moving swift as a cloud shadow pursued by sunlight. But it had looked formidable only by startling contrast with the previous placidity of the open. It was scarcely 2 feet high. It curled slowly as it neared the beach, and combed itself out in sheets of woolly foam, with a low, rich roll of whispered thunder. Swift in pursuit, another followed, a third, a feebler fourth. Then the sea only swayed a little and stilled again. Minutes passed, and the immeasurable heaving recommenced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 long swells this time, and the gulf smoothed itself once more. Irregularly the phenomenon continued to repeat itself, each time with heavier billowing and briefer intervals of quiet, until at last the whole sea grew restless, and shifted color and flickered green. The swells became shorter and changed form. Then from horizon to shore ran one uninterrupted heaving, one vast green swarming of snaky shapes, rolling in to hiss and flatten upon the sand. Yet no single cirrus speck revealed itself through all the violet heights. There was no wind. You might have fancied the sea had been upheaved from beneath. And indeed, the fancy of a seismic origin for a windless surge would not appear in these latitudes to be utterly without foundation. On the fairest days, a southeast breeze may bear you an odor singular enough to startle you from sleep, a strong, sharp smell as of fish oil, and gazing at the sea, you might be still more startled at the sudden apparition of great oleaginous patches spreading over the water, sheeting over the swells. That is, if you had never heard of the mysterious submarine oil wells, the volcanic fountains, unexplored, that well up with the eternal pulsing of the Gulf Stream. But the pleasure-seekers of Last Island knew there must have been a great blow somewhere that day. Still the sea swelled, and a splendid surf made the evening bath delightful. Then, just at sundown, a beautiful cloud bridge grew up and arched the sky with a single span of cottony pink vapor that changed and deepened color with the dying of the iridescent day. And the cloud bridge approached, stretched, strained, and swung round at last to make way for the coming of the gale, even as the light bridges that traverse the dreamy Teche swing open when luggermen sound through their conch shells the long bellowing signal of approach. Then the wind began to blow with the passing of July. It blew from the northeast, clear, cool. It blew in enormous sighs, dying away at regular intervals, as if pausing to draw breath. All night it blew, and in each pause could be heard the answering moan of the rising surf, as if the rhythm of the sea molded itself after the rhythm of the air, as if the waving of the water responded precisely to the waving of the wind, a billow for every puff, a surge for every sigh. The August morning broke in a bright sky. The breeze still came cool and clear from the northeast. The waves were running now at a sharp angle to the shore. They began to carry fleeces, an innumerable flock of vague green shapes, wind-driven to be despoiled of their ghostly wool. Far as the eye could follow the line of the beach, all the slope was white with the great shearing of them. Clouds came, flew as in a panic against the face of the sun, and passed. All that day, and through the night, and into the morning again the breeze continued from the northeast, blowing like an equinoctial gale. Then, day by day, the vast breath freshened steadily, and the waters heightened. A week later, sea bathing had become perilous. Colossal breakers were herding in, like moving leviathan backs, twice the height of a man. Still the gale grew, and the billowing waxed mightier, and faster overhead flew the tatters of torn cloud. The gray morning of the 9th wanly lighted a surf that appalled the best swimmers. The sea was one wild agony of foam. The gale was rending off the heads of the waves, and veiling the horizon with a fog of salt spray. Shadowless and gray the day remained. There were mad bursts of lashing rain. Evening brought with it a sinister apparition, looming through a cloud-rent in the west, a scarlet sun in a green sky. His sanguine disk, enormously magnified, seemed barred like the body of a belted planet. A moment, and the crimson spectre vanished, and the moonless night came. Then the wind grew weird. It ceased being a breath. It became a voice moaning across the world, hooting, uttering nightmare sounds. Whoo! 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 And with each stupendous owl cry, the mooing of the waters seemed to deepen more and more abysmally through all the hours of darkness. From the northwest, the breakers of the bay began to roll high over the sandy slope into the salines. The village bayou broadened to a bellowing flood. So the tumult swelled, and the turmoil heightened until morning, a morning of gray gloom and whistling rain. Rain of bursting clouds, and rain of wind-blown brine from the great spuming agony of the sea. The steamer's star was due from St. Mary's that fearful morning. Could she come? No one really believed it, no one. And nevertheless men struggled to the roaring beach to look for her, because hope is stronger than reason. Even today in these Creole islands, the advent of the steamer is the great event of the week. There are no telegraph lines, no telephones. The mail packet is the only trustworthy medium of communication with the outer world, bringing friends, news, letters. The magic of steam has placed New Orleans nearer to New York than to the Timbaliers, nearer to Washington than to Wine Island, nearer to Chicago than to Barataria Bay. And even during the deepest sleep of waves and winds, there will come be times to sojourners in this unfamiliar archipelago, a feeling of lonesomeness that is a fear, a feeling of isolation from the world of men, totally unlike that sense of solitude which haunts one in the silence of mountain heights, or amid the eternal tumult of lofty granitic coasts. A sense of helpless insecurity. The land seems but an undulation of the seabed. Its highest ridges do not rise more than the height of a man above the salines on either side. The salines themselves lie almost level with the level of the flood tides. The tides are variable, treacherous, mysterious. But when all around and above these ever-changing shores, the twin vastnesses of heaven and sea begin to utter the tremendous revelation of themselves as infinite forces in contention, then indeed this sense of separation from humanity appalls. Perhaps it was such a feeling which forced men, on the 10th day of August, 1856, to hope against hope for the coming of the star, and to strain their eyes towards far-off Terrebonne. It was a wind you could lie down on, said my friend the pilot. Great God! Shrieked a voice above the shouting of the storm. She is coming! It was true. Down the Atchafalaya, and thence through strange mazes of bayou, lakelet, and pass, by a rear route familiar only to the best of pilots, the frail river craft had toiled into Cayeux Bay, running close to the main shore, and now she was heading right for the island, with the wind aft over the monstrous sea. On she came, swaying, rocking, plunging, with a great whiteness wrapping her about like a cloud, and moving with her moving, a tempest whirl of spray, ghost white, and like a ghost she came, for her smokestacks exhaled no visible smoke, the wind devoured it. The excitement on shore became wild. Men shouted themselves hoarse, women laughed and cried. Every telescope and opera glass was directed upon the coming apparition. All wondered how the pilot kept his feet. All marveled at the madness of the captain. But Captain Abraham Smith was not mad. A veteran American sailor, he had learned to know the great Gulf as scholars know deep books by heart. He knew the birthplace of its tempests, the mystery of its tides, the omens of its hurricanes. While lying at Brashear City, he felt the storm had not yet reached its highest, vaguely foresaw a mighty peril, and resolved to wait no longer for a lull. "Boys," he said, "we've got to take her out in spite of hell." And they took her out. Through all the peril his men stayed by him and obeyed him. By mid-morning the wind had deepened to a roar, lowering sometimes to a rumble, sometimes bursting upon the ears like a measureless and deafening crash. Then the captain knew the star was running a race with death. "She'll win it," he muttered. "She'll stand it. Perhaps they'll have need of me tonight." She won! With a sonorous steam chant of triumph, the brave little vessel rowed at last into the bayou, and anchored hard by her accustomed resting place, in full view of the hotel, though not near enough to shore to lower her gangplank. But she had sung her swan song. Gathering in from the northeast, the waters of the bay were already marbling over the salines and half across the island, and still the wind increased its paroxysmal power. Cottages began to rock. Some slid away from the solid props upon which they rested. A chimney tumbled. Shutters were wrenched off, verandas demolished. Light roofs lifted, dropped again, and flapped into ruin. Trees bent their heads to the earth, and still the storm grew louder and blacker with every passing hour. The Star rose with the rising of the waters, dragging her anchor. 2 more anchors were put out, and still she dragged in with the flood, twisting, shuddering, careening in her agony. Evening fell. The sand began to move with the wind, stinging faces like a continuous fire of fine shot, and frenzied blasts came to buffet the steamer forward, sideward. Then one of her hog chains parted with a clang like the boom of a big bell. Then another. Then the captain bade his men to cut away all her upper works, clean to the deck. Overboard into the seething went her stacks, her pilot-house, her cabins, and whirled away. And the naked hull of the Star, still dragging her 3 anchors, labored on through the darkness, nearer and nearer to the immense silhouette of the hotel, whose 100 windows were now all aflame. The vast timber buildings seemed to defy the storm. The wind, roaring round its broad verandas, hissing through every crevice with the sound and force of steam, appeared to waste its rage. And in the half lull between 2 terrible gusts, there came to the captain's ears a sound that seemed strange in that night of multitudinous terrors, a sound of music. Almost every evening throughout the season there had been dancing in the great hall. There was dancing that night also. The population of the hotel had been augmented by the advent of families from other parts of the island, who found their summer cottages insecure places of shelter. There were nearly 400 guests assembled. Perhaps it was for this reason that the entertainment had been prepared upon a grander plan than usual, that it assumed the form of a fashionable ball. And all those pleasure seekers representing the wealth and beauty of the Creole parishes, whether from Ascension or Assumption, St. Mary's or St. Landry's, Iberville or Terrebonne, whether inhabitants of the multicolored and many-balconied Creole quarter of the quaint metropolis, or dwellers in the dreamy paradises of the Teche, mingled joyously, knowing each other, feeling in some sort akin, whether affiliated by blood, co-naturalized by caste, or simply interassociated by traditional sympathies of class sentiment and class interest. Perhaps in the more than ordinary merriment of that evening, something of nervous exaltation might have been discerned, something like a feverish resolve to oppose apprehension with gaiety, to combat uneasiness by diversion. But the hours passed in mirthfulness. The first general feeling of depression began to weigh less and less upon the guests. They had found reason to confide in the solidity of the massive building. There were no positive terrors, no outspoken fears, and the new conviction of all had found expression in the words of the host himself, "Il n'y a rien de mieux à faire que de s'amuser." Of what avail to lament the prospective devastation of cane fields, to discuss the possible ruin of crops? Better to seek solace in choregraphic harmonies, in the rhythm of gracious motion and of perfect melody, than hearken to the discords of the wild orchestra of storms. Wiser to admire the grace of Parisian toilets, the eddy of trailing robes with its fairy foam of lace, the ivorine loveliness of glossy shoulders and jeweled throats, the glimmering of satin slippered feet, than to watch the raging of the flood without, or the flying of the wrack. So the music and the mirth went on. They made joy for themselves, those elegant guests. They jested and sipped rich wines. They pledged and hoped and loved and promised, with never a thought of the morrow, on the night of the 10th of August, 1856. Observant parents were there, planning for the future bliss of their nearest and dearest. Mothers and fathers of handsome lads, lithe and elegant as young pines, and fresh from the polish of foreign university training. Mothers and fathers of splendid girls, whose simplest attitudes were witcheries. Young cheeks flushed, young hearts fluttered with an emotion more puissant than the excitement of the dance. Young eyes betrayed the happy secret discreeter lips would have preserved. Slave servants circled through the aristocratic press, bearing dainties and wines, praying permission to pass in terms at once humble and officious, always in the excellent French which well-trained house servants were taught to use on such occasions. Night wore on. Still the shining floor palpitated to the feet of the dancers, still the pianoforte pealed, and still the violins sang, and the sound of their singing shrilled through the darkness, in gasps of the gale, to the ears of Captain Smith, as he strove to keep his footing on the spray-drenched deck of the Star. "Christ!" he muttered, "a dance! If that wind whips round south, there'll be another dance. But I guess the Star will stay." Half an hour might have passed. Still the lights flamed calmly, and the violins trilled, and the perfumed whirl went on. And suddenly the wind veered. Again the Star reeled and shuddered and turned and began to drag all her anchors. But she now dragged away from the great building and its lights, away from the voluptuous thunder of the grand piano, even at that moment outpouring the great joy of Weber's melody, orchestrated by Berlioz, L'Invitation à la Valse, with its marvelous musical swing. "Waltzing!" cried the captain. "God help them! God help us all now! The wind waltzes tonight, with the sea for his partner." Oh, the stupendous valse tourbillon! Oh, the mighty dancer! 1, 2, 3! From northeast to east, from east to southeast, from southeast to south. Then from the south he came, whirling the sea in his arms. Someone shrieked in the midst of the revels, some girl who found her pretty slippers wet. What could it be? Thin streams of water were spreading over the level planking, curling about the feet of the dancers. What could it be? All the land had begun to quake, even as but a moment before the polished floor was trembling to the pressure of circling steps. All the building shook now, every beam uttered its groan. What could it be? There was a clamor, a panic, a rush to the windy night. Infinite darkness above and beyond. But the lantern beams danced far out, over an unbroken circle of heaving and swirling black water. Stealthily, swiftly, the measureless sea flood was rising. "Messieurs, mesdames, ce n'est rien. Nothing serious, ladies, I assure you. Mais nous en avons vu bien souvent. Les inondations comme celle-ci, ça passe vite. The water will go down in a few hours, ladies. It never rises higher than this. Il n'y a pas le moindre danger, je vous dis. Allons, Inya. My God, what is that? For a moment there was a ghastly hush of voices, and through that hush there burst upon the ears of all a fearful and unfamiliar sound, as of a colossal cannonade, rolling up from the south with volleying lightnings. Vastly and swiftly, nearer and nearer it came, a ponderous and unbroken thunder roll, terrible as the long muttering of an earthquake. The nearest mainland, across mad Cayeux Bay to the sea marshes, lay 12 miles north. West, by the Gulf, the nearest solid ground was 20 miles distant. There were boats, yes, but the stoutest swimmer might never reach them now. Then rose a frightful cry, the hoarse, hideous, indescribable cry of hopeless fear. The despairing animal cry man utters when suddenly brought face to face with nothingness, without preparation, without consolation, without possibility of respite. Sauve qui peut! Some wrenched down the doors, some clung to the heavy banquet tables, to the sofas, to the billiard tables. During one terrible instant, against fruitless heroisms, against futile generosities, raged all the frenzy of selfishness, all the brutalities of panic. And then came, thundering through the blackness, the giant swells, boom on boom. One crash. The huge frame building rocks like a cradle, seesaws, crackles. What are human shrieks now? The tornado is shrieking. Another. Chandeliers splinter, lights are dashed out. A sweeping cataract hurls in. The immense hall rises, oscillates, twirls as upon a pivot, crepitates, crumbles into ruin. Crash again. The swirling wreck dissolves into the wallowing of another monster billow, and 100 cottages overturn, spin in sudden eddies, quiver, disjoint, and melt into the seething. So the hurricane passed, tearing off the heads of the prodigious waves to hurl them 100 feet in air, heaping up the ocean against the land, upturning the woods. Bays and passes were swollen to abysses, rivers regorged. The sea marshes were changed to raging wastes of water. Before New Orleans, the flood of the mile-broad Mississippi rose 6 feet above highest water mark. 110 miles away, Donaldsonville trembled at the towering tide of the La Fourche. Lakes strove to burst their boundaries. Far-off river steamers tugged wildly at their cables, shivering like tethered creatures that hear by night the approaching howl of destroyers. Smokestacks were hurled overboard, pilot houses torn away, cabins blown to fragments. And over roaring Kymbuck Pass, over the agony of Cayeux Bay, the billowing tide rushed unresisted from the Gulf, tearing and swallowing the land in its course, plowing out deep-sea channels where sleek herds had been grazing but a few hours before, rending islands in twain, and ever bearing with it, through the night, enormous vortex of wreck and vast wan drift of corpses. But the Star remained, and Captain Abraham Smith, with a long good rope about his waist, dashed again and again into that awful surging to snatch victims from death, clutching at passing hands, heads, garments, in the cataract sweep of the seas, saving, aiding, cheering, though blinded by spray and battered by drifting wreck, until his strength failed in the unequal struggle at last, and his men drew him aboard senseless, with some beautiful half-drowned girl safe in his arms. But well nigh 20 souls had been rescued by him, and the Star stayed on through it all. Long years after, the weed-grown ribs of her graceful skeleton could still be seen, curving up from the sand dunes of Last Island, in valiant witness of how well she stayed. Day breaks through the flying wrack. over the infinite heaving of the sea, over the low land made vast with desolation. It is a spectral dawn, a wan light, like the light of a dying sun. The wind has waned and veered. The flood sinks slowly back to its abysses, abandoning its plunder, scattering its piteous waves over bar and dune, over shoal and marsh, among the silences of the mango swamps, over the long, low reaches of sand grasses and drowned weeds for more than 100 miles. From the shell reefs of Point au Fer to the shallows of Pelto Bay, the dead lie mingled with the high-heaped drift. From their cypress groves the vultures rise to dispute a share of the feast with the shrieking frigate birds and squeaking gulls. And as the tremendous tide withdraws its plunging waters, all the pirates of air follow the great white gleaming retreat, a storm of billowing wings and screaming throats. And swift in the wake of gull and frigate bird the wreckers come, the spoilers of the dead, savage skimmers of the sea, hurricane riders wont to spread their canvas pinions in the face of storms. Sicilian and Corsican outlaws, Manila men from the marshes, deserters from many navies, lascars, marooners, refugees of 100 nationalities, fishers and shrimpers by name, smugglers by opportunity, wild channel finders from obscure bayous and unfamiliar chenières, all skilled in the mysteries of these mysterious waters, beyond the comprehension of the oldest licensed pilot. There is plunder for all, birds and men. There are drowned sheep in multitude, heaped carcasses of kine. There are casks of claret and kegs of brandy, and legions of bottles bobbing in the surf. There are billiard tables overturned upon the sand. There are sofas, pianos, footstools, and music stools, luxurious chairs, lounges of bamboo. There are chests of cedar, and toilette tables of rosewood, and trunks of fine stamped leather, stored with precious apparel. There are objets de luxe innumerable. There are children's playthings, French dolls in marvelous toilette, and toy carts and wooden horses, and wooden spades, and brave little wooden ships that rode out the gale in which the great Nautilus went down. There is money in notes and in coin, in purses, in pocketbooks, and in pockets, plenty of it. There are silks, satins, laces, and fine linen to be stripped from the bodies of the drowned, and necklaces, bracelets, watches, finger rings, and fine chains, brooches and trinkets. Chi bedizza! Oh, chi bella mughieri! Ecco la bedizza! That ball dress was made in Paris by... But you never heard of him, Sicilian Vincenzo. Che bella sposina! Her betrothal ring will not come off, Giuseppe, but the delicate bone snaps easily. Your oyster knife can sever the tendon. Guardate, che bella picchiotta! Over her heart you will find it, Valentino, the locket held by that fine Swiss chain of woven hair, Calle Manan, and it is not your quadroon bondsmaid, sweet lady, who now disrobes you so roughly. Those Malay hands are less deft than hers, but she slumbers very far away from you, and may not be aroused from her sleep. Na kita mo dalaga, na kita maganda. 1. The fastenings of those diamond eardrops are much too complicated for your peon fingers. Tear them out. Dispense, Chulita. Suddenly a long, mighty silver trilling fills the ears of all. There is a wild hurrying and scurrying. Swiftly, one after another, the overburdened luggers spread wings and flutter away. Thrice the great cry rings rippling through the gray air, and over the green sea, and over the far-flooded shell reefs, where the huge white flashes are. sheet lightning of breakers, and over the weird wash of corpses coming in. It is the steam call of the relief boat, hastening to rescue the living, to gather in the dead. The tremendous tragedy is over. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2023. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Selected excerpts from Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan by Lafcadio Hearn. My First Day in the Orient. Tera? Queries Cha with his immense white hat in his hand as I resume my seat in the jinrikisha at the foot of the steps. Which no doubt means, do I want to see any more temples? Most certainly I do. I have not yet seen Buddha. Yes, Tera, Cha. And again begins the long panorama of mysterious shops and tilted eaves and fantastic riddles written over everything. I have no idea in what direction Cha is running. I only know that the streets seem to become always narrower as we go, and that some of the houses look like great wickerwork pigeon cages only, and that we pass over several bridges before we halt again at the foot of another hill. There is a lofty flight of steps here also, and before them a structure which I know is both a gate and a symbol, imposing, yet in no manner resembling the great Buddhist gateway seen before. Astonishingly simple all the lines of it are. It has no carving, no coloring, no lettering upon it, yet it has a weird solemnity, an enigmatic beauty. It is a torii. Miya, observes Cha. Not a Tera this time, but a shrine of the gods of the more ancient faith of the land, a Miya. I am standing before a Shinto symbol. I see for the first time, out of a picture at least, a torii. How describe a torii to those who have never looked at one, even in a photograph or engraving? Two lofty columns, like gate pillars, supporting horizontally two cross-beams, the lower and lighter beam having its ends fitted into the columns a little distance below their summits, the uppermost and larger beam supported upon the tops of the columns and projecting well beyond them to the right and left. That is a torii, the construction varying little in design, whether made of stone, wood, or metal. But this description can give no correct idea of the appearance of a torii, of its majestic aspect, of its mystical suggestiveness as a gateway. The first time you see a noble one, you will imagine perhaps that you see the colossal model of some beautiful Chinese letter towering against the sky, for all the lines of the thing have the grace of an animated ideograph, have the bold angles and curves of characters made with 4 sweeps of a master brush. Passing the torii, I ascend a flight of perhaps 100 stone steps, and find at their summit a second torii, from whose lower crossbeam hangs festooned the mystic Shimenawa. It is in this case a hempen rope of perhaps 2 inches in diameter through its greater length, but tapering off at either end like a snake. Sometimes the Shimenawa is made of bronze, when the torii itself is of bronze, but according to tradition it should be made of straw, and most commonly is. For it represents the straw rope which the deity Futotama no Mikoto stretched behind the sun goddess Amaterasu o Mikami after Amenota Jikara wo no Kami, the heavenly hand-strength god, had pulled her out, as is told in that ancient myth of Shinto which Professor Chamberlain has translated. And the Shimenawa, in its commoner and simpler form, has pendant tufts of straw along its entire length at regular intervals, because originally made, tradition declares, of grass pulled up by the roots, which protruded from the twist of it. Advancing beyond this torii, I find myself in a sort of park or pleasure ground on the summit of the hill. There is a small temple on the right. It is all closed up, and I have read so much about the disappointing vacuity of Shinto temples that I do not regret the absence of its guardian. And I see before me what is infinitely more interesting, a grove of cherry trees covered with something unutterably beautiful, a dazzling mist of snowy blossoms clinging like summer cloud fleece about every branch and twig, and the ground beneath them and the path before me are white with the soft, thick, odorous snow of fallen petals. Beyond this loveliness are flower pots surrounding tiny shrines, and marvelous grotto work full of monsters, dragons and mythological beings chiseled in the rock, and miniature landscape work with tiny groves of dwarf trees, and Lilliputian lakes, and microscopic brooks and bridges and cascades. Here also are swings for children. And here are belvederes, perched on the verge of the hill, where from the whole fair city, and the whole smooth bay speckled with fishing sails no bigger than pinheads, and the fair, faint, high promontories reaching into the sea, are all visible in one delicious view, blue-penciled in a beauty of ghostly haze indescribable. Why should the trees be so lovely in Japan? With us, a plum or cherry tree in flower is not an astonishing sight, but here it is a miracle of beauty so bewildering that, however much you may have previously read about it, the real spectacle strikes you dumb. You see no leaves, only one great filmy mist of petals. Is it that the trees have been so domesticated and caressed by man in this land of the gods that they have acquired souls and strive to show their gratitude, like women loved, by making themselves more beautiful for man's sake? Assuredly they have mastered men's hearts by their loveliness, like beautiful slaves, that is to say, Japanese hearts. Apparently there have been some foreign tourists of the brutal class in this place, since it has been deemed necessary to set up inscriptions in English announcing that it is forbidden to injure the trees. Tera? Yes, Cha, Tera. But only for a brief while do I traverse Japanese streets. The houses, separate, become scattered along the feet of the hills. The city thins away through little valleys and vanishes at last behind, and we follow a curving road overlooking the sea. Green hills slope steeply down to the edge of the way on the right. On the left, far below, spreads a vast stretch of dun sand and salty pools to a line of surf so distant that it is discernible only as a moving white thread. The tide is out, and thousands of cockle-gatherers are scattered over the sands, at such distances that their stooping figures, dotting the glimmering seabed, appear no larger than gnats. And some are coming along the road before us, returning from their search with well-filled baskets, girls with faces almost as rosy as the faces of English girls. As the jinrikisha rattles on, the hills dominating the road grow higher. All at once Cha halts again before the steepest and loftiest flight of steps I have yet seen. I climb and climb and climb, halting perforce betimes to ease the violent aching of my quadriceps muscles, reach the top completely out of breath, and find myself between two lions of stone, one showing his fangs, the other with jaws closed. Before me stands the temple, at the farther end of a small bare plateau surrounded on three sides by low cliffs, a small temple, looking very old and grey. From a rocky height to the left of the building, a little cataract tumbles down into a pool, ringed in by a palisade. The voice of the water drowns all other sounds. A sharp wind is blowing from the ocean. The place is chill even in the sun, and bleak and desolate, as if no prayer had been uttered in it for 100 years. Cha taps and calls, while I take off my shoes upon the worn wooden steps of the temple, and after a minute of waiting we hear a muffled step approaching and a hollow cough behind the paper screens. They slide open, and an old, white-robed priest appears and motions me with a low bow to enter. He has a kindly face, and his smile of welcome seems to me one of the most exquisite I have ever been greeted with. Then he coughs again, so badly that I think if I ever come here another time, I shall ask for him in vain. I go in, feeling that soft, spotless, cushioned matting beneath my feet with which the floors of all Japanese buildings are covered. I pass the indispensable bell and lacquered reading desk, and before me I see other screens only, stretching from floor to ceiling. The old man, still coughing, slides back one of these upon the right and waves me into the dimness of an inner sanctuary, haunted by faint odors of incense. A colossal bronze lamp, with snarling gilded dragons coiled about its columnar stem, is the first object I discern, and in passing it, my shoulder sets ringing a festoon of little bells suspended from the lotus-shaped summit of it. Then I reach the altar, gropingly, unable yet to distinguish forms clearly. But the priest, sliding back screen after screen, pours in light upon the gilded brasses and the inscriptions, and I look for the image of the deity or presiding spirit between the altar groups of convoluted candelabra. And I see only a mirror, a round pale disk of polished metal, and my own face therein, and behind this mockery of me a phantom of the far sea. Only a mirror, symbolizing what? Illusion? Or that the universe existed for us solely as the reflection of our own souls? Or the old Chinese teaching that we must seek the Buddha only in our own hearts? Perhaps some day I shall be able to find out all these things. As I sit on the temple steps, putting on my shoes preparatory to going, the kind old priest approaches me again, and, bowing, presents a bowl. I hastily drop some coins in it, imagining it to be a Buddhist alms bowl, before discovering it to be full of hot water. But the old man's beautiful courtesy saves me from feeling all the grossness of my mistake. Without a word, and still preserving his kindly smile, he takes the bowl away, and, returning presently with another bowl, empty, fills it with hot water from a little kettle, and makes a sign for me to drink. Tea is most usually offered to visitors at temples, but this little shrine is very, very poor, and I have a suspicion that the old priest suffers betimes for want of what no fellow creature should be permitted to need. As I descend the windy steps to the roadway, I see him still looking after me, and I hear once more his hollow cough. Then the mockery of the mirror recurs to me. I am beginning to wonder whether I shall ever be able to discover that which I seek, outside of myself, that is, outside of my own imagination. The sun is gone, the topaz light is gone, and Cha stops to lighten his lantern of paper, and we hurry on again between two long lines of painted paper lanterns suspended before the shops, so closely set, so level those lines are, that they seem two interminable strings of pearls of fire. And suddenly a sound, solemn, profound, mighty, peals to my ears over the roofs of the town, the voice of the Tsurigane, the great temple bell of Nungiyama. All too short the day seemed. Yet my eyes have been so long dazzled by the great white light, and so confused by the sorcery of that interminable maze of mysterious signs, which made each street vista seem a glimpse into some enormous grimoire, that they are now weary even of the soft glowing of all these paper lanterns, likewise covered with characters that look like texts from a book of magic. And I feel at last the coming of that drowsiness which always follows enchantment. Impressions and Memories. And this, the reader may say, this is all that you went forth to see? A torii, some shells, a small damask snake, some stones? It is true. And nevertheless I know that I am bewitched. There is a charm indefinable about the place, that sort of charm which comes with a little ghostly thrill, never to be forgotten. Not of strange sights alone is this charm made, but of numberless subtle sensations and ideas interwoven and interblended, the sweet sharp sense of grove and sea, the blood-brightening, vivifying touch of the free wind, the dumb appeal of ancient, mystic, mossy things, vague reverence evoked by knowledge of treading soil called holy for 1,000 years, and a sense of sympathy as a human duty, compelled by the vision of steps of rock worn down into shapelessness by the pilgrim feet of vanished generations. And other memories ineffaceable, the first sight of the sea-girt city of pearl through a fairy veil of haze, the windy approach to the lovely island over the velvety, soundless brown stretch of sand, the weird majesty of the giant gate of bronze, the queer, high-sloping, fantastic, quaintly gabled street flinging down sharp shadows of aerial balconies, the flutter of coloured draperies in the sea-wind and of flags with their riddles of lettering, the pearly glimmering of the astonishing shops. And impressions of the enormous day, the day of the land of the gods, a loftier day than ever our summers know, and the glory of the view from those green, sacred, silent heights between sea and sun, and the remembrance of the sky, a sky spiritual as holiness, a sky with clouds ghost pure and white as the light itself, seeming indeed not clouds but dreams, or souls of bodhisattvas about to melt forever into some blue nirvana. And the romance of Benten too, the deity of beauty, the divinity of love, the goddess of eloquence. Rightly is she likewise named goddess of the sea. For is not the sea most ancient and most excellent of speakers, the eternal poet, chanter of that mystic hymn, whose rhythm shakes the world, whose mighty syllables no man may learn? The Temple of Kwannon. And we arrive before the far-famed Kamakura temple of Kwannon, Kwannon who yielded up her right to the eternal peace that she might save the souls of men, and renounced nirvana to suffer with humanity for other myriad million ages, Kwannon, the goddess of pity and of mercy. I climb 3 flights of steps leading to the temple, and a young girl seated at the threshold rises to greet us. Then she disappears within the temple to summon the guardian priest, a venerable man, white-robed, who makes me a sign to enter. The temple is large as any that I have yet seen, and like the others, grey with the wearing of 600 years. From the roof there hang down votive offerings, inscriptions and lanterns in multitude, painted with various pleasing colours. Almost opposite to the entrance is a singular statue, a seated figure of human dimensions and most human aspect, looking upon us with small, weird eyes, set in a wondrously wrinkled face. This face was originally painted flesh tint, and the robes of the image pale blue, but now the whole is uniformly grey with age and dust, and its colourlessness harmonizes so well with the senility of the figure that one is almost ready to believe one's self gazing at a living mendicant pilgrim. It is Ben-Zuru, the same personage whose famous image at Asakusa has been made featureless by the wearing touch of countless pilgrim fingers. To left and right of the entrance are the Niho, enormously muscled, furious of aspect. Their crimson bodies are speckled with a white scum of paper pellets spat at them by worshippers. Above the altar is a small but very pleasing image of Kwannon, with her entire figure relieved against an oblong halo of gold, imitating the flickering of flame. But this is not the image for which the temple is famed. There is another to be seen, upon certain conditions. The old priest presents me with a petition, written in excellent and eloquent English, praying visitors to contribute something to the maintenance of the temple and its pontiff, and appealing to those of another faith to remember that any belief which can make men kindly and good is worthy of respect. I contribute my mite, and I ask to see the great Kwannon. Then the old priest lights a lantern and leads the way through a low doorway on the left of the altar into the interior of the temple, into some very lofty darkness. I follow him cautiously a while, discerning nothing whatever but the flicker of the lantern. Then we halt before something which gleams. A moment, and my eyes, becoming more accustomed to the darkness, begin to distinguish outlines. The gleaming object defines itself gradually as a foot, an immense golden foot, and I perceive the hem of a golden robe undulating over the instep. Now the other foot appears. The figure is certainly standing. I can perceive that we are in a narrow but also very lofty chamber, and that out of some mysterious blackness overhead ropes are dangling down into the circle of lantern light, illuminating the golden feet. The priest lights 2 more lanterns and suspends them upon hooks attached to a pair of pendant ropes about a yard apart. Then he pulls up both together slowly. More of the golden robe is revealed as the lanterns ascend, swinging on their way. Then the outlines of 2 mighty knees, then the curving of columnar thighs under chiseled drapery, and as with the still waving ascent of the lanterns, the golden vision towers ever higher through the gloom, expectation intensifies. There is no sound but the sound of the invisible pulleys overhead, which squeak like bats. Now above the golden girdle, the suggestion of a bosom. Then the glowing of a golden hand uplifted in benediction. Then another golden hand holding a lotus. And at last a face, golden, smiling with eternal youth and infinite tenderness, the face of Kwannon. So revealed out of the consecrated darkness, this ideal of divine femininity, creation of a forgotten art and time, is more than impressive. I can scarcely call the emotion which it produces admiration. It is rather reverence. But the lanterns, which paused a while at the level of the beautiful face, now ascend still higher, with a fresh squeaking of pulleys. And lo, the tiara of the divinity appears, with strangest symbolism. It is a pyramid of heads, of faces, charming faces of maidens, miniature faces of Kwannon herself. For this is the Kwannon of the 11 faces, Juichi Men Kwannon. The Shinto faith. Once more we are journeying through the silence of this holy land of mists and of legends, wending our way between green leagues of ripening rice, white sprinkled with arrows of prayer, between the far processions of blue and verdant peaks whose names are the names of gods. We have left Kitsuki far behind. But as in a dream I still see the mighty avenue, the long succession of torii with their colossal shimenawa, the majestic face of the Guji, the kindly smile of the priest Sasa, and the girl priestess in her snowy robes dancing her beautiful ghostly dance. It seems to me that I can still hear the sound of the clapping of hands, like the crashing of a torrent. I cannot suppress some slight exultation at the thought that I have been allowed to see what no other foreigner has been privileged to see, the interior of Japan's most ancient shrine, and those sacred utensils and quaint rites of primitive worship so well worthy the study of the anthropologist and the evolutionist. But to have seen Kitsuki as I saw it is also to have seen something much more than a single wonderful temple. To see Kitsuki is to see the living center of Shinto and to feel the life pulse of the ancient faith, throbbing as mightily in this 19th century as ever in that unknown past whereof the Kojiki itself, though written in a tongue no longer spoken, is but a modern record. Buddhism, changing form or slowly decaying through the centuries, might seem doomed to pass away at last from this Japan to which it came only as an alien faith. But Shinto, unchanging and vitally unchanged, still remains all dominant in the land of its birth, and only seems to gain in power and dignity with time. Buddhism has a voluminous theology, a profound philosophy, a literature vast as the sea. Shinto has no philosophy, no code of ethics, no metaphysics, and yet, by its very immateriality, it can resist the invasion of Occidental religious thought as no other Orient faith can. Shinto extends a welcome to Western science, but remains the irresistible opponent of Western religion, and the foreign zealots who would strive against it are astounded to find the power that foils their uttermost efforts indefinable as magnetism and invulnerable as air. Indeed, the best of our scholars have never been able to tell us what Shinto is. To some it appears to be merely ancestor worship, to others ancestor worship combined with nature worship, to others again it seems to be no religion at all. To the missionary of the more ignorant class it is the worst form of heathenism. Doubtless, the difficulty of explaining Shinto has been due simply to the fact that the sinologists have sought for the source of it in books, in the Kojiki and the Nihongi, which are its histories, in the Norito, which are its prayers, in the commentaries of Motowori and Hirata, who were its greatest scholars. But the reality of Shinto lives not in books, nor in rites, nor in commandments, but in the national heart, of which it is the highest emotional religious expression, immortal and ever young. Far underlying all the surface crop of quaint superstitions and artless myths and fantastic magic, there thrills a mighty spiritual force, the whole soul of a race, with all its impulses and powers and intuitions. He who would know what Shinto is must learn to know that mysterious soul in which the sense of beauty and the power of art and the fire of heroism and magnetism of loyalty and the emotion of faith have become inherent, immanent, unconscious, instinctive. Trusting to know something of that oriental soul in whose joyous love of nature and of life even the unlearned may discern a strange likeness to the soul of the old Greek race, I trust also that I may presume some day to speak of the great living power of that faith now called Shinto, but more anciently Kami no Michi, or the Way of the Gods. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Selected Poems by Reginald Heber, 1783 to 1826. An earlier generation of cultivated readers knew Heber by heart, and the present one is inclined to rank him among the best of the hymn writers. His father was a country gentleman of excellent Yorkshire family, incumbent of a double living when double livings were legal and proper, and record of Malpas in Cheshire when his second son Reginald was born. Sent to Oxford at 17, the boy began at once a brilliant university career. In his first year, 1800, he took the prize for his Carmen Seculare, a Latin poem describing the greatness of the new century. He was but 20 when he wrote in English his second prize poem, Palestine, which was printed in 1807 and several times reprinted. For it appealed to the religious sense of the great middle-class English public, still stirred by the remembrance of Wesley and the evangelists. In the theatre where it was recited, it was received with tumultuous enthusiasm, and it is one of the very few prize poems that have lived, Tennyson being perhaps the only one of the great poets whose university verses were admired by a later generation. There is a pretty story connecting Walter Scott with the fortunate student's triumph. Scott, the smart young sheriff of Selkirkshire, not yet famous, had become known by his minstrelsy of the Scottish border to that extraordinary bookworm Richard Heber, half-brother of Reginald, whom the wizard afterwards spoke of as Heber the Magnificent, whose library and cellar are so superior to all others in the world. Scott was visiting his fellow antiquarian at Oxford, when the tall, shy, handsome young undergraduate brought in his Palestine for their criticism. Both the elders praised it, but Scott pointed out that a fine metaphor had been missed in the description of the building of the temple, and Heber added the best lines in the poem. No hammers fell, no ponderous axes rung, like some tall palm the mystic fabric sprung. 2 years later he won a third prize for the best English essay on the sense of honor, was elected a fellow of his college, and traveled extensively. In 1807 he received holy orders and took one of the family livings, which had been kept waiting for him. He proved to be a most devoted parish priest, improving the church services, building up the schools, and raising the standard of health and morals among his people. He never liked his position, he confides to a friend, as half squire, half parson, but he did his best to justify his place. In 1822 he accepted with much hesitation the appointment to the bishopric of Calcutta. At that time the whole of British India made one vast sea, the care of which demanded almost superhuman labor and endurance. Poor Heber, always ardent and zealous, traveled over his spiritual kingdom from bound to bound, preaching, teaching, establishing missions, baptizing, confirming, patching up peace between quarrelsome societies, settling clerical differences, doing social duty, sparing everybody but himself, always cheerful, always attentive, always eager to do the one thing more. Overwork, or the merciless climate, or anxiety, or altogether killed him at the end of 3 years in the very midst of his labors, when he was not yet 43. He wrote prose enough to fill 2 or 3 volumes, most of it sermons, addresses, and lectures, besides an interesting book of travels called A Journey Through India from Calcutta to Bombay. But he is best remembered for his hymns, still sung today in all Protestant Christian churches. More than any other hymn writer, perhaps, he has been able to give the simple utterance of faith or feeling in its place in institutional worship. Sunday after Sunday, in the English churches, the splendid roll of his Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, sweeps the soul of his listener as with the rushing of a mighty wind. In the hymn for the Epiphany, many a believer finds the voice of his own passion of faith and gratitude. In the funeral hymns are uttered the woe and the triumph of humanity. Among the world's great singers, Heber's name will not be found, but with the poets whom many generations love, his place is assured. The Missionary Hymn, intended to be sung on occasion of his preaching a sermon for the Church Missionary Society in April 1820. From Greenland's icy mountains, from India's coral strand, where Afric's sunny fountains roll down their golden sand, from many an ancient river, from many a palmy plain, they call us to deliver their land from error's chain. What though the spicy breezes blow soft o'er Ceylon's isles, though every prospect pleases, and only man is vile? In vain with lavish kindness the gifts of God are strown, the heathen in his blindness bows down to wood and stone. Can we whose souls are lighted with wisdom from on high, can we to men benighted the lamp of life deny? Salvation, O salvation, the joyful sound proclaim, till each remotest nation has learned Messiah's name. Waft, waft, ye winds, his story, and you, ye waters, roll, till like a sea of glory it spreads from pole to pole, till o'er our ransomed nature the Lamb for sinners slain, Redeemer, King, Creator, in bliss returns to reign. 16th Sunday after Trinity. Wake not, O mother, sounds of lamentation. Weep not, O widow, weep not hopelessly. Strong is his arm, the bringer of salvation. Strong is the word of God to succor thee. Bear forth the cold corpse slowly, slowly bear him. Hide his pale features with the sable pall. Chide not the sad one wildly weeping near him. Widowed and childless, she has lost her all. Why pause the mourners? Who forbids our weeping? Who the dark pomp of sorrow has delayed? Set down the bier. He is not dead but sleeping. Young man, arise. He spake and was obeyed. Change then, O sad one, grief to exultation. Worship and fall before Messiah's knee. Strong was his arm, the bringer of salvation. Strong was the word of God to succor thee. Trinity Sunday. Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, early in the morning our song shall rise to thee. Holy, 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 merciful and mighty, God in three persons, blessed Trinity. Holy, 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 all the saints adore thee, casting down their golden crowns around the glassy sea. Cherubim and seraphim falling down before thee, which wert and art, and evermore shalt be. Holy, 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 though the darkness hide thee, though the eye of sinful man thy glory may not see. Only thou art holy, there is none beside thee, perfect in power, in love, and purity. Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, all thy works shall praise thy name in earth and sky and sea. Holy, 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 merciful and mighty, God in three persons, blessed Trinity. Epiphany. Brightest and best of the sons of the morning, dawn on our darkness and lend us thine aid. Star of the east, the horizon adorning, guide where our infant Redeemer is laid. Cold on his cradle the dewdrops are shining, low lies his head with the beasts of the stall. Angels adore him in slumber reclining, Maker and monarch and Saviour of all. Say, shall we yield him in costly devotion odors of Edom and offerings divine, gems of the mountain and pearls of the ocean, myrrh from the forest or gold from the mine? Vainly we offer each ampler oblation, vainly with gifts would his favour secure. Richer by far is the heart's adoration, dearer to God are the prayers of the poor. Brightest and best of the sons of the morning, dawn on our darkness and lend us thine aid. Star of the east, the horizon adorning, guide where our infant Redeemer is laid. Before the Sacrament. Bread of the world in mercy broken, wine of the soul in mercy shed, by whom the words of life were spoken, and in whose death our sins are dead. Look on the heart by sorrow broken, look on the tears by sinners shed, and be thy feast to us the token, that by thy grace our souls are fed. To his wife, written in Upper India. If thou wert by my side, my love, how fast would evening fail, in green Bengala's palmy grove, listening the nightingale. If thou, my love, wert by my side, my babies at my knee, how gaily would our pennants glide o'er Gunga's mimic sea. I miss thee at the dawning gray, when on our deck reclined, in careless ease my limbs I lay, and woo the cooler wind. I miss thee when by Gunga's stream my twilight steps I guide, but most beneath the lamp's pale beam I miss thee from my side. I spread my books, my pencil try the lingering noon to cheer, but miss thy kind, approving eye, thy meek, attentive ear. But when of morn and eve the star beholds me on my knee, I feel, though thou art distant far, thy prayers ascend for me. Then on, where duty leads, my course be onward still, on broad Hindustan's sultry meads, o'er black Almora's hill. That course nor Delhi's kingly gates, nor mild Malwa detain, for sweet the bliss us both awaits by yonder western main. Thy towers, Bombay, gleam bright, they say, across the dark blue sea, but ne'er were hearts so light and gay as then shall meet in thee. At a funeral. Beneath our feet and o'er our head is equal warning given. Beneath us lie the countless dead, above us is the heaven. Their names are graven on the stone, their bones are in the clay, and ere another day is done, ourselves may be as they. Death rides on every passing breeze, he lurks in every flower. Each season has its own disease, its peril every hour. Our eyes have seen the rosy light of youth's soft cheek decay, and fate descend in sudden night on manhood's middle day. Our eyes have seen the steps of age halt feebly towards the tomb, and yet shall earth our hearts engage, and dreams of days to come. Turn, mortal, turn, thy danger know. Where'er thy foot can tread, the earth rings hollow from below, and warns thee of her dead. Turn, Christian, turn, thy soul apply to truths divinely given. The bones that underneath thee lie shall live for hell or heaven. The Moonlight March. I see them on their winding way, about their ranks the moonbeams play. Their lofty deeds and daring high blend with the notes of victory, and waving arms and banners bright are glancing in the mellow light. They're lost and gone, the moon is past, the wood's dark shade is o'er them cast, and fainter, fainter, fainter still the march is rising o'er the hill. Again, again the pealing drum, the clashing horn, they come, through rocky pass, o'er wooded steep, in long and glittering files they sweep, and nearer, nearer, yet more near, their softened chorus meets the ear. Forth, forth, and meet them on their way, the trampling hoofs brook no delay. With thrilling fife and pealing drum and clashing horn they come, they come. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Section 14. George William Frederick Hegel, 1770 to 1831, by William T. Harris. George William Frederick Hegel was born at Stuttgart on the 27th of August, 1770. His biographers mentioned the fact that Swabia, the birthplace of Hegel and Schelling, was also the birthplace of Albertus Magnus, the greatest genius for philosophy in the Middle Ages. Of his pupils, Thomas Aquinas being the light of Christian theology, and Meister Eckhart being the fountain of German mysticism and philosophy. But Hegel's ancestor, John Hegel, had migrated from Carinthia into Swabia in the 17th century, seeking freedom for the exercise of his newly acquired Protestant faith. After the Lutheran Reformation, which extended into the mountainous portions of Austria, was vigilantly repressed by the Austrian government, numbers of the most industrious and intelligent inhabitants migrated northward and westward for the sake of religious freedom. The father of our philosopher, George Louis Hegel, held an office under the government, being a secretary of the Bureau of Public Revenues. His mother was a well-informed and intelligent woman. The events of his youth and early manhood are thoroughly prosaic, up to the time of his meeting with Schelling. He was sent to the Latin school at the age of 5 years, and at 7 entered the gymnasium. It is reported of him that he read Shakespeare in Weiland's translation at the age of 8 years, and that at about the age of 13 he had done some study in geometry, surveying, Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. He translated the work of Longinus on the Sublime at the age of 17. His studies in Greek literature made the liveliest possible impression upon his mind, and all readers of Hegel's works are struck with the fact that Greek methods of thinking, in short, the Greek view of the world, became part and parcel of his mind. He read the Antigone of Sophocles at the age of 18, and for many years after this studied Greek and Roman history and the philosophies of Plato and Aristotle. He very early perceived that these philosophies are the same substantially, both of them reaching to the truth that reason is the absolute. The fact of his study of Greek philosophy gave him a vantage ground. He became later the interpreter of the results of Greek philosophy into the language of German philosophy, and was able to demonstrate the harmony of the two great streams of human thinking. At the age of 18, he entered the University of Tübingen as student of theology, and took great interest in the lectures on the Psalms and on the Book of Job, carrying on at the same time studies in biology and reviewing Greek literature. Schelling arrived at the same university 2 years later and awakened the more sluggish intellect of Hegel into a new activity. Before the advent of Schelling, Hegel, it seems, had not looked upon philosophy as a process of real knowing. It appeared to him rather like a record of curious opinions in which no trace of scientific necessity could be discovered. But the fervent heat of Schelling's mind melted down these opinions and separated the gold from the dross. Schelling could pierce at once to the essential necessity of thought. He could see what belongs to the constitution of the mind and determines the very structure of thought itself. Schooled in the philosophies of Kant and Fichte, Schelling grappled with the fundamental problems of philosophy with as much assurance and familiarity as if they were everyday matters of the university lecture room, or indeed of the student's boarding house. Hegel, 5 years his senior, borrowed courage from Schelling, and commenced anew his studies in philosophy with an entirely different point of view. For 15 years he willingly acknowledged himself to be Schelling's disciple. Meanwhile the French Revolution had begun, and was now in the height of its progress. It was the external counterpart of the Kantian Revolution in philosophy. All realized institutions were attacked by it, in the interest of individual freedom against authority. All over Europe there came to be a feeling that man is the maker of his institutions, and that he can demonstrate this authorship by taking to pieces church and state and reconstructing them at pleasure. Kant and Fichte had attacked the problems of philosophy in the same revolutionary spirit. It seemed to them as if they stood, for the first time, face to face with truth. All other and earlier endeavors had been fatuous. Dogmatic philosophy had not attained truth, but merely likelihood or opinion. With the newly acquired faculties of higher introspection discovered by Kant, it would be possible now to settle ultimately and finally the attitude of the mind towards fundamental problems of the universe. The problems of life could all be solved without delay. These views aroused unbounded enthusiasm. The Germans call this epoch the Aufklärung, enlightenment. It was a clearing up such as comes from cutting loose from the past with a consciousness that the individual commences a new book, with new ideas and with no responsibilities to anything that has been written before. Hegel had been much interested in Rousseau in his youth, and when the French Revolution came to be discussed all over Europe, he, like most young men of his time, adopted the gospel of liberty, equality, and fraternity as his own. He and Schelling took an active part in the political club founded for the dissemination of French ideas at the university. In the course of a few years, however, he discovered the shallowness of a movement which claims as its chief merit the neglect of the past and the wholesale condemnation of existing institutions. According to the principle of the French Revolution, no sooner has something become an accomplished fact than it becomes a menace to the freedom of the individual. It becomes tyrannical with its authority. Hence, no sooner did the Revolution make a new constitution than it began to amend it, for how could the people retain their consciousness of freedom from authority unless they continually recast their constitutional law? This lesson of the French Revolution made the profoundest impression upon the mind of Hegel, given as he was to looking behind the immediate appearance to the essential form of the deed. He saw at once the irrationality of the revolution, and compared it to Saturn, who devoured his own offspring. He saw vividly the absurdity of constitutional conventions, which are to discover and adopt reasonable foundations, to be followed immediately by new conventions, which demolish the reasonable forms adopted by their predecessors. Hegel became conscious of the truth of the conservative principle, which aims to build the present upon the past and to reinforce the insight of the present moment by the reflections of all the rational hours that have gone before. This conservatism, which appears in all the works of Hegel, has been much condemned. It should be remembered that Hegel did not begin to write books until he had reached this conclusion. After 2 or 3 years' companionship with Schelling, Hegel, having completed his theological studies at the university, left Jena and became a private tutor in a family in Bern. It is interesting to note that Fichte had held the position of tutor in Switzerland shortly before this, and Herbart a similar position about the same time. The 3 years of tutorship passed in studies on the most difficult problems of all philosophies, namely, the reconciliation of the theoretical and practical sides of life, the relation of intellect to will. At this time, too, Hegel made a more thorough study of the Kantian critiques and took up Fichte's Science of Knowledge, finding it far more difficult to master than the Critique of Pure Reason. He obtained, however, some assistance from Schelling in gaining an insight into the subtle psychology of Fichte. For Schelling had found the writings of Fichte more to his taste than those of any other philosopher, and just as Fichte had been nurtured on the writings of Kant, the ideas of which he had proceeded at once to combine in a new system, so Schelling recast in a new form the ideas of Fichte. He hastened to construe the world of nature a priori by means of transcendental ideas. Self-consciousness revealed the hidden laws and principles implicit in ordinary knowing, and these laws and principles, discovered in the unconscious activity of the mind, were identified by him with the moving forces of nature. He attributed them to an impersonal reason, a soul of the world. Thus it comes to pass that while Fichte laid the greatest stress on the subjective, the will of the individual, the consciousness of the particular person, that is to say, on the free moral will, Schelling, on the other hand, emphasized the objective, the unconscious development of nature, and laid great stress on the gradual unfolding of reason in the inorganic world of matter. There was no necessary incongruity in the two systems, but the one-sidedness, due to the intense emphasis given to the opposite poles, soon produced a conflict. Fichte subordinated everything else to the moral will, and regarded nature as merely phenomenal and scarcely worthy of man's attention. Schelling, on the other hand, turned to nature and history as unconscious realizations of spirit in time and space, and held them up to view as worthy of all study. They were treated in his philosophy with reverence as divine incarnations. Fichte slighted time and space and what they contained. He neglected the forms of matter and the results of history, everything conventional, such as institutions, customs, and philosophical systems. The world, in short, was treated somewhat as the French revolutionists treated the past. Schelling, on the other hand, looked upon the world as a revelation of the absolute, and held it sacred, while subjectivity, the ego and its interests, became less important in his eyes, and as a consequence, human aims and endeavors, even moral aims, lost their interest to him. Not so, however, with Hegel. Hegel did not, for a moment, while he called himself a disciple of Schelling, fail to see that the moral world is more important than the physical world, although he believed the physical world to be what Schelling claimed for it. In the midst of these great philosophical movements, Hegel had, in 1797, become a tutor in Frankfurt, and had reinforced his insights obtained through the study of Fichte and the explanations of Schelling by a study of Plato and Sextus Empiricus, the skeptic. What was most important, he began to get a new insight into the dialectic, which Fichte had set forth in his Science of Knowledge, as a strictly scientific form of expounding philosophy. He saw how, in the hands of Plato and Sextus, the negative plays the moving part in developing thought and correcting its imperfections. Hegel later conceived the idea of uniting the Platonic dialect with the Fichtean and completing an objective dialectic, which he hoped to make of great service in rational psychology, or logic as he called it. In 1801, he returned to Jena, which had become not only a great center of literary activity, but the chief center of philosophic activity in the world. Fichte had been charged with atheism, had resigned, and gone to Berlin. Schelling was then lecturing at Jena as professor extraordinarius. Hegel commenced to teach logic, metaphysics, the philosophy of nature, and the philosophy of spirit. In 1805, he lectured on the history of philosophy, pure metaphysics, and natural right. In 1806, on the unity of philosophical systems. He began in this year to unfold what he called the phenomenology of spirit, by which he meant an exposition of the dialectic, by which one's view of the world changes from that of the earliest infancy up to the most complete view to be found in the philosophy and religion of his civilization. He showed how the barest fragments are seized at first as if they were the truth of the whole world. Next, how these fragments are supplemented and enlarged by further insight, obtained by noticing their dependence on other things, and their utter insufficiency by themselves. This work, The Phenomenology of Spirit, published in 1807, remains the most noteworthy exposition of what Hegel calls his dialectic, although in some respects it is amended and made more complete in his larger Logic, published in 3 volumes, 1812 to 1816. But in 1803, Hegel had begun to be aware of a growing separation between his view of the world and that of Schelling. He had been substantially at one with Schelling so long as Schelling held the doctrine that reason, or intelligence and will, is the absolute. This was Schelling's view up to 1801. At that time the idea of polarity became very attractive to him. The phenomena of the magnet had suggested a symbol by which he could explain human consciousness and the world. We, the conscious human beings, represent one pole of being, the subjective pole, while nature, in time and space, represents the other pole, the objective pole of being. Just as the indifference point unites the 2 poles in one magnet, so there is the absolute, which is the indifference point between the subjective and objective poles of being, namely between mind and nature. And, of course, this indifference point is neither mind nor nature, but a higher principle uniting mind and nature. At this point, Schelling very distinctly abandoned the current of European thought from Plato to Fichte, and adopted the Oriental standpoint, as revealed in Hindu philosophy and in the philosophy of the Gnostics and Neoplatonists. It was a lapse into Orientalism, and if carried out, would end in agnosticism, or in the doctrine of the incomprehensibility of the absolute. Another of its consequences would be the impossibility of recognizing morals or ethics in the divine. Since the absolute would transcend the subjective as well as the objective, it would be something above morals, and consequently it could not be said to have self-activity. Hegel never for one moment assented to this view, but remained standing by the former attitude of Schelling, making the absolute to be not an indifference point, but the perfection of the subjective and objective as a reason whose will is creative, or a reason whose intellect, in the act of knowing, also creates. After 1803, Schelling ought to have seen that his new principle undermined the very possibility of philosophy, and he should have ceased philosophizing, for his absolute, as the indifference point between reason and nature, proved only an empty unity which did not explain the origin of the polarity from it. The worlds of mind and nature could not be anything but illusions, the Maya of East Indian thinking. On the other hand, an absolute of reason could explain the rise of antithesis, and could explain also the world of unconscious nature as a progressive development of individuality, a sort of cradle for the development of immortal souls. But Hegel, even in his lectures on the history of philosophy nearly 20 years later, seems to take pleasure in recognizing Schelling as his master. He does not expound the final system as his own, but adopts the philosophy of Schelling as the last contribution to the history of philosophy. It may be of interest to remark here that although Schelling continued to produce new developments in philosophy which undermined the systems which he had built up before, Yet there are two important and permanent interests advanced by his philosophizing. The first of these has been mentioned. Instead of leaving nature as a thing in itself, outside of and beyond all mind, Schelling recognizes in it a genuine objective and independent development of reason, fundamentally identical with mind. Human reason is reflected in the forms of nature. This view brings one to see that the goal at which the human soul has arrived or is arriving is confirmed or approved by the great process of struggle for existence which is called nature. Mind sleeps in matter, dreams in the plant, awakes in the animal, and becomes conscious in man. Still more important is the effort of Schelling to understand the great systems of thought made by preceding thinkers, his study of Giordano Bruno, and his interpretation of mythology. He successfully appropriated the standpoints of Kant, Fichte, Bruno, Spinoza, Bader, and Bohm. His fertile mind threw great light on the positive meaning contained in each of these systems of thought. He became the best of commentators. He showed how a history of philosophy should be written, not after the style of Mr. Lewes, who writes the biography of defunct philosophy, but as a history that shows the great insights which formed the life of these systems. Schelling had discovered the vital basis for a history of philosophy that should interpret the different systems of thought that had prevailed. Hegel perhaps learned his most important lesson from Schelling in this matter of the interpretation of systems of thought, and certainly Hegel shines best in writing the history of philosophy, always being able to penetrate behind the words and seize the essential ideas which lived in the mind of the past thinker. Oftentimes, this idea was merely struggling for utterance and not wholly articulate. This does not prevent Hegel from seizing the idea itself and setting it forth with success. The gross outcome of Hegel's philosophy is, in fact, next after his insight into the defect of Oriental thought, his ability to seize the thought of Plato and Aristotle and prove its identity with the thought of Kant, Fichte, and Schelling. The easiest method by which the student may arrive at the great thoughts of Plato and Aristotle is to read in Hegel's History of Philosophy his exposition of Socrates and his followers. Hegel's high place is due to his able interpretation of the speculative insights of the great systems of thought which had prevailed in the world for 20 centuries, and on which, in a sense, the institutions of modern civilization had been built. The old philosophy had been so deluded in making it a book of instruction for students and immature persons that the insight into its speculative necessity had been lost or become a tradition. The professor is obliged to keep in mind the capacity of the pupil in preparing his textbook, in striving to make the subject clear to the immature mind, which is not able to think except in images and pictures. The professor changes his attitude from that of a discoverer of truth to that of an expounder of truth. He is obliged to suppress the strictly logical deduction and substitute for it analogies and illustrations that flow from it, thus to offer baked bread instead of seed corn to his pupils. But by and by his pupils, nurtured on this thin philosophical diet, become professors themselves. They have never heard that Plato and Aristotle ever had any other meaning than the commonplace doctrines learned in their textbooks. Hence the degeneracy of philosophy in the schools. On the other hand, eccentric philosophers, off the lines of the traditional school wisdom, like Bruno, Spinoza, Bohm, and Swedenborg, have never been reduced to a textbook form, and they still preserve a power to arouse original thought. Schelling's writings have this power. They reveal the morning red of truth, and the student becomes a mystic and beholds the truth for himself. But it does not often occur to him that there is also clear daylight behind the commonplace dogmas of school wisdom. Hegel profited more by the example of Schelling in this matter of interpreting the past systems of philosophy than by anything else. He became the great philosophical interpreter. I've already mentioned his first original work, The Phenomenology of Spirit, a book that he finished during the Battle of Jena, 1806. It appeared from the press in the following year. This work may be best described as an interpretation of the different standpoints at which the mind arrives successively on its way from the mere animal sense perception up to the highest stage of thinking, which sees the world to be a manifestation of divine reason and reads its purpose in everything. One must not, however, understand this book to be an attempt to present the contents of the world of nature and of human history in a systematic form, for it is nothing of the kind. It is rather a subjective clearing up of the contents of his own mind than an objective treatment of the contents of the world systematically, but the first part of it has something of a very general character, namely, the exhibition of the dialectic by which the sense perception passes from an immediate knowledge of the here and now to a knowledge of force, and further on, to the insight that force must in all cases be a fragment of will activity. This part of the track of development must be common to all peoples who have progressed up to, and beyond, the dynamic view of the world. And again, in the next phase of it, where he develops in order, one after the other, the germs of the several institutions of the social life of man, namely, beginning with slavery, on through the patriarchal despotism, up to free, constitutional forms of government. He shows the rise of the moral idea, first in the mind of the slave who, purified by his own sufferings, learns to see the importance of moral conduct on the part of his master, not only for his own, the slave's, well-being, but also for the accomplishment of anything reasonable by his master himself. This deep insight is the key to the explanation of the authorship of Aesop's fables, the Enchiridion of Epictetus, and the Hypopedesia by slaves. In general, it explains how it is that in Asia, in the realm of arbitrary power and despotism, the moral systems of the world have arisen. It does not indicate any lofty superiority on the part of the Asiatic mind, but rather its backwardness in developing civil institutions, such as we enjoy in the Roman law, the English local self-government, and the American Constitution. Hegel uses this key not only to explain the history and arrested development of civilizations among the Oriental peoples, but to explain the moral ideas of the Stoics, the Skeptics, and the Epicureans. The first part of the phenomenology treats of consciousness, the second part of self-consciousness, or the arrival at the certainty that the self is behind every total phenomenon, and that the self is an independent, originating being, and therefore morally responsible. He shows how this idea prompts man to a study of nature, with a view to understand how nature is a manifestation or revelation of mind. This is the third study of the phenomenology under the general title of reason. In Hegel's technique, reason means the recognition of mind as the outcome of the world process. Absolute reason is creating individual beings and endowing them with reason. The world of nature and human history is a process whose object is the development of individuality. Side by side with this theoretical or intellectual side of the recognition of reason, Hegel places the actual struggle of the will and traces its ascent from mere caprice up to the consciousness of laws and obedience to them. The fourth step of the phenomenology he calls spirit. It is the consciousness that makes institutions for the establishment and preservation of what is rational in the world. According to Hegel, reason includes the discovery of rational laws in nature and rational laws in human history and development. But in all this, the individual acts as individual, and his seeing and knowing is individual. Spirit names the product of society and not of the mere individual. In social combinations, according to Hegel, there is a higher manifestation of intelligence and will than in the mere individual, and he calls this manifestation spirit. Spirit is, therefore, man acting as a social whole. His insight into this is used as a key to explain the phenomena of his own time, particularly the French Revolution, in its entire cycle from revolt against the state to a restoration of the state under Napoleon. He closes his phenomenology by a brief study into the nature of religion. He commences with the lowest forms of fetishism and idolatry, and rising through the art religion of the Greeks, comes to a third and highest religion, revealed religion, signifying by the word revealed not so much that the scriptures are divinely inspired, as that they make known a God who reveals himself to men, not an inscrutable God, like that of the pantheistic religions, but a divine human God, an absolute, conscious reason, and, above all, a moral God. For Hegel finds that the Hebrew insight into the Old Testament reaches to such a knowledge of the absolute as is presupposed by psychology, by the philosophy of nature, and by the philosophy of history. It was reached by the intuition of that wonderful people in Palestine. Of many things man may be uncertain, but he can be absolutely certain that the fundamental being in the universe must respect the moral law, otherwise he would destroy his own personality. Having convinced himself of this, Hegel has arrived at his final chapter, absolutely knowing, and his voyage of discovery is done. He is certain that there must be absolute science, because the highest of religions presupposes this knowledge that the divine being is ethical and necessarily possesses goodness and righteousness. Now Hegel is ready to commence on his next work, the Logic, which will show how the mind reaches the moral ideal. It is a thorough exploration of the thoughts of the mind which arise in it through its own activity and not through mere experience. The category of being, for instance, is a category that underlies all experience, and it remains in the mind after having abstracted all that one has learned through each and all of his special senses. For all things learned by experience are really qualities of being, but not being itself. So of the categories of negation and of becoming. Such categories as somewhat, and other, and limit, the finite, the infinite, and all the other categories of quality, such categories as quantity, extensive and intensive and ratio, all these categories of quality and quantity form a sort of surface to the thinking mind. Underneath this it thinks categories of phenomenon and noumenon, categories of positive and negative, identity and difference, force and manifestation, substance and attribute, cause and effect, in short, the world of relativity. Hegel goes on in his Logic to discuss, besides these categories of quality and quantity which belong to immediate being, and which constitute our superficial or surface thinking, the categories of essence, such as cause and effect, which are the chief categories of reflection, or the understanding, and finally comes to a third realm of thinking, which deals with life and mind, showing up the laws of judgment and syllogism, as found in Aristotle's Logic, and working out, along the lines that Schelling first explored, into the realization of mind in the mechanism, chemism, and teleology of the world, finally considering the life of animal and plant, and then intellect and will of man, and lastly, the union of intellect and will in one being, the being of God, or as Hegel calls it, the absolute idea. This absolute idea has the form of perfectly altruistic action. Its divine occupation is the creating of other beings and the nurturing of the same up to their immortal individuality. With the appearance of conscious self-determination in the world, there begins responsibility, and consequently conscious discrimination between evil and righteousness. The institutions of civilization arise in order to conserve the conscious practice of the right and the suppression of evil. In this, his first work, the Phenomenology, we find the keys which Hegel applies to the several departments of philosophy. His work after 1807 lay in the lines therein mapped out. While in charge of a classical high school in Nuremberg, he elaborated and published his Science of Logic in 3 volumes, 1812 to 1816, the outline of the philosophy of nature, he published in his Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences in 1817 at Heidelberg, whither he had gone in October 1816 to assume a professorship in the university. The first volume of the Encyclopedia contains a compend of his logic, and the third volume contains the Philosophy of Spirit, which is mostly a systematic arrangement of materials to be found in his Phenomenology. In 1818, Hegel became a professor in the University of Berlin, occupying the chair formerly occupied by Fichte. In his Berlin period, he elaborated the details of the Philosophy of Spirit and expanded its contents into a large number of volumes. In 1821, he published his Philosophy of Right, containing the science of jurisprudence, morals, and politics. In the following years, he lectured on the philosophy of history, on the science of the fine arts and poetry, on the philosophy of religion, and on the history of philosophy. His manuscripts were edited by his disciples after his death, additions being made to the manuscripts from notes of the pupils taken during the lectures. While engaged on a new edition of his Complete Logic, having finished the revision of the first volume, he died of cholera, November 14, 1831. The edition of his complete works by his disciples contains in Volume 1 his writings of the Schelling period, Volume 2, Phenomenology of Spirit, Volumes 3, 4, and 5, Science of Logic, Outlines of the Philosophy of Right, 1 volume, Philosophy of History, 1 volume, Aesthetics, including the Philosophy of the Fine Arts and Poetry, 3 volumes, Philosophy of Religion, 2 volumes, History of Philosophy, 3 volumes, the Encyclopedia, 3 volumes, Miscellaneous Writings, 2 volumes. To this list should be added The Life of Hegel by Rosenkranz, 1 volume. English translations now exist of the Philosophy of History, the Encyclopedia, the Philosophy of Right, the Philosophy of Religion, the History of Philosophy, and a considerable portion of the Aesthetics. Of these works, the Philosophy of Right gives by far the best philosophy of the family, industrial society, political economy, and the state that has been produced by the Kantian critical school. It contains a brief but very luminous treatise on the science of morals as distinct from ethics in general, which Hegel construes as the science of institutions. Hegel's Philosophy of Aesthetics, including the fine arts and poetry, treats of the 3 epochs of art, symbolic, Oriental, classic, Greek and Roman, and romantic, Christian, as well as the special arts, architecture, sculpture, painting, music, and poetry. It shows, in accordance with broad principles, how the ideal of the beautiful is realized within the 3 great epochs of civilization, and gives the student a philosophical basis by which to criticize the merits and defects of each phase of art. It shows also the advantages and the defects of each of the special arts in revealing the beautiful, architecture having one kind of limitation, sculpture another, painting, music, and poetry still others. If Hegel had left us only this work on the philosophy of art, says Bernard, it would have been sufficient to give him first rank among the thinkers of his century. But this may be truthfully said of 4 of his other works. His Philosophy of Religion commences with a discussion of the nature of religion, defining its limitations and showing its central value. The first part of his Philosophy of Art, in the same way, shows the nature of art and its significance. The Philosophy of Religion then proceeds to take up historically the religions of the chief nations, showing the Church from its earliest beginnings to its culmination in Christianity. The Philosophy of History is the central book of this group. It takes up the nations of the world and analyzes the fundamental idea of the civilization of each, then shows how this idea gets realized in the manners and customs of the people, and especially in their governmental form. He then shows how the colliding elements of this great idea get reconciled and harmonized within the nation itself, and then how it comes into collision with nations outside of it, and finally how it is overcome by the world historical nation, which is to become its successor as leader in civilization. The works on aesthetics and religion reinforce the philosophy of history by showing how the national idea gets realized in the art and literature of the people, and also in its religious creed and its methods of worship. It seems to be a tacit conviction of Hegel that in order to seize the truth of the individuality of a nation and understand its career in the world, you must investigate not only its form of government and its manners and customs, but also its view of the world as found in religion, and its celebration of that view of the world in architecture, sculpture, painting, music, and poetry. A mistake in any one of these spheres would get corrected while investigating other spheres. Hegel's History of Philosophy is the most remarkable work of its kind, inasmuch as it has the advantage of the wonderful interpreting power of the master. His pupils have numerously attempted writings in the history of philosophy, and have made great success in it, but no success equal to that of Hegel himself. His work is profoundly suggestive. He studies the thought of a nation, always in light of its institutions, its art, its literature, and its religion. By his very method, he is protected against attributing to thinkers ideas which could not have arisen in their historical epoch. Hegel has done more than any other thinker to give the student what is called a historical sense, and thus guard him against misinterpreting the earlier forms of ideas for later ones. In each of these works, which stand for the 4 greatest contributions to human thought in this century, Hegel's treatises on art, religion, history, and philosophy, the great contrast between Asiatic contributions and those of Europe is brought out with ever-fresh illustrations and profound suggestions. The difference of these 2 epochs of human history is shown to be the deepest possible. The Oriental thought is not strong enough in its synthetic power to grasp the idea of an absolute as an ethical personality, but remains standing at the idea of an empty infinite devoid of all attributes. This impotency it illustrates in its works of art, its forms of civil government, its religious creeds, and its philosophy. The correspondence between the abstract theories of a civilization and its concrete results is worked out by Hegel so felicitously as to awaken the highest enthusiasm in the intelligent reader. End of section 14. Section 15 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18, Selections from Hegel's Writings, selected by William T. Harris. The following extracts from English translations from Hegel will serve to illustrate his difficulties of style, which appear through a translation somewhat exaggerated on account of the impossibility of rendering his technical terms into corresponding terms in English. His writings are built up systematically, and somewhere in his works each technical term will be found to be explained fully. But unfortunately for his readers, he uses these terms anywhere in their full technical significance, assuming that the reader is acquainted with the detailed exposition which he has given somewhere else. Such simple words as reason, spirit, self-consciousness are used as glibly as if they meant only the ordinary mental pictures called up by the reading public at sight of these words. But we have seen that spirit implies an investigation occupying 500 or 600 pages in that most abstruse and exasperating work, the Phenomenology of Spirit. First, it implies the psychological demonstration that self-activity is the true first principle, presupposed not only as the basis of all life, but as the basis of all inorganic nature. This is the step called self-consciousness. Second, it presupposes the long investigation through experience of untold centuries into the objects of nature, discovering finally their purpose in creation, and the other phase of investigation into the action of the human will, by which it arrives at moral and ethical forms of action. This is the process called reason. Third, finally, it presupposes a like investigation on the part of human experience into institutions best calculated to realize human nature, the family, civil society, the state, and the church. This process is called spirit. This style resembles in some degree that of treatises in higher mathematics, wherein a simple formula of 2 or 3 terms quotes a result which has been arrived at after 100 or 200 pages of close analytical reasoning. In the following extracts, I preface each by a brief explanation indicating the general result and calling attention to some of the technical terms which contain the compendious reference here described. Translation to the Greek world from the Philosophy of History. The following passage on the transition from the history of Egypt to that of Greece shows how a national consciousness which expresses itself only in symbols passes over to one that expresses itself in the language of thought. The Egyptian spirit has shown itself to us as, in all respects, shut up within the limits of particular conceptions, and, as it were, imbruted in them, but likewise stirring itself within these limits, passing restlessly from one particular form into another. This spirit never rises to the universal and higher, for it seems to be blind to that, nor does it ever withdraw into itself, yet it symbolizes freely and boldly with particular existence, and has already mastered it. All that is now required is to posit that particular existence, which contains the germ of ideality, as ideal, and to comprehend universality itself, which is already potentially liberated from the particulars involving it. It is the free, joyful spirit of Greece that accomplishes this, and makes this its starting point. An Egyptian priest is reported to have said that the Greeks remain eternally children. We may say, on the contrary, that the Egyptians are vigorous boys, eager for self-comprehension, who require nothing but clear understanding of themselves in an ideal form in order to become young men. In the Oriental spirit, there remains as a basis the massive substantiality of spirit immersed in nature. To the Egyptian spirit, it has become impossible, though it is still involved in infinite embarrassment, to remain contented with that. The rugged African nature disintegrated that primitive unity, and lighted upon the problem whose solution is free spirit. The problem, from the Philosophy of History. Hegel uses with great effect a quotation from a Neoplatonist philosopher who used the clear thoughts of Aristotle and Plato to explain the symbolic consciousness of the Greeks. That the spirit of the Egyptians presented itself to their consciousness in the form of a problem is evident from the celebrated inscription in the sanctuary of the goddess Neith at Sais: I am that which is, that which was, and that which will be. No one has lifted my veil. This inscription indicates the principle of the Egyptian spirit, though the opinion has often been entertained that its purport applies to all times. Proclus supplies the addition, the fruit which I have produced is Helios. That which is clear to itself is therefore the result of, and the solution of, the problem in question. This lucidity is spirit, the son of Neith, the concealed, night-loving divinity. In the Egyptian Neith, truth is still a problem. The Greek Apollo is its solution. His utterance is, Man, know thyself. In this dictum is not intended a self-recognition that regards the specialities of one's own weaknesses and defects. It is not the individual that is admonished to become acquainted with his idiosyncrasy, but humanity in general is summoned to self-knowledge. This mandate was given for the Greeks, and in the Greek spirit, humanity exhibits itself in its clear and developed condition. Wonderfully, then, must the Greek legend surprise us, which relates that the Sphinx, the great Egyptian symbol, appeared in Thebes, uttering the words, What is that which in the morning goes on 4 legs, at midday on 2, and in the evening on 3? Oedipus, giving the solution, man, precipitated the Sphinx from the rock. The solution and liberation of that Oriental spirit, which in Egypt had advanced so far as to propose the problem, is certainly this, that the inner being, the essence, of nature is thought, which has its existence only in the human consciousness. But that time-honored antique solution given by Oedipus, who thus shows himself possessed of knowledge, is connected with a dire ignorance of the character of his own actions. The rise of spiritual illumination in the old royal house is disparaged by connection with abominations, the result of ignorance, and that primeval royalty must, in order to attain true knowledge and moral clearness, first be brought into shapely form, and be harmonized with the spirit of the beautiful, by civil laws and political freedom. The Greek world, from the philosophy of history. In explaining the general characteristics of the Greek national mind, Hegel calls attention to the fact that Greek civilization is the first appearance of spirit in the world, using the word in the technical sense above described, namely, that it is the first nationality which adopts free institutions, that is to say, institutions which embody reason and are adapted to assist the individual citizen to attain free, reasonable action. He uses the expression, "In Greece, advancing spirit makes itself the content of its volition and its knowledge," meaning, as he explains later, that the Greek citizen makes it his personal interest to adopt as his own will the will of the state, for this is the essence of freedom. The individual citizen, too, understands the motive of the state, that is to say, it is not a motive of some mere ruler or tyrant, but the motive that arises in the mind of the individual citizen as such, and declared by his vote. He contrasts this form of spirit with a further developed one, in which the individual citizen lays stress upon his individual satisfaction, and looks more to the reasonable result, even if at the cost of his individuality. One of the finest passages in Hegel is the paragraph upon Achilles and Alexander. Among the Greeks we feel ourselves immediately at home, for we are in the region of spirit, and though the origin of the nation, as also its philological peculiarities, may be traced farther, even to India, the proper emergence, the true palingenesis of spirit, must be looked for in Greece first. At an earlier stage I compared the Greek world with the period of adolescence, not indeed in that sense, that youth bears within it a serious anticipative destiny, and consequently, by the very conditions of its culture, urges towards, rests on, an ulterior aim, presenting thus an inherently incomplete and immature form, and being then most defective when it would deem itself perfect. But in that sense, that youth does not yet present the activity of work, does not yet exert itself for a definite intelligent aim, but rather exhibits a concrete freshness of the soul's life. It appears in the sensuous actual world as incarnate spirit and spiritualized sense, that is, ascetic art, in a unity which owed its origin to spirit. Greece presents to us the cheerful aspect of youthful freshness, of spiritual vitality. It is here first that advancing spirit makes itself the content of its volition and its knowledge, but in such a way that state, family, law, religion are at the same time objects aimed at by individuality, while the latter is individuality only in virtue of those aims. The full-grown man, on the other hand, devotes his life to labor for an objective aim, which he pursues consistently, even at the cost of his individuality. The highest form that floated before the Greek imagination was Achilles, the son of the poet, the Homeric youth of the Trojan War. Homer is the element in which the Greek world lives, as man does in the air. The Greek life is a truly youthful achievement. Achilles, the ideal youth of poetry, commenced it, Alexander the Great, the ideal youth of reality, concluded it. Both appear in contest with Asia. Achilles, as the principal figure in the national expedition of the Greeks against Troy, does not stand at its head, but is subject to the chief of chiefs. He cannot be made the leader without becoming a fantastic, untenable conception. On the contrary, the second youth, Alexander, the freest and finest individuality that the real world has ever produced, advances to the head of this youthful life that has now perfected itself and accomplishes the revenge against Asia. The meaning of Christianity from the philosophy of history. After treating Rome as a kingdom and a republic, Hegel takes up in the chapter on the Roman Empire the subject of the introduction of Christianity, making one of his profoundest and obscurest analyses in his discussion of the doctrine of Christianity as related to the previous standpoints in the world history. There is no passage in all his writings more worthy of study than this discussion of the elements of Christianity. It contains one of his best statements of the superiority of those forms of the state, religion, or philosophy, which give the individual independent subsistence, and do not make him a transient wave to be swallowed up by the ocean of being. Hegel has unfolded in the philosophy of right, the philosophy of religion, and the phenomenology of spirit, this insight into the substantial and permanent character of the individual man who possesses personal immortality. Here he treats of it as the essential element in Christianity, which recognizes individual personality in the absolute and the reflection of that permanent individuality in human beings. In fact, Hegel sees in the doctrine of the Incarnation, crucifixion, resurrection, and ascension of Christ the adequate religious statement of this final doctrine of the creation of the individual for immortality and reconciliation with God. It is the doctrine of the divine human. The absolute object, truth, is spirit. That is to say, the object of God's thinking is man in the highest institutional form, called in Revelation the invisible church, or the city of God. This, however, is not only the object of God's consciousness, but also of man's as a member of the invisible church, and thus, as Hegel goes on to say, man realizes that the essential being of the world is his own essential being, and thus he removes its mere objectivity, its existence as an alien being outside of himself, which he adopts merely on external authority, and thus comes to make it internal, subjective, seeing its truth by his own insight, and not on mere hearsay. It has been remarked that Caesar inaugurated the modern world on the side of reality, while its spiritual and inward existence was unfolded under Augustus. At the beginning of that empire, whose principle we have recognized as finiteness and particular subjectivity, exaggerated to infinitude, the salvation of the world had its birth in the same principle of subjectivity, that is, as a particular person, in abstract subjectivity, but in such a way that, conversely, finiteness is only the form of his appearance, while infinity and absolutely independent existence constitute the essence and substantial being which it embodies. The Roman world, as it has been described, in its desperate condition and the pain of abandonment by God, came to an open rupture with reality and made prominent the general desire for a satisfaction such as can only be attained in the inner man, the soul, thus preparing the ground for a higher spiritual world. Rome was the fate that crushed down the gods and all genial life in its hard service, while it was the power that purified the human heart from all speciality. Its entire condition is therefore analogous to a place of birth, and its pain is like the travail throes of another and higher spirit, which manifested itself in connection with the Christian religion. This higher spirit involves the reconciliation and emancipation of spirit. while man obtains the consciousness of spirit in its universality and infinity. The absolute object, truth, is spirit, and as man himself is spirit, he is present, is mirrored to himself in that object, and thus in his absolute object has found essential being and his own essential being. But in order that the objectivity of essential being may be done away with, and spirit be no longer alien to itself, may be with itself, self-harmonized, the naturalness of spirit, that in virtue of which man is a special empirical existence, must be removed, so that the alien element may be destroyed, and the reconciliation of spirit be accomplished. The doctrine of the Trinity, from the Philosophy of History. Hegel goes on to show the significance of the doctrine of the Trinity as a symbol of this deep truth. He discusses the appearance of concrete subjective caprice in the Greek national mind and the abstract subjective mind in the Roman national mind, especially in the right of private property, in goods and chattels, and in land, a right which realized for the citizen a sphere of free individuality. God is thus recognized as spirit only when known as the triune. This new principle is the axis on which the history of the world turns. This is the goal and the starting point of history. When the fullness of time was come, God sent his Son, is the statement of the Bible. This means nothing else than that self-consciousness had reached the phases of development, momenta, whose resultant constitutes the idea of spirit, and had come to feel the necessity of comprehending those phases absolutely. This must now be more fully explained. We said of the Greeks that the law for their spirit was, man, know thyself. The Greek spirit was a consciousness of spirit, but under a limited form, having the element of nature as an essential ingredient. Spirit may have had the upper hand, but the unity of the superior and the subordinate was itself still natural. Spirit appeared as specialized in the idiosyncrasies of the genius of the several Greek nationalities and of their divinities, and was represented by art, in whose sphere the sensuous is elevated only to the middle ground of beautiful form and shape, but not to pure thought. The element of subjectivity that was wanting in the Greeks we found among the Romans, but as it was merely formal and in itself indefinite, it took its material from passion and caprice. Even the most shameful degradations could be here connected with a divine dread, vide the declaration of Hespala respecting the Bacchanalia in Livy 39:13. This element of subjectivity is afterwards further realized as personality of individuals, a realization which is exactly adequate to the principle and is equally abstract and formal. As such an ego, such a personality, I am infinite to myself, and my phenomenal existence consists in the property recognized as mine and the recognition of my personality. This inner existence goes no further. All the applications of the principle merge in this. Individuals are thereby posited as atoms, but they are, at the same time, subject to the severe rule of the One, which, as monus monadum, is a power over private persons. The connection between the ruler and the ruled is not mediated by the claim of divine or of constitutional right, or any general principle, but is direct and individual, the emperor being the immediate lord of each subject in the empire. That private right is, therefore, ipso facto, a nullity, an ignoring of the personality, and the supposed condition of the right turns out to be an absolute destitution of it. This contradiction is the misery of the Roman world. The nature of evil, from the Philosophy of History. This free individuality, founded on the ownership of property, was not balanced by a freedom in the Roman imperial government. In relation to the emperor, everything was uncertain. All the nations of Europe, Asia, and Africa were brought under the yoke of the Roman law. Deprived of his local religion, of his local rulers, and of all his special aims, Rome and the Roman Empire were placed before man as supreme object of his will, and there arose a feeling of longing, an unsatisfied aspiration. Hegel compares this feeling to that expressed in the Psalms of David and in the prophets. This is a remarkable commentary on the expression, "the fullness of time was come." He makes a discrimination between the consciousness of sin revealed in the Old Testament and the shallow idea of error or evil, giving a profound significance to the idea of the fall. The higher condition in which the soul itself feels pain and longing, in which man is not only drawn, but feels that the drawing is into himself, into his own inmost nature, is still absent. What has been reflection on our part must arise in the mind of the subject of this discipline in the form of a consciousness that in himself he is miserable and null. Outward suffering must, as already said, be merged in a sorrow of the inner man. He must feel himself as the negation of himself. He must see that his misery is the misery of his nature, that he is in himself a divided and discordant being. This state of mind, this self-chastening, this pain occasioned by our individual nothingness, the wretchedness of our isolated self, and the longing to transcend this condition of soul, must be looked for elsewhere than in the properly Roman world. It is this which gives to the Jewish people their world historical importance and weight, for from this state of mind arose that higher phase in which spirit came to absolute self-consciousness, passing from that alien form of being which is its discord and pain, and mirroring itself in its own essence. The state of feeling in question we find expressed most purely and beautifully in the Psalms of David and in the prophets, the chief burden of whose utterances is the thirst of the soul after God, its profound sorrow for its transgressions, the desire for righteousness and holiness. Of this spirit we have the mythical representation at the very beginning of the Jewish canonical books in the account of the fall. Man, created in the image of God, lost, it is said, his state of absolute contentment by eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Sin consists here only in knowledge. This is the sinful element, and by it man is stated to have trifled away his natural happiness. This is a deep truth, that evil lies in consciousness, for the brutes are neither evil nor good, the merely natural man quite as little. Consciousness occasions the separation of the ego, in its boundless freedom as arbitrary choice, from the pure essence of the will, that is, from the good. Knowledge, as the disannulling of the unity of mere nature, is the fall, which is no casual conception, but the eternal history of spirit. For the state of innocence, the paradisical condition, is that of the brute. Paradise is a park where only brutes, not men, can remain. For the brute is one with God only implicitly, not consciously. Only man's spirit, that is, has a self-cognizant existence. This existence for self, this consciousness, is at the same time separation from the universal and divine spirit. If I hold in my abstract freedom, in contraposition to the good, I adopt the standpoint of evil. The fall, from the philosophy of history. The fall is the eternal mythos of man, stating the arrival of man to a deeper consciousness of his true self, his union with the divine human, and his wide separation between his real and his ideal, the necessity for a reconciliation of the two. A further interpretation of the Old Testament doctrine of the fall of man and the history of the chosen people. The fall is, therefore, the eternal mythos of man, in fact, the very transition by which he becomes man. Persistence in this standpoint is, however, evil, and the feeling of pain at such a condition, and of longing to transcend it, we find in David when he says, "Lord, create for me a pure heart, a new, steadfast spirit." This feeling we observe even in the account of the fall, though an announcement of reconciliation is not made there, but whether of continuance in misery. Yet we have in this narrative the prediction of reconciliation in the sentence, "The serpent's head shall be bruised," but still more profoundly expressed where it is stated that when God saw that Adam had eaten of the tree, he said, "Behold, Adam is become as one of us, knowing good and evil." God confirms the words of the serpent. Implicitly and explicitly, then, we have the truth that man, through spirit, through cognition of the universal and the particular, comprehends God himself. But it is only God that declares this, not man. The latter remains, on the contrary, in a state of internal discord. The joy of reconciliation is still distant from humanity. The absolute and final repose of his whole being is not yet discovered to man. It exists, in the first instance, only for God. As far as the present is concerned, the feeling of pain at his condition is regarded as a final award. The satisfaction which man enjoys at first consists in the finite and temporal blessings conferred on the chosen family and the possession of the land of Canaan. His repose is not found in God. Sacrifices are, it is true, offered to him in the temple, and atonement made by outward offerings and inward penitence. But that mundane satisfaction in the chosen family and its possession of Canaan was taken from the Jewish people in the chastisement inflicted by the Roman Empire. The Syrian kings did indeed oppress it, but it was left for the Romans to annul its individuality. The Temple of Zion is destroyed. The God-serving nation is scattered to the winds. Here every source of satisfaction is taken away, and the nation is driven back to the standpoint of that primeval mythos, the standpoint of that painful feeling which humanity experiences when thrown upon itself. Opposed to the universal fatum of the Roman world, we have here the consciousness of evil and the direction of the mind Godwards. All that remains to be done is that this fundamental idea should be expanded to an objective universal sense and be taken as the concrete existence of man, as the completion of his nature. Formerly, the land of Canaan, and themselves as the people of God, had been regarded by the Jews as that concrete and complete existence. But this basis of satisfaction is now lost, and thence arises the sense of misery and failure of hope in God, with whom that happy reality had been essentially connected. Here, then, misery is not the stupid immersion in a blind fate, but a boundless energy of longing. Stoicism taught only that the negative is not, that pain must not be recognized as a veritable existence. But Jewish feeling persists in acknowledging reality and desires harmony and reconciliation within its sphere. For that feeling is based on the Oriental unity of nature, that is, the unity of reality, of subjectivity, with the substance of the one essential being. Through the loss of mere outward reality, spirit is driven back within itself. The side of reality is thus refined to universality through the reference of it to the One. The Atonement, from the Philosophy of History. The Persian idea of good and evil, Ormuzd and Ahriman, is not much deeper than that of light and darkness, but in the Old Testament it becomes the distinction between holiness and sin. Hegel points out the infinite depth of subjectivity or personal self-realization that is involved in consciousness of sin. He shows how that unrest of infinite sorrow passes over into a consciousness of the infinite gain of reconciliation with the divine when the fullness of time was come. The Oriental antithesis of light and darkness is transferred to spirit, and the darkness becomes sin. For the abnegation of reality there is no compensation but subjectivity itself, the human will as intrinsically universal, and thereby alone does reconciliation become possible. Sin is the discerning of good and evil as separation, but this discerning likewise heals the ancient hurt and is the fountain of infinite reconciliation. The discerning in question brings with it the destruction of that which is external and alien in consciousness, and is consequently the return of subjectivity into itself. This, then, adopted into the actual self-consciousness of the world, is the reconciliation, atonement, of the world. From that unrest of infinite sorrow, in which the two sides of the antithesis stand related to each other, is developed the unity of God with reality, which latter had been posited as negative, that is, with subjectivity which had been separated from him. The infinite loss is counterbalanced only by its infinity, and thereby becomes infinite gain. The recognition of the identity of the subject and God was introduced into the world when the fullness of time was come. The consciousness of this identity is the recognition of God in his true essence. The material of truth is spirit itself, inherent vital movement. The nature of God as pure spirit is manifested to man in the Christian religion. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2023. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Heinrich Heine, 1799 to 1856, by Richard Burton. If quality is to decide a writer's position, Heinrich Heine stands with the few great poets and literary men of Germany. His lyrics at their best have not been surpassed in his own land, and rank with the masterpieces of their kind in world literature. As a prose writer, he had extraordinary brilliancy, vigor of thought, and grace of form, and as a thinker he must be regarded as one of the pioneers of modern ideas in our century. In German criticism, because of his Semitic blood, his pen not seldom dipped in gall when he wrote of the fatherland, and his defects of character, full justice has not been done to him as singer and sayer. It remained for an English critic, Matthew Arnold, to define his true place in the literature of our time. A brief survey of his life will make this plainer. A main thing to remember of Heine the man is that he was an upper-class Jew. The services of this wonderful people to art, letters, and philosophy, as well as to politics and finance, are familiar. This boy of Düsseldorf was one of the most gifted of the race of Mendelssohn and Rothschild, Rachel and Rubinstein, Chopin and Disraeli. Born in that picturesque old Rhine town, December 12th or 13th, 1799, he just missed, as he said, being one of the first men of the century. His father was a wealthy merchant, his mother a Van Geldern, daughter of a noted physician and statesman. He received a good education, first in a Jesuit monastery, then, after an attempt to establish him at Hamburg in mercantile life, which to the disappointment of his family proved utterly distasteful, in the German universities of Bonn and Göttingen. The law was thought of as profession, but this necessitated his becoming a Christian, for at the time in Germany all the learned callings were closed to Jews. Heine, though not a believer in the religion of his people, was in thorough sympathy with their wrongs, always the champion of their cause. Deeply must he have felt the humiliation of this enforced apostasy, which was performed in 1825, in his 26th year, the baptismal registry reading Johann Christian Heine, names he never made use of as a writer. Doubtless the iron entered his soul in the act. Before his study at Göttingen, which resulted in his securing a law degree, Heine spent several years in Berlin, and published a volume of verse there in 1822 without success. Letters which he carried from the poet Schlegel secured him, however, the entree of leading houses, where he met in familiar intercourse Chamisso, Hegel, and like noted folk, and became the centre of social interest as he read from manuscript, essays, and poems which were later to give him fame when grouped together in the volume entitled Reisebilder, Sketches of Travel, containing his most famous work in the essay form, his Buch der Lieder, Book of Songs, which followed soon thereafter, performing the same service for his reputation as poet. He made no professional use of his legal lore, but travelled and tasted life. The years from 1827 to 1830 were spent mostly in Munich and Berlin. Heine took an active part in the journalistic and literary life of these cities, and drove his pen steadily as a doughty freelance of letters in the cause of intellectual emancipation. A satiric pamphlet against the nobility in 1830, the year of the July Revolution in France, made him fear for his personal liberty, and the next year he removed to Paris, and began the life there which was to end only in his death a quarter-century later. A liaison with a grisette resulted in his marriage with her, and their quarrelsome, affectionate life together has been often limned. In the capital that has fascinated so many distinguished spirits, at first well and happy and seen in society, making occasional journeys abroad, later poor, sick, with gall in his pen, and with a swarm of enemies, Heine passed this long period of his life, chained during the 10 final years to what he called in grim metaphor his mattress grave. His disease was a spinal affection, resulting in slow paralysis, loss of sight, the withering of his limbs. No more terrible picture is offered in the personal annals of literature than that of the once gay poet, writhing in his bed through sleepless nights, the sight of one eye gone, the drooping lid of the other lifted by the hand that he might see to use the pen. I saw the body all shrunk together, from which his legs hung down without signs of life, says his sister, who visited him in Paris the year before he died. I had to gather all my powers of self-control in order to support in quiet the horrible sight. The volumes of letters and other memorabilia published in recent years plainly set forth the dual nature of this man, his querulousness, equivocations, and jealousies, his impulsive affection towards his near of kin. The French government granted him a pension for his services as revolutionary writer, and it came in the nick of time, for on the death in 1844 of his rich uncle Solomon Heine, who for years had granted him an allowance, it was found that no provision for its maintenance had been made in the will. Heine's bitterness under the heavy hand of fate comes out pathetically in his latest poems and letters. "I am no longer," he wrote, "a joyous, somewhat corpulent Hellenist, laughing cheerfully down upon the melancholy Nazarenes. I am now a poor, fatally ill Jew, an emaciated picture of woe, an unhappy man." His mind remained wonderfully clear to the end, as his literary work testifies, and at least he had the courage of his convictions, contemptuously repudiating the rumor that his former skepticism had been changed in the fiery alembic of suffering. His impious jest on his deathbed is typical, whether apocryphal or not. "God will forgive me, it is his line of business. C'est son métier." It may be said that there is a touch of heroism in the fact that for so long he refused to end an existence of such agony by his own violent act, enduring until nature gave him release, which she did but tardily, when he had passed his 56th year, February 17, 1856. He was buried in the cemetery of Montmartre, without any religious ceremony, as he wished, a conclusion in key with his whole manner of life, preserving his bohemianism to the very grave's edge. It is likely that this terrible closing couplet from his poem on morphine summed up his feeling honestly enough. Lo, sleep is good, better is death. In sooth, the best of all were never to be born. Yet skepticism was not his constant attitude. A man of moods, he could write shortly before his taking off, I suffer greatly, but support my wretchedness with submission to the unfathomable will of God. And it is but justice to add that in his will he declared that his intellectual pride was broken and that he had come to rest in the truths of religion. It is by these inconsistencies and warring emotions that glimpses of the man's complex, elusive nature are gained. In his younger days, Heine is described as a handsome fellow, slight of figure, blond, with a poetic paleness and an air of distinction. Later he became corpulent. His sad physical presentment during the final years is finely indicated in the Hasselri's statue of the poet erected at Corfu by the Empress of Austria. Heine's long Parisian residence, his Gallic inoculation, have been the theme of countless animadversions. He has been painted as a man without a country, a turncoat, and a traitor. Certain facts must be borne in mind in passing judgment upon him. As a boy in Düsseldorf he breathed the atmosphere of the French Revolution, and grew up an enthusiast of the cause, calling himself its child. The French again were the people who, as Arnold remarks, made it possible for the Jews in Germany to find wide activities for the exercise of their talents. His own land proscribed his works. In France, when he had mastered the tongue, his works which appeared in French won him speedy applause, and he was hailed as the wittiest writer since Voltaire. And to pass from external to internal, there was much in Heine to respond to the peculiarly French traits: flashing wit, lightness of touch, charm of form, lucidity of expression. Small wonder, then, that he crossed the Rhine and took up his abode in the city, which has always been a centre of enlightened thinking. In spite of all his sympathy, temperamental and intellectual, for things French, Heine never forgot that he was a German poet, nor was love for the fatherland killed in his soul. There is a proud ring in his well-known lines: I am a German poet, of goodly German fame. Where their best names are spoken, mine own they are sure to name. The estimates of Heine on his personal side range from partisan eulogium to savage and sweeping condemnation. Perhaps it is safest to regard him as a man of complex nature and warring tendencies, in whom faults of character were accentuated by the events of his career. He was sensitive to morbidity, irascible, dissolute in his youth, paying in after days for his excesses the fearful penalty of a slow, torturous disease. He had a waspish tendency to sting an enemy, and was quick to take offence from friends. His mocking spirit of contradiction was not above sacrificing justice and purity to its ends. He was at times, in his writings, sensual, ribald, blasphemous. It is fair to plead in partial extenuation the early misappreciation of his kinsfolk, the hostility towards his race, and the exigencies of his subsequent battle for bread, reputation, and the victory of ideas. On the other hand, it is weak sentimentality or purblind favoritism to represent Heine as a hero ill-starred by fortune. He was far from an admirable character, and no whitewashing can make him so. His greatest enemy came from within. He was one, like Louis in David Grieve, was at death, freed from the fierce burden of himself. As a lyric poet, Heine is incomparable. It is in this form that the German genius finds finest, freest expression, and the student of German literature must still point to Goethe and Heine as its chief exponents, nor in lyric expression need the latter yield to the former. The representative pieces hereinafter printed, with others of like quality, are among the precious bits of poetry which the world has taken forever to its heart. No translation can give an adequate idea of their haunting perfection, their magic of diction and witchery of music. The reader unfamiliar with German, and making Heine's acquaintance at second hand, needs to understand this impossibility. Otherwise the poet's due praise may seem rhetorical and excessive. It is said to take a thief to catch a thief. Quite as truly does it take a poet to catch a poet, and the task is far more difficult. To get a first-hand knowledge of Heine lends in itself a zest to the learning of his tongue. The characteristics of these lyrics may be defined in few words. As to form, the poet wisely seized upon the popular ballad measures of older German literature, and in rhythms, stanzas, and diction clung for the most part to those homely creations, thereby giving his work a natural touch and archaic flavor, blending to produce an effect of simplicity and directness which really hide consummate art. No lyrist has had more genuine songfulness, the last test of the true lyric. In proof, witness the frequency with which his most familiar poems have been set to music by the gifted composers of his own and other lands. But Heine was not alone the singer, he was critic and satirist as well. Even the exquisite deep romanticism of his lyrics is sometimes rudely broken by his own sneering laugh. It is as if the critical in him had of a sudden made him ashamed of his own emotion. One of his German critics has said that he bore a laughing teardrop on his escutcheon. The flowering phrase denotes this mingling of song and satire in his work. The impish anticlimax of some of his loveliest utterances is one of the grievous things his admirers have to forgive. Heine, in his earlier spontaneous poetry a romanticist of the romanticists, came to perceive intellectually that the work of the so-called romantic school in Germany must give way to an incoming age of scientific learning and modern ideas, that because it looked backward to the Middle Ages, the movement was wrong. And in this conviction he set himself to fight the old and hail the new. However this perception may prove his prophetic insight, it would have been better for his poetry had he remained in bondage to romanticism. When in a love poem, which opens tenderly, he concludes with the stanza, "Dearest friend, thou art in love, and that love must be confessed, for I see thy glowing heart plainly scorching through thy vest," one feels that the poet gets his effect of fun at too costly a price. Parody, to pay, must gain more than it loses. The doubt of the singer's sincerity is never quite shaken off. There is reason for calling Heine the mockingbird of the singing grove. As an essay writer, Heine's substantial reputation rests upon the Reisebilder, those gay, audacious, charming, bitter travel sketches of mingled verse and prose, in the main descriptive of his wanderings through Germany, and of the most varied theme and tone, now beautiful rhapsodies on the scenes of nature, now quaint pictures of life in city or country, painted with Dutch-like fidelity and realism, now rapier thrusts of wit, again powerful diatribes against existing conventions, or personal attacks upon fellow writers, as in his ill-judged and wanton onslaught upon the romantic bard, the Count von Platen. Far from being all of a piece, these fantasy sketches are of very unequal merit, ranging from the exquisite lyric work of the opening section and the delightful narrative of his experiences in the Harz Mountains, to the sparkling indecencies of the division dealing with Italy, and the more labored argument and satire of the English fragments. Of the Reisebilder as a whole, it may be said that inspiration grows steadily less in the successive parts. The portion penned in Heine's early 20s deservedly caught the fancy of Europe by the polish and poetry, the striking manner and daring thought it possessed. The writer laughs at the traditions of learning in his native land, he pricks with the sword of satire the ponderous German sentimentality, and he fights with all the weapons in the arsenal of a gifted wit for that modern thing, liberty, liberty of conscience, action, opinion. The point of view was new in the literature of the early century, dosed as it was with heavy romanticism, and in awe of the old for its own sake. The style was of unprecedented vigor and brilliance. It is easy to understand why he took his wide audience by storm and became the literary force of the day. To say a wise, keen thing in a light way, to say it directly, yet with grace, calls for a beautiful talent. To accomplish this in and with the German language is a double triumph. All Heine's later writings, prose or poetry, and during his residence in Paris he published numerous works, are developments or after-echoes of his travel sketches and book of songs. Some of them are simply high-class journalism. His critical faculty and graces of manner are best represented by the critique on the Romantic school, which is wise in forecasting the new literary ideals, and a model of clearness and elegance. But for the general reader it will suffice to make the acquaintance of the inimitable Reisebilder and the Buch der Lieder, born of his youth and meridian of genius. As a thinker, a force in the development of modern ideas, the ideas of liberty in its application to politics, science, education, and religion, Heine was a torch-bearer of his time. In his remarkable essay upon the German poet, Matthew Arnold gives him full credit for this influence, possibly exaggerating it. The sympathy between the enlightened Jew who railed at perfunctoriousness in church and state, and the English radical who rebukes his fellow islanders for their lack of devotion to the idea, naturally made Arnold the other's champion. Both attacked the Philistine and saw the movement of the time spirit. But if the Englishman goes too far in declaring Heine the most important German successor and continuator of Goethe in Goethe's most important line of activity, that of a soldier in the war of liberation of humanity, it is equally true that his estimate hits nearer the mark than the misappreciations of too many critics of his own country. Heine was an individualist, an iconoclast, satirizing with trenchant power existing abuses, as Ibsen in later days has done in Norway, a service which Carlyle with Juvenalian vigor performed for England. This mission is at the best a thankless one, especially so when, as in the case of Heine, the character of the prophet is full of flaws. Yet is the work none the less valuable. Heine's sentiment had in it much of the morbid, and in this aspect he might not inaptly be dubbed decadent, using the word as it is applied in latter-day literature to denote what is unwholesome, extravagant, or bestial. But intellectually he saw clear, and was at bottom sane. His mind was too broad and vigorous, too incisive for any other result. But in the ultimate decision, and in spite of his acidulous force as a dissolvent of outworn thoughts, Heinrich Heine's chief fame must rest on his wonderful poetry. He was a poet called to song, who, when true to his highest inspiration, was a romantic bard of the first rank in lyric utterance. With his music in our ears, we can forget, if not condone the blots on his career, the unequal quality of his production, growing pensive over the strange commingling in this man of divine gifts and human defects. He is another of those clay vessels shaped by the hand of the mystic potter to hold precious wine for the stimulation and joy of his kind. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Selected Poems by Heinrich Heine. Atlas, Ah me, most wretched Atlas, all the world, the whole great world of sorrow I am bearing. I bear what is unbearable and breaking, is now my heart within me breaks. Thou haughty heart, thou hast now what thou wouldst, for happy thou wouldst be, supremely happy, else be supremely wretched, haughty heart, and lo, now art thou wretched. Translation of Charles Harvey Genig. The Lorelei. I know not whence it rises, this thought so full of woe, but a tale of times departed haunts me and will not go. The air is cool and it darkens, and calmly flows the Rhine. The mountain peaks are sparkling, and the sunny evening shine. And yonder sits a maiden, the fairest of the fair, with gold is her garment glittering, as she combs her golden hair. With a golden comb she combs it, and a wild song singeth she, that melts the heart with a wondrous and powerful melody. The boatman fills his bosom with a nameless longing move. He sees not the gulfs before him, his gaze is fixed above. Till over the boat and boatman the Rhine's deep waters run, and this, with her magic singing, the Lorelei has done. From the Edinburgh Review. Pine and palm. There stands a lonely pine tree in the north on a barren height. He sleeps while the ice and snowflakes swathe him in folds of white. He dreameth of a palm tree, far in the sunrise land, lonely and silent longing on a burning bank of sand. Poems and Ballads, translated and copyright 1881 by Emma Lazarus. Love Songs. Thou seemest like a flower, so pure and fair and bright. A melancholy yearning steals o'er me at thy sight. I fain would lay in blessing my hands upon thy hair, imploring God to keep thee so bright and pure and fair. Thou fairest fisher maiden, row thy boat to the land. Come here and sit beside me, whispering hand in hand. Lay thy head on my bosom, and have no fear of me, for carelessly thou trustest daily the savage sea. My heart is like the ocean, with storm and ebb and flow, and many a pearl lies hidden within its depths below. The ocean hath its pearls, the heaven hath its stars, but oh, my heart, my heart, my heart hath its love. Great are the sea and the heavens, but greater is my heart, and fairer than pearls or stars glistens and glows my love. Thou little youthful maiden, come unto my mighty heart. My heart and the sea and the heavens are melting away with love. Poems and Ballads, translated and copyright 1881 by Emma Lazarus. My heart with hidden tears is swelling. My heart with hidden tears is swelling. I muse upon the days long gone. The world was then a cozy dwelling, and people's lives flowed smoothly on. Now all's at sixes and at sevens. Our life's a whirl, a strife for bread. There is no God in all the heavens, and down below the devil's dead. And all things look so God-forsaken, so topsy-turvy, cold and bare. And if our wee bit love were taken, there'd be no living anywhere. Translation of Ernest Beard. Will she come? Every morning hears me query, will she come today? Every evening answers weary. Still she stays away. In my nights of lonely weeping, sleep I never know. Dreaming like a man half sleeping, through the day I go. Translation of Ernest Beard. Katharina. A lustrous star has risen on my night, a star which beams sweet comfort from its light, and brightens all my earthly lot. Deceive me not. Like a still moonward swells the heaving sea, so swells and flows my soul, so wild and free. Aloft to that resplendent spot, deceive me not. Translation of Charles Harvey Genting. Gold, from the Romances. Say, my golden ducket, say, whither are you fled away? Are ye with the golden fishes in the little rushing river, gaily darting thither, thither? Are ye with the golden blossoms on the meadows green and fair, sparkling in the dewy air? Are ye with the golden songsters, sweeping through the azure sky, flashing splendor to the eye? Are ye with the golden stars, clusters of refulgent light, smiling through the summer night? Well-a-day, my golden ducats do not in the river lie, do not sparkle in the dew, do not flash across the blue, do not twinkle in the sky, but my creditors can tell where my golden ducats dwell. Translation of Ernest Beard. Glimpses from the Romances. When spring with her sunshine revisits the earth, the buds peep out and the blossoms shake. When the moon on her nightly course sails forth, the little stars swim in her shimmering wake. When sweet eyes trouble the poet's gaze, they touch the note of 1,000 lays. Yet eyes and songs and blossoming flowers, and splendor of sun or of moon or of star, however beautiful such things are far from being this world of ours. Translation of Ernest Beard. The Fisher's Hut. The ocean shimmered far around as the last sun rays shone. We sat beside the fisher's hut, silent and all alone. The mist swam up, the water heaved, the sea mew round us screamed, and from thy dark eyes full of love, the scalding teardrops streamed. I saw them fall upon thy hand, upon my knee I sank, and from that white and yielding hand, the glittering tears I drank. And since that hour I waste away, mid passions, hopes, and fears. O weeping girl, O weary heart, thou art poisoned with her tears. Translation of Charles D. Leland. In the Fisher's Cabin. We sat in the fisher's cabin, looking out upon the sea. Then came the mists of evening, ascending silently. The lights began in the lighthouse, one after one to burn, and on the far horizon a ship we could still discern. We spake of storm and shipwreck, the sailor and how he thrives, and how betwixt heaven and ocean, and joy and sorrow he strives. We spake of distant countries, south, north, and everywhere, and of the curious people and curious customs there. The fragrance and light of the Ganges, that giant tree and bower, where beautiful, tranquil people kneel to the lotus flower. Of the unclean folk in Lapland, broad-mouthed and flat-headed and small, who cower upon the hearthstone, bake fish and cackle and squall. The maidens listened gravely, then never a word was said. The ship we could see no longer, it was far too dark o'erhead. Poems and Ballads, translated in copyright 1881 by Emma Lazarus. The Grammar of the Stars. 1,000 years unmoving, the stars have stood above, on one another gazing with the pain of yearning love. They speak a wondrous language, so sweet and rich and grand, yet none of the famous linguists a word can understand. But I have learned this language, which naught from my heart can erase. The grammar that I studied was my little sweetheart's face. Translation by Charles Harvey Gannig. Sonnets to his mother. To bear me proudly is my custom aye. My spirit to him bending is and high. What though the king should look me in the eye? I would not flinch or turn my head away. Yet, dearest mother, let me truly say, whatever else my stubborn pride deny, when to thy loving, trustful side I fly, submissive awe possess me alway. Is it the secret influence of thy soul, thy lofty soul that reaches every goal, and like the lightning flashes to and fro? Or bitter pangs of memory that proceed from countless acts that cause thy heart to bleed, that dearest heart that ever loved me so? I left thee lately in my frenzied state, resolved to wander all the wide world o'er, to ask for love on every distant shore. Love that alone might ease my spirit's weight, I sought for love from early morn till late. With fevered hand I knocked at every door, in love his name a token to implore, yet never gathered aught but chilling hate, and ever on, with growing pain, I searched for love through many a heavy mile, till, sick and weary, to my homestead turning, thou camest to greet me with a mother's smile, and there, upon thy dearest features burning, I saw that love I long had sought in vain. Translation of Ernest Beard. The jewels. Blue sapphires are those eyes of thine, those eyes so sweet and tender. Oh, 3 times happy is the man whom thou shalt happy render. Thy heart's a diamond, pure and clear, with radiance overflowing. Oh, 3 times happy is the man who sets that heart a-glowing. Red rubies are those lips of thine, love ne'er did fairer fashion. Oh, 3 times happy is the man who hears their vows of passion. Oh, could I know that fortunate man, and meet him unattended, beneath the forest trees so green, his luck would soon be ended. Translation of Ernest Beard. Voices from the Tomb. From Dream Pictures. I went to the house of my lady fair. I wandered in madness and dark despair, and as by the churchyard I went my way, sadly the gravestone signed me to stay. The minstrel's tombstone made me a sign, in the glimmering light of the pale moonshine. Good brother, I'm coming, wild whispering flows, pale as a cloud from the grave it rose. 'Twas the harper himself from the grave he flits, high on the tombstone the harper sits, o'er the strings of the cithern his fingers sweep, and he sings in a voice right harsh and deep. What, know ye yet that song of old, which through the heart once deeply rolled? Ye strings now slow to move, the angels call it heaven's joy, the devils call it hell's annoy, but mortals call it love. Scarce had sounded the last word's tone, ere the graves were opened every one, and airy figures came pressing out, and sweep round the minstrel, while shrill they shout, Love, love, it was thy might, laid us in these beds with right, closed our eyelids from the light, wherefore callst thou in the night? Translation of Charles G. Leland. End of section 17. Section 18 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Maxims and Descriptions by Heinrich Heine. If all Europe were to become a prison, America would still present a loophole of escape. And God be praised, that loophole is larger than the dungeon itself. Papa, exclaimed a little Carlist, who is the dirty-looking woman with the red cap? It is the goddess of liberty, was the answer. But Papa, she has not even a chemise. A real goddess of liberty, my dear child, really uses a chemise, and is on that account the more embittered against those who do wear clean linen. If freedom should, at some future day, vanish from the earth, a German dreamer would again discover it in one of his dreams. When the Lord feels ennui, he opens one of the windows of heaven and takes a look at the Parisian boulevards. Literary history is the great morgue where all seek the dead ones whom they love, or to whom they are related. Psychical pain is more easily borne than physical, and if I had my choice between a bad conscience and a bad tooth, I should choose the former. Napoleon was not of the wood of which kings are made. He was of the marble from which gods are shaped. It is not generally known why our sovereigns live to so old an age. They are afraid to die, lest they may meet Napoleon in the next world. God has given us speech in order that we may say pleasant things to our friends and tell better truths to our enemies. The people, That poor monarch in rags has found flatterers who, with even less of shame than the courteous of Byzantium at Versailles, fling their censers at his head. These court lackeys of the people are constantly praising the virtues and extolling the merit of their ragged king. How lovely, they cry, how intelligent. But no, ye lie. Your poor monarch is not lovely. On the contrary, he is very ugly. But his ugliness is the result of dirt, and will vanish as soon as we erect public bathhouses, where His Majesty the people can bathe gratis. A bit of soap will not prove amiss, and we shall then behold a smart-looking people, a people indeed of the first water. Although this monarch's goodness is often praised, he is not at all good. Sometimes, indeed, he is as bad as many other sovereigns. He is angered when hungry. Let us therefore see to it that he has somewhat to eat. As soon as his high mightiness has been properly fed and has sated his appetite, he will smile on us with gracious condescension, just as the other monarchs do. Nor is His Majesty the people very intelligent. He is more stupid than all other rulers, and almost as beastly stupid as his own favorites. He bestows his affection and his confidence on those who shout the jargon of his own passions, while he reserves his hatred for the brave man who endeavors to reason with and exalt him. It is thus in Paris. It was thus in Jerusalem. Give the people the choice between the most righteous of the righteous and the most wretched highway robber, and rest assured his cry will be, "Give us Barabbas! Long live Barabbas!" The secret of this perverseness is ignorance. This national evil we must endeavor to allay by means of public schools, where education, together with bread and butter and such other food as may be required, will be supplied free of expense. While I was standing before the cathedral at Amiens, with a friend who, with mingled fear and pity, was regarding that monument, built with the strength of Titans and decorated with the patience of dwarfs, he turned to me at last and inquired, "How does it happen that we do not erect such edifices in our day?" And my answer was, "My dear Alphonse, the men of that day had convictions, while we moderns have only opinions, and something more than opinions are required to build a cathedral." The Horatian rule, nonum primatur in anum, may, like many others, be very good in theory, but in practice it is worthless. When Horace offered the author the celebrated rule, he ought at the same time to have furnished him with directions how to live 9 years without food. While Horace was meditating on this maxim, he was probably seated at the table of Maecenas, eating turkey with truffles, pheasant pudding with game sauce, lark's ribs with tell-toast turnips, peacock's tongues, Indian bird's nests, and the Lord knows what else, and all of it gratis at that. But we, unfortunate children of a later day, live in changed times. Our Messianists have quite different principles. They believe that authors, like meddlers, develop best if they lie on straw for a while. They believe that dogs who are too well fed are not so well fitted by hunting similes and ideas. And alas, when they do for once happen to feed a poor dog, it is the one who is least deserving of their crumbs. Such, for instance, as the spaniel who licks their hands, the tiny puppy who softly nestles in the perfumed lap of the lady of the house, or the patient poodle who has learned a trade and knows how to fetch and carry, to dance and to drum. I have the most peaceable disposition. My desires are a modest cottage with thatched roof, but a good bed, good fare, fresh milk and butter, flowers by my window, and a few fine trees before the door. And if the Lord wished to fill my cup of happiness, he would grant me the pleasure of seeing some 6 or 7 of my enemies hanged on those trees. With a heart moved to pity, I would before their deaths forgive the injury they had done me during their lives. Yes, we ought to forgive our enemies, but not until they are hanged. There is something peculiar in patriotism, or real love of country. One can become 80 years old, and without knowing it, have loved his fatherland during all that time. That is, if one has remained at home. The true nature of spring is not appreciated until winter is upon us, and the best May songs are written by the fireside. Love of freedom is a prison flower, and we do not learn the full value of liberty until we are imprisoned. Thus, the German patriotism begins at the frontier, where he can from afar behold his country's misery. Every man who marries is like the Doge who weds the Adriatic Sea. He knows not what he may find therein: treasures, pearls, monsters, unknown storms. Translation of Sterne in Snodgrass. End of section 18. Section 19 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 18. Selected excerpts by Heinrich Heine, Part 1. Marie. It was a cold winter evening, with keen north wind and blinding snow. I was alone in the room with Marie. It was cozy in the dim light, and the open fire crackled and whispered so comfortably. She sat at the piano and was playing an old Italian melody. Her head was bowed, and the candle that stood beside her threw a soft, sweet light over the little hand, and I stood opposite her and watched the mobile hand, every little dimple of it, and the network of delicate veins, and meanwhile the music stole so tender and fervent into my heart, and I stood and dreamed a dream of unspeakable happiness, and the music grew ever more triumphant and powerful, melting away again into tones of yielding submission. I died, I lived and died again. Eternity swept by me, and when I awoke, kindly she appeared before me, standing, and begged me with a trembling voice to put on her fingers again the rings which she had laid aside to play the piano. And I did it, and pressed her hand to my lips, and, "Why," I said, "did you treat me so coldly yesterday?" And she answered, "Forgive me, I was very naughty." What I have told thee here, dear reader, is not an event of yesterday or the day before. It is an old, old story, and thousands of years, many thousands of years, will roll away before it reaches an end, a good end. For lo, time is without end, but the things in time have an end. They can be scattered into the smallest particles of dust, but these particles, the atoms even, have their fixed number, and fixed likewise is the number of the forms which out of them spontaneously body themselves forth, and no matter how long it takes, according to the eternal laws of combination in this play of eternal repetition, all forms which have been upon this earth must again appear, must again attract, repel, kiss, and ruin, afterwards as before. And it will one day come to pass that again a man will be born quite like me, and a woman be born quite like Marie. Only I hope the man's head may contain somewhat less foolishness than mine now, and the woman's heart somewhat more love than Marie's. And in a better land, these two shall meet and regard each other long, and at last the woman, reaching out her hand, will say in a soft voice, "Forgive me, I was very naughty." Translation of Charles Harvey Genung. Pyncheon, from The Heart's Journey, translated by Charles G. Leland. Black dress coats and silken stockings, snowy ruffles filled with art, gentle speeches and embraces. Oh, if they but held a heart within their bosom, warmed by love which truly glows. Ah, I'm wearied with their chanting of imagined lovers' woes. I will climb upon the mountains, where the quiet cabin stands, where the wind blows freely o'er us, where the heart at ease expands. I will climb upon the mountains, where the dark green fir trees grow. Brooks are rustling, birds are singing, and the wild clouds headlong go. Then farewell, ye polished ladies, polished men and polished hall. I will climb upon the mountain, smiling down upon you all. The town of Göttingen, celebrated for its sausages and university, belongs to the King of Hanover and contains 999 dwellings, diverse churches, a lying-in asylum, an observatory, a prison, a library, and a council cellar, where the beer is excellent. The stream which flows by the town is termed the Leine, and is used in summer for bathing, its waters being very cold, and in more than one place so broad that Luther was obliged to take quite a run before he could leap across. The town itself is beautiful, and pleases most when looked at backwards. It must be very ancient, for I well remember the 5 years ago when I matriculated there, and shortly after summoned. It had already the same grey, old-fashioned, wise look, and was fully furnished with beggars, beadles, dissertations, tea parties with a little dancing, washerwomen, compendiums, roasted pigeons, Gothic orders, professors ordinary and extraordinary, pipeheads, court councillors, and law councillors. Many even assert that at the time of the great migration of races, every German tribe left a badly corrected proof of its existence in the town, in the person of one of its members, and that from these descended all the Vandals, Frisians, Suabians, Teutons, Saxons, Thuringians, and others who at the present day abound in Göttingen, where, separately distinguished by the color of their caps and pipe tassels, they may be seen straying singly or in hordes along the Winder Street. They still fight their battles on the bloody arena of the Rosendal. Berchtenberg and Bovden still preserve the mode of life peculiar to their savage ancestors, and are still governed partly by their doucers, whom they call chief cocks, and partly by their primevally ancient law book, known as the Comment, which fully deserves a place among the Legibus Barbarorum. The inhabitants of Göttingen are generally and socially divided into students, professors, Philistines, and cattle, the points of difference between these castes being by no means strictly defined. The cattle class is the most important. I might be accused of prolixity should I here enumerate the names of all the students and of all the regular and irregular professors. Besides, I do not just at present distinctly remember the appellations of all the former gentlemen, while among the professors are many who as yet have no name at all. The number of the Göttingen Philistines must be as numerous as the sands, or, more correctly speaking, as the mud of the sea. Indeed, when I beheld them of a morning, with their dirty faces and clean bills, planted before the gate of the Collegiate Court of Justice, I wondered greatly that such an innumerable pack of rascals should ever have been created. It was as yet very early in the morning when I left Göttingen, and the learned, beyond doubt, still lay in bed, dreaming that he wandered in a fair garden, amid the beds of which grew innumerable white papers written over with citations. On these the sun shone cheerily, and he plucked them and planted them in new beds, while the sweetest songs of the nightingales rejoiced his old heart. Before the Winder gate I met 2 native and diminutive schoolboys, one of whom was saying to the other, "I don't intend to keep company any more with Theodore. He is a low little blackguard, for yesterday he didn't even know the genitive of mensa." Insignificant as these words may appear, I still regard them as entitled to record. Nay, I would even write them as town motto on the gate of Göttingen, for the young birds pipe as the old ones sing, and the expression accurately indicates the narrow-minded academic pride so characteristic of the highly learned Georgia Augusta. Finding the next morning that I must lighten my knapsack, I threw overboard the pair of boots, and arose and went forth unto Goslar. There I arrived without knowing how. This much alone do I remember, that I sauntered up and down hill, gazing upon many a lovely meadow vale. Silver waters rippled and rustled. Sweet wood birds sang. The bells of the flocks tinkled. The many shaded green trees were gilded by the sun, and over all the blue silk canopy of heaven was so transparent that I could look through the depths even to the Holy of Holies, where angels sat at the feet of God, studying sublime thoroughbaths in the features of the eternal continents. But I was all the time lost in a dream of the previous night, which I could not banish. It was an echo of the old legend, how a knight descended into a deep fountain, beneath which the fairest princess of the world lay buried in a death-like magic slumber. I myself was the knight in the dark mine of Cloisterol, was the fountain. Suddenly, innumerable lights gleamed around me. Wakeful dwarfs leaped from every cranny in the rocks, grimacing angrily, cutting at me with their short swords, blowing terribly on horns which ever summoned more and more of their comrades, and frantically nodding their great heads. But as I hewed them down with my sword and the blood flowed, I for the first time remarked that they were not really dwarfs, but the red-blooming long-bearded thistle-tops, which I had the day before hewed down on the highway with my stick. At last they all vanished, and I came to a splendid lighted hall, in the midst of which stood my heart's loved one, veiled in white, and immovable as a statue. I kissed her mouth, and then, oh heavens, I felt the blessed breath of her soul and the sweet tremor of her lovely lips. It seemed that I heard the divine command, "Let there be light," and a dazzling flash of eternal light shot down, but at the same instant it was again night, and all ran chaotically together into a wild, desolate sea. A wild, desolate sea over whose foaming waves the ghosts of the departed madly chased each other, the white shrouds floating on the wind, while behind all, goading them on with cracking whip, ran a many-colored harlequin, and I was the harlequin. Suddenly from the black waves the sea monsters raised their misshapen heads, and yawned towards me with extended jaws, and I awoke in terror. Alas, how the finest dreams may be spoiled! The knight, in fact, when he has found the lady, ought to cut a piece from her priceless veil, and after she has recovered from her magic sleep, and sits again in glory in her hall, he should approach her and say, "My fairest princess, dost thou not know me?" Then she will answer, "My bravest knight, I know thee not." And then he shows her the piece cut from her veil, exactly fitting the deficiency, and she knows that he is her deliverer, and both tenderly embrace, and the trumpets sound, and the marriage is celebrated. It is really a very peculiar misfortune that my love dreams so seldom has so fine a conclusion. The supper on the Brocken, from the Heart's Journey. The company around the table gradually became better acquainted and much noisier. Wine banished beer, punch bowls steamed, and drinking schmollerin, footnote, hobnobbing, and and singing with the order of the night. The old Landsfather, and the beautiful songs of W. Muller, Rückert, Olin, and others rang round, with the exquisite airs of Metfessel. Best of all sounded our own Arndt's German words, "The Lord, we bade iron grow, wished for no slaves." And out of doors it roared as if the old mountain sang with us, and a few reeling friends even asserted that he merrily shook his bald head, which caused the great unsteadiness of our floor. The bottles became emptier and the heads of the company fuller. One bellowed like an ox, a second piped, a third declaimed from the crime, a fourth spoke Latin, a fifth preached temperance, and a sixth, assuming the chair, learnedly lectured as follows: "Gentlemen, the world is a round cylinder, upon which human beings as individual pins are scattered apparently at random. But the cylinder revolves, the pins knock together and give out tones, some very frequently and others but seldom, all of which causes a remarkably complicated sound, which is generally known as universal history. We will, in consequence, speak first of music, then of the world, and finally of history, which latter we divide into positive and Spanish flies, and so sense and nonsense went rattling on. A jolly Mecklenburger, who held his nose to his punch-glass, and smiling with happiness snuffed up the perfume, remarked that it caused in him a sensation as if he were standing again before the refreshment table in the Schwerin Theatre. Another held his wine-glass like a lorgnette before his eye, and appeared to be carefully studying the company, while the red wine trickled down over his cheek into his projecting mouth. The Greifswalder, suddenly inspired, cast himself upon my breast, and shouted wildly, "Oh, that thou couldst understand me, for I am a lover, a happy lover, for I am loved again, and God damn me, she's an educated girl, for she has a full bosom, wears a white gown, and plays the piano." But the Swiss wept, and tenderly kissed my hand, and ever whimpered, "Oh, Molly dear, oh, Molly dear." During this crazy scene, in which plates learned to dance and glasses to fly, there sat opposite me 2 youths, beautiful and pale as statues, one resembling Adonis, the other Apollo. The faint rosy hue which the wine spread over their cheeks was scarcely visible. They gazed on each other with infinite affection, as if the one could read in the eyes of the other, and in those eyes there was a light as though drops of light had fallen therein, from the cup of burning love which an angel on high bears from one star to the other. They conversed softly, with earnest, trembling voices, and narrated sad stories, through all of which ran a tone of strange sorrow. "Laura is also dead," said one, and sighing, proceeded to tell of a maiden of Halle, who had loved a student, and who, when the latter left Halle, spoke no more to anyone, ate but little, wept day and night, gazing ever on the canary bird which her lover had given her. The bird died, and Laura did not long survive it, was the conclusion, and both the youths sighed, as though their hearts would break. Finally the other said, "My soul is sorrowful. Come forth with me into the dark night. Let me inhale the breath of the clouds and the moon rays. Partake of my sorrows. I love thee. Thy words are musical, like the rustling of weeds and the flow of rivulets. They re-echo in my breast, but my soul is sorrowful." Both of the young men arose, one threw his arm around the neck of the other, and thus left the noisy room. I followed, and saw them enter a dark chamber, where the one by mistake, instead of the window, threw open the door of a large wardrobe, and both, standing before it with outstretched arms, expressing poetic rapture, spoke alternately. "Ye breezes of darkening night," cried the first, "how ye cool and revive my cheeks! How sweetly ye play amid my fluttering locks! I stand on the cloudy peak of the mountain. Far below me lie the sleeping cities of men, and blue waters gleam. List! Far below in the valley rustle the fir trees. Far above yonder hills sweep in misty forms the spirits of my father. Oh, that I could hunt with ye on your cloud steeds through the stormy night, over the rolling sea, upwards to the stars. Alas! I am laden with grief, and my soul is sad." Meanwhile, the other had also stretched out his arms towards the wardrobe, while tears fell from his eyes as he cried to a broad pair of yellow pantaloons, which he mistook for the moon, "Fair art thou, daughter of heaven, lovely and blessed in the calm of thy countenance. Thou walkest lonely in thy loveliness. The stars follow thy blue path in the east. At thy glance the clouds rejoice, and their dark brows gleam with light. Who is like unto thee in heaven, thou, the night born? The stars are ashamed before thee, and turn away their green sparkling eyes. Whither, whither, when morning pales thy face, dost thou flee from thy path? Hast thou, like me, thy hall? Dwellest thou amid shadows of sorrow? Have thy sisters fallen from heaven? Are they who joyfully rolled with thee through the night now no more? Yea, they fell down, O lovely light, and thou hidest thyself to bewail them. Yet the night must at some time come when thou, too, must pass away, and lead thy blue path above in heaven. Then the stars, who were once ashamed in thy presence, will raise their green heads and rejoice. Now thou art clothed in thy starry splendor, and gazest adown from the gate of heaven. Tear aside the clouds, O ye winds, that the night born may shine forth and the bushy hills gleam, and that the foaming waves of the sea may roll in light. A well-known and not remarkably thin friend, who had drunk more than he had eaten, though he had already ate supper, devoured a piece of beef which would have dined 6 lieutenants of the guard and 1 innocent child. He came rushing into the room in a very jovial manner, that is to say, olive swine, shoved the 2 elegiac friends one over the other into the wardrobe, stormed through the house door, and began to roar around outside as if raising the devil in earnest. The noise in the hall grew more confused and duller. The 2 moaning and weeping friends lay, as they thought, crushed at the foot of the mountain. From their throats ran noble red wine, and the one said to the other, "Farewell, I feel that I bleed. Why dost thou waken me, O breath of spring? Thou caressest me and sayest, I bedew thee with drops from heaven. But the time of my withering is at hand the storm which will break away my leaves. Tomorrow the wanderer will come, he who saw me in my beauty. His eyes will glance as of yore around the field. In vain. But over all roared the well-known basso voice without, blasphemously complaining, amid oaths and whoops, that not a single lantern had been lighted along the entire Winder street, and that one could not even see whose window panes he had smashed. I can bear a tolerable quantity. Modesty forbids me to say how many bottles, and I consequently retired to my chamber in tolerably good condition. The young merchant already lay in bed, enveloped in his chalk-white nightcap and yellow Welsh flannel. He was not asleep, and sought to enter into conversation with me. He was a Frankfurt-on-Mainer, and consequently spoke at once of the Jews, declared that they had lost all feeling for the beautiful and noble, and that they sold English goods 25% under manufacturers' prices. A fancy to humbug him came over me, and I told him that I was a somnambulist, and must beforehand beg his pardon should I unwittingly disturb his slumbers. This intelligence, as he confessed the following day, prevented him from sleeping a wink through the whole night, especially since the idea had entered his head that I, while in a somnambulistic crisis, might shoot him with the pistol which lay near my bed. But in truth, I feared no better myself, for I slept very little. Dreary and terrifying fancies swept through my brain. A pianoforte, extract from Dante's Hell. Finally, I dreamed that I saw a law opera called The Falsidia, with libretto on the right of Inheritance by Gans, and music by Spontini. A crazy dream. I saw the Roman Forum splendidly illuminated. In it, Servius Asinius Garcianus, sitting as praetor on his chair and throwing wide his toga in stately folds, burst out into raging recitative. Marcus Tullius Alvarensis, manifesting as prima donna legatoria, all the exquisite feminineness of his nature, sang the love-melting bravura of Quicunque Civis Romanus. Referees, rouged red as sealing wax, bellowed in chorus as minors. Private tutors dressed as Junie, in flesh-colored stockinettes, danced in ante-Justinian ballet, crowning with flowers the 12 tables, while amid thunder and lightning rose from the ground the abused ghost of Roman legislation, accompanied by trumpets, gongs, fiery rain, cum omni causa. From this confusion I was rescued by the landlord of the Brocken, when he awoke me to see the sun rise. Above on the tower I found several already waiting, who rubbed their freezing hands. Others, with sleep still in their eyes, stumbled up to us until finally the whole silent congregation of the previous evening was reassembled, and we saw how above the horizon there rose a little carmine red ball, spreading a dim wintry illumination. Far around amid the mists rose the mountains as if swimming in a white rolling sea, only their summits being visible, so that we could imagine ourselves standing on a little hill in the midst of an inundated plain, in which here and there rose dry clods of earth. To retain that which I saw and felt, I sketched the following poem. In the east 'tis ever brighter, though the sun gleams cloudily. Far and wide the mountain summits swim above the misty sea. Had I 7-mile boots for travel, like the fleeting winds I'd rove, over valley, rock, and river, to the home of her I love. From the bed where now she's sleeping, soft the curtain I would slip, softly kiss her childlike forehead, soft the ruby of her lip. And yet softer would I whisper in the little lily ear, think in dreams we still are loving, think I never lost thee, dear. End of section 19.